Chapter 441. Mana Particle Railgun, First Generation Advanced Magic Construct, Advanced Magic Creation. It is a powerful weapon made from adamantine, mithril, orichalcum, astral dust, high-purity magic gemstones, and many other rare materials. It has the power to destroy the world. Power plus 30, energy attack plus 25, penetration plus 25, rapid firing plus 10, durability plus 25, range plus 30. Note: you have been targeted by me. Run for your life, little mushroom. Note 2: eat my cannon. After making the Mana Particle Rail Cannon, Su Lin returned to San Filto City. After all, there were still many things to do in the Kingdom of Florence. Phyllis was only a princess before. Dealing with government affairs was not her strong suit. She was barely qualified during this period of time. The morning light shone down. Her towering breasts bathed in the morning light and emitted a hazy glow. Her white skin was as smooth as jade. Su Lin woke up from his sleep. After returning to San Filto City last night, he had a big battle with Phyllis. Naturally, Phyllis, who had awakened the Red Dragon bloodline, lost miserably. Even Alex, who came to play with her, could not escape. Su Lin got out of bed refreshed. He put on his clothes with the help of the maids. After a simple wash, he began to deal with government affairs. Phyllis and Alex slept until the sun was high in the sky. The weather is great. Phyllis stretched her body lazily. Don't be in a daze. Go eat something first. Alex beside her had already gotten out of bed. No, I still want to sleep. Phyllis plunged into Alex's broad chest and rubbed back and forth. If Su Lin saw it, they would not be able to get out of bed today. Okay, get dressed quickly and eat. Then we'll go out for a walk. I haven't been to San Filto City yet. Alex stretched out his hands and rubbed Phyllis's face. Phyllis had to get out of bed unhappily and go out with Alex. Naturally, the two of them couldn't go out like this. After Alex used a camouflage skill, the two of them instantly turned into ordinary people. Phyllis had always lived in the palace and rarely came to the outside world. Alex used to live in the underground world. Although he was more than 200 years old, he had never had any contact with other people. His thinking was not much better than Phyllis's. Therefore, the two of them were very interested in going out shopping. Phyllis and Alex were like ordinary people going out to buy groceries. They each carried a small basket and a wallet, and then quickly ran out of the palace through the back door. Su Lin had set a very high standard for their living standards. Every month they would receive a large monthly profit, so both of them were rich women. Su Lin's women rarely went out. The one who went out the most was the little succubus Chris, while Hathaway was a total homebody. If there was no one to disturb her, and she had all kinds of resources in the Sorcerer Tower, she could stay in the Sorcerer Tower for several months. Most of the time, he would head to the Adventurers Guild to issue quests or personally search for materials. As for Alex, he had spent the past 200 years in the underground world. After coming to the northern town, he began to become interested in the human world after a period of adaptation. The two of them walked out briskly. There was basically nothing to visit near the noble district and the palace. There were no shops or markets here. Usually, it was the merchants who delivered goods to their doorstep. Naturally, there was no place to visit. Therefore, the two of them targeted the commoner district and the wealthy district. In this era, the houses of the commoners were basically made of mud. Only the rich and nobles used wood and brick. Although mud houses looked ugly, they were sturdy and durable. They had good insulation and were easy to build. For the commoners, it was already very good. Of course, there were some problems such as rain and humidity, and the light was dim, but they could be overcome. What beautiful clothes. Wow, this is a little person made of grass. It's so cute. This string of beads is so beautiful. As soon as they entered the market, the two of them excitedly walked back and forth between the stalls. They were completely dressed like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. The two of them played crazily in the market for a while. Soon they had walked through the entire market. Girls, I know there's a market outside the city that has more fun. You can go there and have a look. Just as the two of them were rummaging through a stall, the stall owner's granny said with a smile. This granny looked very ordinary, but she gave people a very kind and amiable feeling. There's something fun outside the city? Alex asked in surprise. Of course. Where is it? Tell me. Phyllis suddenly pulled Alex's sleeve and whispered, Let's not go outside the city. It's fine. We'll have fun today. Alex waved his hand and said casually, Where is the market you mentioned? Tell me. That market is a little remote. You won't be able to find it even if I tell you. The old lady shook her head and said. Phyllis said unhappily, Tell us, we'll find it for sure. The old lady gave her an address. Phyllis was confused. She had no idea where it was. Forget it, forget it. Anyway, I've sold most of my stuff today. I'll take you there after I pack up, the old lady said with a smile. Thank you so much. The two of them said happily. Soon, the old lady packed up her stall and led the two of them out of the city. Although the old lady was not young, her body was still very strong. Her speed was not slow at all. About half an hour later, the three of them arrived at a small town outside the city. Wait for me here. I'll go buy some things for my grandson. I'll be back soon. The old lady stopped after arriving at the town. Okay, hurry up, Alex said as he looked around the town. The old lady nodded, then turned around and left. She first bought some food from the surrounding stalls, then in the blink of an eye, she circled around to an inconspicuous shop. Inside the shop, two ordinary-looking men immediately walked out of the shop after she came in, and at the same time they closed the door. The old lady did not stop. She went straight to the back of the shop and then came to a room. She pushed the door open and walked in. What's Memmy? What good stuff have you brought me today? A big man in his 50s was lying on a rocking chair in the room. This man should have been a strong warrior when he was young. Although he was already in his 50s, his muscles were strong and did not decline at all. When he saw the old lady enter the room, he immediately greeted her enthusiastically. All right, Zach, let your men take action. Those two little girls should be young and foolish. Most likely they are from noble families. They think that they can hide with camouflage, but they can't fool this old woman's eyes. Although I can't see their true appearance, they are definitely the best of the best. The old woman laughed mischievously. She didn't look as old as before. Really? Hearing the old lady's words, the middle-aged man immediately took it seriously. Have I, this old woman, ever made a mistake? The old lady sat down on a chair and grabbed a teacup. She poured a cup of water and then gulped it down. I'll send people over right away. Phyllis and Alex were strolling around a stall. At this time, Phyllis suddenly felt that they were being followed. She looked back and saw two unfamiliar men not far from them. Phyllis did not do anything else. She pretended as if nothing had happened and continued to stroll around with Alex. At the same time, she quietly told Alex about it. Alex nodded and did not say anything. The two were very confident in their strength. Alex was now a great mage. Phyllis's strength had also increased rapidly after awakening her dragon bloodline. She was now a rank 3 dragon bloodline warlock. The two of them calmly walked out of the town. The two men followed closely behind them. Not long after, more people followed them. Soon the two left the town. However, Phyllis and Hathaway did not immediately escape. Instead, they continued to stroll leisurely. After leaving the town, the stalkers quickly disappeared. Sister Alex, what should we do now? Phyllis whispered. Wait and see. Who are these people? Alex said. Rustle, rustle, rustle. In the cold wind, there was a slight sound of leaves rustling. The originally careless Alex's ears suddenly twitched. She reached out and grabbed Phyllis. She carefully whispered in her ear, Be careful. Someone is coming. Lurkers. Harpies had far better hearing than humans. As their queen, Alex was even more powerful. Her hearing was several times better than humans. She also had night vision and the ability to fly. She had a very sharp intuition about danger. Her pointed ears twitched slightly. She lowered her voice and said, On the right. They are getting closer and closer. Got it? Phyllis's perception was not inferior. She also sensed the traces of the lurkers. Wait for them to get closer. Okay. Wind Blade Array. After those lurkers entered his area, Alex immediately cast a spell. Light green wind blades appeared in an instant, then quickly flew towards those lurkers. We've been discovered. Hurry up and get rid of them. Seeing that they had been discovered, these people did not have the slightest intention to escape and continued to rush forward. Wind blades flew towards them, but they didn't care about those wind blades at all. They only glanced at Alex, and the result was that they suffered a big loss. Chapter 442. As the queen of the winged people, Alex was the spirit of the wind. Her wind elemental spells were much more powerful and faster than the spells of other wizards. A few warriors rushed forward with their weapons, but they were surrounded by a dozen wind blades after just a few steps. The wind blades drew beautiful arcs in the air and attacked these people from unbelievable angles. The warrior at the very front immediately erupted with his life force, wanting to shatter the wind blade with his sword. However, the wind blade instantly dodged his attack in front of his shocked eyes, then quickly flew past his neck, causing blood to spurt out. The warrior covered his neck with both hands and knelt on the ground in pain. Spread out. A warrior who seemed to be the leader yelled. Unfortunately, his reaction was too slow. Alex was one of the weakest in northern Battlefront City. She wasn't even in the top 3. Hathaway was a legendary wizard who could defeat anyone below Sulen. The little succubus Chris was not strong in direct combat, but her charm was too much of a cheat. Not many enemies below legendary could resist her charm. Next were Boulder and Johnson. After the two of them had activated Avatar, their strength was close to that of a legendary. Phyllis was the weakest. Although she had become a dragon disciple, she was still far behind in terms of combat experience and other aspects. Just as the enemies were about to dodge, the wind blades were already in front of them. Under Alex's control, dozens of wind blades flew past these people's throats and joints like they were his arms. Blood splattered everywhere, and the enemies were all killed in an instant. Hey, you should have left one alive. Phyllis quickly reminded Alex when she saw how clean the enemies were, but she was still a step too late. The last enemy was also cut into pieces by her wind blades. They're all dead. What should I do? Alex was a bit embarrassed. Forget it. They're all dead. Why don't we just capture that old woman? Seeing that all the attackers were dead, Phyllis could only place her hope on that old woman. These guys are so poor. While Phyllis was still thinking about catching the old woman, Alex had already run over to clean up the battlefield. Although Alex was the queen of the winged men, the Harpies did not know how to make any tools other than plundering in the underworld. Therefore she was very familiar with cleaning up the battlefield. When Sulen subdued the Harpies, they had collected a lot of junk in their nest. Alex squatted down and began to search the corpses. He wasn't uncomfortable with the smell of blood. In comparison, Phyllis was much worse. Although she was quite strong, she hadn't even killed a chicken before. Suddenly facing a ground full of corpses, she couldn't get used to it. These people are so poor. He didn't have a single magic item on him. There's not even a single piece of beautiful gemstone. Just these scrap metal. There are still some silver coins here, but they don't even add up to a kinnar. How dare you rob me when you're so poor? If these people hadn't died, they would have been angered to death by Alex's words. If they had money, who would dare to rob them? Alex, don't care about the junk. We have to hurry up. Otherwise, the old woman will definitely run away when she hears the news. Phyllis urged. Although they were now outside the town and the surroundings were a little desolate, if someone saw them, the news would be easily leaked. Don't worry, she won't be able to run away. Alex collected a dozen silver coins. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. She was a diligent and thrifty queen. With a snap of her fingers, a flash of light appeared. Tracking spell. A magic light converged into a small arrow, pointing at the town not far away. The two immediately followed the arrow's direction and chased after it. At the same time, in a house in the town, the old woman who led Alex and Phyllis here was having a meal with a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly asked, "It's been so long. Did Greyhound and the others succeed?" "Boss, Greyhound and the others haven't returned yet." A person behind him replied. "Why are they so slow? Don't tell me they want to enjoy themselves first. These two are the best. If the price is low because of this, I will skin them alive." The scar-faced man said coldly. "Don't worry, boss, Greyhound and the others know what to do." The two women noticed something was wrong, so they ran out of the town in advance. Calculating the time, they should be back soon. The person behind him quickly said, "No, the situation is not good." At this time, the old woman suddenly said, "Even if they went out of town to catch them, they should have sent someone back to inform us. There is no news for so long, it is very likely that something happened." Something happened? The scar-faced man's face suddenly changed. He directly stood up and said, "Not good, let's evacuate first." When the people around heard this, they immediately began to move. Bang! A loud sound came, the earth shook, and the whole house began to collapse in an instant. The faces of the people in the room changed greatly, and they all wanted to rush out of the house. A shockwave swept out, and the people who had just rushed out were directly sent flying far away, and then fell to the ground heavily, unconscious. Some of the lucky ones managed to avoid the collapsing houses and the shockwave, but before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, they were directly greeted by Alex's wind blades. How could these people be Alex's opponent? In just 2 breaths of time, they were all dealt with by him. Check to see if there are any fish that escaped the net, and then inform the city guards to come and catch them," Alex said. After checking that there was no one else around, the two began to split up. Phyllis returned to San Filto City to call for people, and Alex stayed to watch and see if there were any other clues. Phyllis's speed was very fast. Half an hour later, 2 teams of city guards rushed over and caught these people, including the old woman, all of them. Alex also found a hidden basement under these houses, and found a few girls who had been captured in the basement. After searching a few times and finding no other clues, Alex and Phyllis brought people back to San Filto City, leaving only a few city guards here to deal with the aftermath. San Filto City Prison. Su Lin had a relaxed expression as he drank tea, looking at the officials who were reluctantly entering the prison to be re-educated. This prison was like thunder to the ears of these officials, and none of them were afraid of it. After a period of training, each of them became serious and responsible. At this moment, a soldier hurried over. After a while, he came to Sullen's ear and reported something in a low voice, and Sullen's expression slowly became unsightly. After the soldier finished his report, he directly got up and left, turning around and walking towards the palace. Is it these people? Su Lin looked at the group of tied-up people in front of him and said, these people weren't strong, and the strongest one was only a rank 2 warrior. This kind of strength was basically on the same level as the gangs in the slums. Is there anyone else behind them? We have already interrogated them just now. They used various methods such as kidnapping to secretly capture many girls. These people originally started out as human traffickers and used to be slave leaders. There is indeed someone behind them, and that person is their client. All the girls they abducted were sold to this client. Sullen's expression turned gloomy. It seemed that there really were people who weren't afraid of death, and there were actually people who were playing tricks in front of him. Who is the buyer behind them? I heard from him that it was a noble. Alex pointed at the leader of this group of people. At this moment, the scarred leader looked a little miserable. There were many wounds on his body from whips, and his forearms were bent in a strange direction. His legs were also dripping with blood. However, his eyes looked a little dull, and his mind was probably controlled by Alex. It seems that this group of nobles still don't learn from their mistakes. Su Lin wasn't surprised by this result, and he knew very well what nobles were like. But why did that noble capture so many girls? Su Lin asked curiously. I don't know. Alex shrugged and said. But I heard from him that those people have a hideous tattoo on their body. It looks like a crab but also like an octopus, Alex said. Su Lin raised his eyebrows. He didn't know what it was either. Oh right, you can let him draw it. Alex suddenly said, and then he controlled the scarred leader to draw on the ground. After about 5 minutes, a very abstract drawing appeared in front of Su Lin. In the drawing, the creature's body was like an oval brain, and there were a few eyes on the brain. At the same time, there were many twisted tentacles on the brain, and a mouth full of sharp teeth opened under the eyes, revealing ferocious fangs. Below the brain, there were 10 sharp and long legs evenly distributed on both sides of the body to support its weight. It looked terrifying and hideous and made people shudder. Although the drawing was very abstract, Su Lin still recognized that it was a brain hunter. How could it be this thing? After recognizing that the drawing was a brain hunter, Sullen's face was full of shock and uncertainty. Brain hunters were very dangerous creatures in the Wizard's Monster Guide. These monsters, like their name, loved to eat the brains of humanoid creatures or humans. They were born with a kind of psychic ability, and could directly suck out the brains of humanoid creatures or humans through subspace. These monsters also had another name, and it was called Brain Juice Collector. Their favorite brain was the brain of spellcasters, and they were the public enemy of mages. P.S. It's the end of the month, please vote. Requesting monthly votes. Requesting monthly votes. Chapter 443. Brain hunters are difficult to deal with. Their bodies aren't corporeal. Although you can see them, they aren't completely in our dimension. Part of them is still in the dimension. Ordinary weapons are ineffective against them. Even if it is a magical weapon, they have a 50% chance of being immune to the damage. Moreover, these monsters have the talent of Anywhere Door. Although their bodies are bloated, they can teleport at will with the ability of Anywhere Door. The most troublesome thing was its brain-sucking ability. As long as you were within its line of sight, it could perform a brain-sucking attack on you. Once the attack failed, your brain would be sucked away by it. It really ate your brain. Even if you pass the judgment, you will be stunned once. This thing likes to eat brains, but what does that have to do with capturing those girls? Su Lin was also confused. Do you know where these people are? Su Lin asked. Yes, they are in a noble's territory near San Filto City, Alex said. Lock them up first, Su Lin said and left. It was not easy to deal with a monster like the brain hunters. In a sense, this thing was not weaker than the abominations. He needed to discuss with Hathaway before taking action. North Town City, North Wind Tower, astrology platform. Are you talking about the brain hunters? Hathaway looked at Su Lin in surprise. I'm not sure yet. The human traffickers I captured saw a tattoo similar to the brain hunters on their bodies, Su Lin said. The brain hunters tattoo. It seems that there is a high chance that it is real, Hathaway said. Ordinary people would not know what this monster looked like. Now that there was a tattoo on their bodies, there was a high chance that they had seen this monster. However, there seemed to be something wrong with seeing this monster and coming back alive. According to the brain hunters' habits, they would not let go of human brains. Brain hunters are very difficult to kill. Normal attacks are ineffective against them. Moreover, they have the ability to teleport. We must restrict their ability to teleport. Otherwise we can't deal with them at all, Hathaway said. And that brain-sucking ability of his ordinary spells can't resist it. I remember that you have a ring that can strengthen your mental defense. Here it is. Su Lin removed a ring from his finger and handed it to Hathaway. It was a silver ring. The design of the ring was very simple and unadorned. A large number of runes were carved on it, making it look very mysterious. Hathaway inspected the ring for a while and then injected some energy into it. A strange energy fluctuation appeared on the ring. Hathaway picked up the ring and said, "Not bad, but the spells attached to it are offensive. I'm going to modify it and make it into a defensive ring." Of course. To be honest, the offensive spells on this ring are basically useless to me, Su Lin said with a shrug. This ring used to be enchanted with a spell called Soul Shock, also known as Soul Thorn. This was a spell that directly affected the soul. It ignored defense and dealt damage to the enemy. Even if the judgment failed, it would still cause dizziness. However, he already had the divine ability War Roar. Whether it was the power or the range of the spell, it was much stronger than Soul Shock. Now, in order to defend against the brain-sucking attack of the Brain Hunter, Hathaway was going to modify the ring. As a legendary wizard and a master alchemist, it was easy for her to make a magic item. After giving the ring to Hathaway, Su Lin left the northern city and headed to San Filto City. Not long after he returned to the palace, a few Imperial guards came to deliver the information they had collected. The Imperial guards had spread out in all the areas that Su Lin had occupied. Although they were not at the point where they could infiltrate every nook and cranny, they had done a good job in collecting information. This time, Su Lin had asked them to collect information about the noble and the brain hunter, and they had already collected a lot of information. Your Majesty. The Imperial guards in black stood aside respectfully. Su Lin waved his hand and signaled for the others to leave. He then asked directly, "What information have you collected about the noble's territory during this period? Tell me everything." The embroidered uniform guard didn't hesitate to tell him all the information he had gathered during this period of time. An organization had suddenly emerged in the noble's territory. They did not know when this organization appeared, but they were sure that this organization had been lurking in the secular world for a long time. This organization had been hiding very well before, but it had become more active recently. The members of this organization were very complicated. There were commoners, nobles, merchants, villains, and so on. There were many reasons why these people joined this organization. Some joined for wealth, some for power, and some for power. Is this organization that powerful? Wealth, power, and power. They can provide all of that. Su Lin raised his eyebrows and said, "Knights had already covered more than half of human desires with these three items. What is this organization called? They call themselves the Controller, and they control all the rules and powers of the world," the Imperial Guard said. Su Lin smiled in disdain. Control all the rules and powers? Bullsh*t. If they were really that powerful, why would they need to be so sneaky? Continue. Su Lin shook his head and said to the Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard said carefully, "I'm not sure about the rest, but after joining this organization, they can obtain the power bestowed by the controller through a special sacrificial ceremony. It is said that this power can directly turn an ordinary person into a powerful professional warrior." Su Lin frowned slightly. Sacrificial ceremony, something that sounded unreliable, was most likely a blood sacrifice. This was also a common method used by many to worship evil gods in exchange for power. They captured those girls for the sacrificial ceremony. It is said that the more outstanding and pure a girl is, the higher the chance of receiving a reward after a successful sacrificial ceremony. One of the important reasons why the nobles joined the controller's organization was that Su Lin had pressured them too much. These nobles did not want to give up their power, but they could not defeat Su Lin, so they thought of all kinds of ways to increase their strength. In the end, the controller's organization was noticed by these nobles. Hearing this, Su Lin looked at each other. Su Lin was partly responsible for this outcome, but this was not a reason for them to betray. Are they powerful? Su Lin asked. The Imperial Guard hesitated and said slowly, I don't know. I only know that they are hiding in many places and many nobles are their members. The controller's headquarters is in the south. According to our intelligence, this time it is also an important person. The main priest is used to it. Su Lin nodded and continued, Imperial Guard, continue to gather information according to your method. Inform me immediately if there is any new information. After arranging for people to continue gathering information, Su Lin began to get busy. During this period of time, all kinds of things had piled up because of the demon hunters. In the next few days, Su Lin dealt with government affairs and waited for more information about the brain hunters. On this day, Su Lin once again returned to the Northern Wind Tower. After a few days of busy work, Sulin's ring was completed. In addition to this ring, Hathaway also prepared some other things for him. Take a look, this is the ring I prepared for you. Hathaway said as she handed him a beautifully made silver-white ring. Su Lin looked at it and his eyes lit up. This ring could be said to be completely changed. Soul Protection Ring +4. This is a magic ring made by 2 legendary spellcasters. A powerful spell is engraved on it and it has good defense. Of course, materials: mithril, thorium, magic steel, orichalcum, etc. Equipment requirement: Spirit 20 and above. Equipment effect: Soul Resistance. Soul Resistance +2, Psychic Resistance +2. Equipment skill: Psychic Shield. Instantly build a strong barrier around your body. Can resist psychic attacks. Before the psychic shield is broken, you will not be hurt. In addition to this ring, Hathaway only made a few other pieces of equipment, and they were all used to deal with monsters like the brain hunters. Hathaway pulled Su Lin into the laboratory. At this time, there were only various runic matrices left on the ground. Stand in there. Hathaway pointed at the runic matrices. Su Lin did not hesitate and stood in the middle of the runic matrices in the laboratory. After seeing that Su Lin stood in place, Hathaway activated the runic matrices. A dazzling light flashed, and a strong elemental energy appeared in the laboratory. Then it quickly merged with Sulin's body. What is this? Su Lin was a little surprised. He did not feel any changes in his body. Hathaway said, this is a telepathic communication spell I made. Can be used in battle. Even if you are far away in San Felto City, you can still contact each other. Hearing that telepathic communication could be used over such a long distance, everyone was surprised. Oh right, these are the spatial coordinates. When you find the brain hunter, just leave these coordinates and I will open a portal to go there. Got it? After everything was ready, Su Lin began to go to the noble's fief. The Pegasus was very fast. It only took half an hour to reach the noble's fief. Su Lin did not disturb the people here and went to the destination. This time, the destination was the noble's manor. One of the strongholds of the Dominator's followers was there. The local nobles had already joined the cult. The whole castle was shrouded in evil spirit energy. Su Lin guessed that there was probably a large altar below. Judging from the current situation, this altar should have been built for a period of time, and several blood sacrifices had been carried out. Chapter 444. Alex used the group flying skill to let Su Lin and the others fly in the air. Their figures were hidden by Su Lin using the invisibility skill of the sky illuminating lamp. Hathaway didn't come, but Alex and Phyllis followed. In order to deal with the brain hunter, Su Lin specially sent a team of steel golems from the northern citadel. There were a lot of steel golems in the northern citadel. After being repaired and made by Hathaway, there were now 18 of them. Su Lin directly sent 12 of them this time. Moreover, these steel golems were improved steel golems. The last time Su Lin obtained a high-level golem in the desert ruins, he brought it back in one piece. After a period of disassembly and repair, he obtained a lot of new technology. Then he upgraded these steel golems on the original foundation, strengthened the energy attack, and optimized the defense of the steel golems. Although their strength was still at grade 4, there was a lot of improvement compared to before. Because part of the brain hunter's body was in a different dimension, normal attacks were ineffective. Therefore, only magical weapons and energy attacks could cause damage to them. Moreover, because of their brain-sucking talent, the weak would lose their brains in one hit. This skill was very dangerous for all humanoid creatures and humans, but the steel golems could ignore this most dangerous skill. After all, steel golems didn't have brains. Golems were very suitable to deal with the brain hunter, but relying on the steel golems alone couldn't kill the brain hunter. A flash of light appeared, and Su Lin and the others appeared in the sky above a castle. He turned his head to look at Phyllis and Alex and ordered, "Don't run around later. Monsters like the brain hunter like human brains the most. The one below seems to have some special fetishes. If you get close and are discovered, you won't be able to withstand its attack." "Okay." The two nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Before they came, Su Lin had already let them see the monster illustration book, so they naturally knew how powerful this monster was. The whole castle was shrouded in an evil energy field, but there was no change from the outside. The castle was also covered by other magic power. If Su Lin hadn't confirmed it, even he would have been deceived. Disappear without a trace. With a flash of light, Sullen's mark gradually faded until it completely disappeared. Su Lin asked the two of them to wait outside while he went in alone. As soon as they entered the castle, an evil energy shrouded them. Su Lin frowned slightly. The environment here had turned into something similar to the land of blasphemy. The negative energy was so strong that Su Lin would have thought that he had transmigrated to a lower plane if he was not sure that this was a material plane. The land of blasphemy was usually in the lower planes. It was easy to cast all kinds of negative energy spells here, and it also had a suppressive effect on positive energy spells. Ordinary people would become weak, sick, or even die in such an environment. Su Lin frowned. The environment made him uncomfortable, but it was still bearable. The thunder energy in his body flowed gently, forming an energy shield around his body. It blocked the energy of the blasphemous land. Su Lin exerted some force on his feet and soared into the air. He crossed the wall that was several meters high and entered the castle. Unlike the relaxed situation outside the castle, there were many guards inside the castle. It was obvious that they were relaxed on the outside but tight on the inside. After a brief observation, the strength of the guards in the castle was not bad. They were all strong and well equipped. Some of them even looked like warriors from other places. The style of the weapons they used was completely different from that of the Kingdom of Florence. Such a powerful evil aura. It has changed the environment in reality. This monster has been here for a long time. Su Lin frowned slightly. Under normal circumstances, it was not easy for such extraterrestrial creatures, abyssal demons, hell devils, evil spirits, and other monsters to come to the material plane. They would be easily discovered if they relied on their own strength. It was obvious that this was an inside job. Since the appearance of the elemental tide, many people on the continent began to be restless. The elemental tide could make humans in the material plane stronger, but it would also make all kinds of demons, devils, and evil spirits in the lower planes restless. It could be said that every elemental tide was an opportunity. In the past few thousand years, there were always some lucky ones who took advantage of the elemental tide and the changes in the environment to seize the opportunity to become the new demon lord. Su Lin placed a few dimension markers made by Hathaway in the castle. He then flashed and arrived at the second floor of the castle. One of the rooms on the second floor suddenly opened and a soldier walked out. It seemed like he was about to go out. Su Lin naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. A spiritual light flashed from his hand, and then instantly entered the soldier's body. Dominate human. The soldier's body stiffened for a second before returning to normal. Master. Although Su Lin was only a part-time wizard, his spellcasting ability was not weak. According to the level conversion, he was already at level 13. The spell, Dominate Human, was very effective. It could directly control the opponent's mind. Of course, this kind of control was very rough. After the effect of the spell ended, the opponent would remember that they were being controlled. However, since Su Lin had decided to get rid of the monster here, he would not keep the people in the castle any longer. Tell me everything you know about this place. Su Lin ordered. The soldier in front of him did not hesitate at all. He directly told Su Lin everything he knew about the castle and the things that happened in the castle. The owner of this castle was Count Ferdinand. This noble used to be the military minister of the Kingdom of Florence. However, after Su Lin ascended to the throne, these important places were replaced by Sullen's own people. This once powerful military minister could only stay in San Felto City with his tail between his legs. After getting used to his authority, Count Ferdinand was unwilling to lose it all of a sudden. Thus, he joined the Church of Controllers by chance. After joining the Church of Controllers, Count Ferdinand's strength skyrocketed. What was even more unbelievable was that the previously weak Count Ferdinand was now at least a rank 3 knight. In this castle, other than the original soldiers and guards of Count Ferdinand, There were also many people from the Church of Controllers. On the surface, this castle did not seem to have changed at all. However, in fact, it had become a desecrated place. Count Ferdinand had even dragged the surrounding nobles into his war chariot. It could be said that the nobles in this area were rotten to the core. On the surface, the surrounding towns were still under the control of these nobles. However, in fact, they were under the control of the Church of Controllers. Sullen's face turned ugly. He was still very angry about this happening under his nose. When we get back, speed up the construction of the Imperial Secret Service. After getting the information he wanted and a rough map of the castle, Su Lin continued to explore deeper. After walking through a corridor, Su Lin suddenly heard some movements. There were soldiers guarding both sides of the corridor. "No. You can't do this. Let me go." A woman's exclamation was heard, followed by the sound of tearing cloth. Clang. Something seemed to have been knocked over. The soldiers standing outside did not show any expression. It was obvious that they were familiar with the situation inside. Sullen's heart skipped a beat. He seemed to have understood something in an instant. He walked over in a flash. Under the effect of the invisibility spell, these soldiers did not notice Su Lin at all. In the end, they were easily taken care of by Su Lin. After taking care of a few guards, Su Lin did not stop. He came to the door and used a little force to break the door lock. He then pushed the door open and entered. "Who let you in? Get out of here." A man's voice was full of energy as he scolded without even turning his head. Su Lin pushed the door open and saw a middle-aged man in his 40s pushing a teenage girl onto the bed. The girl's clothes were torn apart, revealing her fair skin. Her face was covered in tears. "You must be Ferdinand." Su Lin frowned. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with the man's actions. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Count Ferdinand's expression was one of astonishment. When he saw Su Lin, he froze for a moment before yelling, "Guards! Where the hell are you all? You don't even know that someone has broken in. What are you doing?" However, Su Lin had already cast a soundproof spell in this space. No sound could be transmitted out. Naturally, no guards would come over. "Stop shouting. I've already sealed this place. No one can hear you even if you shout until your throat is hoarse," Su Lin said with a cold smile. However, something seemed wrong. Why did this line sound so much like a villain's? He was like a bully who was about to force himself on a girl, and Ferdinand, bah. Su Lin hurriedly shook his head and drove the figure of Ferdinand, a fat middle-aged man, out. That picture was too horrifying. "Who are you? Why are you looking for me? I think we can talk slowly in the study." Ferdinand realized that no guards were coming from outside. A bad feeling rose in his heart. As he spoke, he tried to stall for time. At the same time, he suddenly attacked. He grabbed the girl under him and threw her directly at Su Lin. Then he rolled over and dashed toward the weapon that was placed by the wall. Su Lin reached out and caught the girl. Then he put her down. With this delay, Ferdinand had already grabbed the weapon by the wall and stood up. With the weapon in his hand, Ferdinand looked very confident. He felt that everything was under his control. With a clang, he pulled out his sharp sword and pointed it at Su Lin. "Kid, who are you? How did you get here? Tell me and I'll let you die easily. Or else." Chapter 445. Looking at Ferdinand, who was at most a level 3 knight, Su Lin could not help but laugh. "Who gave you the courage to threaten me? Dominate humans." A beam of light flashed past and hit Ferdinand in an instant. However, Ferdinand was not controlled directly. "What's going on?" Su Lin looked at Count Ferdinand in surprise. Even if his strength had reached the level of a level 3 knight, according to the soldier, his strength was not obtained through training. Putting everything else aside, just his willpower alone should be at the level of an ordinary person. However, he was not controlled by his spell. As a level 13 spellcaster, even a warrior of the same level as Su Lin might not be immune to his spell. Just as Su Lin was feeling puzzled, Count Ferdinand's body suddenly twitched. His facial features began to contort and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked extremely ferocious. In the next second, Ferdinand fell to the ground. Traces of blood seeped out from his body. His life force was rapidly weakening and disappearing. Has he been controlled by someone? At the sight of Count Ferdinand's look, Su Lin suddenly recalled something. He walked up and snapped his fingers. At the same time, numerous tiny wind blades appeared and rapidly hovered over Ferdinand's head. As a result, his brown curly hair fell off in a split second, exposing his scalp. On his smooth scalp, there were many terrifying scars. Mind flayers? Su Lin recognized the origin of the scars at a glance. Mind flayers were also known as spirit suckers. They were a notorious creature in the multiverse and were the best at enslaving others. It was said that spirit suckers were not creatures from this universe of the Crystal Wall system. Instead, they migrated here from another universe of the Crystal Wall system. These monsters were ferocious and ugly, with sharp mouthparts and octopus-like tentacles. They were naturally proficient in psychic abilities. An adult spirit-sucking monster was about 1.8 meters tall and weighed about 170 kilograms. Its eyes had no pupils and were milky white in color. Its head was like an octopus and its skin was light purple. There was also a layer of reflective mucus on the surface of its body. These creatures were hermaphroditic. Mind flayers usually lived in the underworld. These monsters liked to enslave other races such as the Grey Dwarves. There was a time when the Grey Dwarves were enslaved by the Mind Flayers, until the Grey Dwarf hero rose and led the Grey Dwarves to escape the Mind Flayers' control. In the past, the Mind Flayers lived in the astral boundary and formed a huge empire to enslave the Giths. Later on, the Giths created a powerful divine artifact. With the help of the divine artifact, they defeated the powerful Mind Flayers. The glorious Mind Flayers' empire then collapsed. In the end, they could only hide in the Underdark to survive. Unexpectedly, these Mind Flayers dared to come to the surface world and cause trouble. The appearance of the Mind Flayers also let Su Lin know that the Brain Hunter was at least an adult. Only powerful adult Brain Hunters could attract Mind Flayers as their followers. Some especially powerful Brain Hunters would even have perfect Mind Flayers as their partners. Looks like the things in the altar below are a little troublesome. Su Lin frowned slightly. My lord, save me, save me. Seeing Su Lin easily kill Count Ferdinand, the frightened girl suddenly came back to her senses and scrambled to Sullen's side. Sorry, I still have things to do. It's going to be very dangerous, so I can't bring you along. However, there will be chaos here in a while. Those guards probably won't be able to take care of you. You just have to run for your life when the time comes. Su Lin didn't agree. He casually tossed the weapon next to him to defend herself, then turned and left the room. After leaving the room, Su Lin continued to walk down. After reaching this place, there were no longer any soldiers patrolling. Instead, there were some humans in black robes. There was a strong aura of negative energy on these people's bodies, as well as a nauseating stench. Su Lin's figure flashed and arrived beside these black-robed men. A long halberd surrounded by lightning appeared in his hand. Lightning flashed and these black-robed men didn't even have the chance to make a sound before they were killed by the storm war halberd. The formidable power of lightning turned their corpses into charcoal. The black-robed people fell to the ground like wheat being cut down. Su Lin quickly sneaked into the castle. Until now, no one had discovered him. Accompanied by flashing lightning, the enemies were turned into charcoal one after another. Along the way there were more than 10 charcoal corpses. These people from the Church of Controllers were not much stronger than chickens in front of Su Lin. After passing through a hall, Su Lin continued to walk down. There were many strange and eerie murals on the walls of the corridor. These murals were carved with all kinds of strange monsters. The most eye-catching one was an ugly monster that looked like a brain. It had many tentacles, dozens of eyes, a ferocious mouth and spider-like legs. It looked very creepy. At the end of the corridor, a door blocked his way. Su Lin could clearly sense the strong negative energy behind the door. He didn't need to guess to know that the monster he was looking for was inside. Su Lin smiled and didn't go in directly. The commotion just now must have alerted the people inside. Perhaps they were waiting for Su Lin to break in. Mind Link. Su Lin directly activated the mind link that Hathaway had cast on him. In an instant he crossed thousands of miles and connected with Hathaway. Hathaway, activate the group teleportation spell and teleport the Golem army. Su Lin said directly in his mind. Understood. Hathaway immediately acted. Northwind Principality, Northwind Tower, Astrology Platform. Hathaway was wearing a gorgeous wizard robe. Her eyes were closed. A powerful elemental energy rose from her body. Runes lit up under her feet. Hathaway waved her arm and a beam of light descended from the sky. In an instant, 12 fully charged steel golems were enveloped. In the next second, a portal opened. The beam of light connected to the steel golems and they disappeared without a trace. Boom! There was a loud noise. 12 steel golems suddenly appeared in front of her. As soon as they appeared, they attacked. The heavy door was directly sent flying. Boom boom boom. Flames, ice, lightning and even powerful psionic fluctuations smashed at the steel golems. However, under the powerful magical defense of the steel golems, no serious damage was caused. At most, the surface of the golems was blackened. The psionic blasts had no effect on the steel golems. The steel golems were immune to all psionic and mental attacks. After a wave of attacks, there was no result. Before these people could react, the steel golems' counterattack arrived. Enemy discovered. Activate attack command. Activate energy attack. Crack. The steel golem's arms suddenly turned. Then something like a cannon barrel appeared on their arms. Then energy cannons were instantly fired. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions sounded. The black-robed people were directly torn to pieces by these energy cannons. Even the mind flayers were in a sorry state. Facing these steel golems, 80% of the mind flayers' strength was crippled. Their psionic abilities were completely ineffective. Their magic attack damage was weakened, and their physical attacks were directly crushed. The 12 steel golems quickly advanced with heavy footsteps. All the enemies in front of them were eliminated. While the steel golems were displaying their might, Su Lin didn't stay idle. He quickly took out the runic seals made by Hathaway and activated them. In just a few breaths, all the dozen runic seals were successfully activated. Spatial sealing array activated. A magic light appeared in an instant. Then the space around the castle instantly became extremely tough. The difficulty of casting teleportation spells increased by several levels. It became very difficult to cast spatial spells. Quick wake up master. Facing Sullen's offensive, those human cultists simply couldn't stop it. Every time the steel golems brandished their weapons, at least one cultist would be killed. Even the mind flayers suffered heavy losses. A crazy cultist took out a scarlet dagger and then frantically stabbed his own heart. In the end, he even muttered some indescribable language. After the blood spurted out, it didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it gathered in the air and quickly extracted the blood from his body. That cultist turned into a dried corpse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the blood on the ground was drawn by that strange power. A large amount of blood quickly gathered. At the same time, on the underground altar, the blood of the dozen girls who had already fallen in a pool of blood was all extracted. A large amount of blood soaked into the altar. A phantom slowly emerged from the altar. At the same time, a terrifying evil energy also appeared on the altar. As the evil light spread, the phantom also became solid. It had the appearance of an ugly brain, a dozen disgusting tentacles, scarlet eyes, a hideous mouth and long legs like a spider. Mind Flayer. Sullen's eyes narrowed. The powerful lightning energy in his body quickly circulated. Countless lightning bolts appeared around him. Lightning Domain. A powerful force of thunder and lightning burst out from him, and Su Lin was surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. Countless thunder snakes wandered back and forth in the space around him, and the dim basement was illuminated by the lightning. Thunderstorm spell. Lightning surged. A lightning energy as thick as a bucket fell from the sky. It directly penetrated the top few floors of the castle and instantly struck the Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer's body moved slightly. He wanted to teleport away. However, as soon as he moved, Su Lin, who had been waiting for a long time, instantly activated the anti-magic domain. There was already a spatial seal. In addition to Sullen's anti-magic domain, the Mind Flayer's teleportation was instantly interrupted. Before he could dodge, he was hit by the violent lightning. Chapter 446. The dazzling lightning instantly engulfed the Brain Hunter, and the powerful lightning energy exploded on the Brain Hunter's body. Even the altar below collapsed under the aftermath of the attack. The Brain Hunter's huge body twitched violently, and small cracks appeared on the surface of its body, but they quickly recovered. Although his body looked like a brain and seemed to be easily injured, in fact, his own defense was very strong. The evil spirit energy force field surrounding his body could weaken attacks. A brain full of arcane energy. Such a perfect brain, it must taste delicious. The Brain Hunter stared at Sullen's head with greedy eyes. Su Lin was a wizard, but he was also a spellcaster. To the Brain Hunter, a spellcaster's head was very attractive. Brain sucking. The Brain Hunter waved its tentacles at Su Lin, and a powerful psionic ability suddenly appeared. Su Lin instantly felt his scalp tingling, and a strong sense of danger appeared in his mind. Without thinking, Su Lin subconsciously dodged, and the ground under his feet shattered. His body instantly appeared more than 10 meters away. As soon as he stood still, he saw a terrifying psionic ability suddenly appear at the place where he was fighting. If Su Lin didn't have the talent of the sixth sense, he would have dodged the attack in advance. Otherwise, his brain would have been hit directly. However, the brain hunter seemed to have captured his position. The area of the hall was not big, and other than its family, Su Lin was the only normal human. After discovering that Su Lin had dodged, it suddenly threw out a few tentacles. The tentacles that were originally 2 to 3 meters long suddenly began to expand, and the tentacles instantly turned into twisted poisonous snakes that were more than 20 meters long. They fiercely whipped at Su Lin. Bang! The protective barrier spell on the ring was shattered in an instant. Su Lin's storm battle halberd swept across and blocked the tentacles' attack. However, there was not only one tentacle attacking Su Lin but several. One of the tentacles twisted in a direction and whipped at Su Lin again. Su Lin twisted his body, and the tentacle almost brushed past Su Lin's body and hit the ground beside him, which directly shattered the ground. Thunder Prison. Dazzling lightning burst out from Su Lin's body. After activating the thunder territory, Su Lin's control of thunder and lightning was further improved. There were countless thunder snakes swimming in the area of 50 meters around him. Powerful thunder and lightning burst out in an instant, and the thunder and lightning turned into a cage, trapping the brain hunter in an instant. In the next second, endless thunder and lightning power burst out. The brain hunter's huge body trembled, and then a powerful evil force erupted from its body. The two forces collided violently, and with a roar, the thunder prison was directly broken by it. Chain of fireballs. Scorching flames appeared in an instant, and 5 football-sized fireballs directly smashed into the brain hunter's ferocious mouth. Flames flew everywhere and waves of air rolled. The brain hunter had a special teleportation ability, and its casting speed was very fast. Ordinary wizards would need to coordinate with hand gestures when casting flash, but the brain hunter could directly disappear. Although Su Lin had used Hathaway's space-sealing rune circle and his anti-magic territory before the battle began, it only increased the difficulty of casting spells. It could not cast spells as it pleased. Every time it cast a spell, it could not use the elemental energy in the surrounding space. It could only use its own energy, and without replenishment, every time the brain hunter cast a spell, it would consume its own energy. After all, the space-sealing rune circle made by Hathaway was only temporary, and she did not personally make it. Moreover, even if Hathaway personally made a barrier to seal this space, it would still be difficult to completely stop the brain hunter's spatial spells. This was because the castle was constantly emitting blasphemous energy. As for the dimensional anchor, the brain hunter was very alert. It did not give Su Lin any chance to use the dimensional anchor to lock it. A twisted tentacle shot out. Although it looked like a tentacle, as long as one was hit, the water in one's body would be instantly extracted. Moreover, once one was entangled by this tentacle, one would have to face the pincer attack of more than a dozen tentacles. Bah! The most annoying thing is to fight with enemies with so many hands or tentacles. The advantage is too big. Su Lin cursed as he dodged a tentacle. More than 10 tentacles attacked one after another. You only have 2 hands. You have no morals at all. Moreover, the brain hunter's attack was almost without warning. It was completely launched with its mind. Su Lin could not capture the opponent's attack trajectory because the brain hunter was a semi-void creature. It completely ignored the terrain, and all of its movements violated the laws of physics. If it was not for his sixth sense, which could predict danger, it would be even more difficult to deal with this kind of enemy. Death Strangle. More than 10 tentacles mixed with rich negative energy shot out. However, the target was not Su Lin, but more than 10 steel golems around. It turned out that the steel golems had taken advantage of the time when Su Lin and the brain hunter were fighting to kill all the cultists and mind flayers. The brain hunter was very dangerous to humans. After all, its ability was to restrain flesh and blood. However, it was not enough to deal with the golems. Brain-sucking talent was useless, poison was useless, and the biting effect was limited. The steel golem's physical defense was still very good, and the tentacles could only cause ordinary damage. But the steel golem was different. The 12 energy cannons instantly hit the brain hunter and light flickered. These energy cannons were a bit more powerful than 6 circle spells, but they didn't cause much damage to the brain hunter. This kind of attack wasn't harmful to the brain hunter, but it was extremely humiliating. The brain hunter was furious after being hit by the energy cannons. More than 10 tentacles waved and attacked the steel golems. The steel golems that weighed several tons were also hit by the tentacles, but the damage was not high. The brain hunter was also a very dangerous creature in the multiverse. It was said that the strongest brain hunter had even seized the brain of a demigod. Even the holy form of the gods was dangerous when facing this monster. The main reason was that their ability was too strong against flesh and blood. When you face this kind of monster, not only do you have to deal with its attacks, but you also have to deal with its brain-sucking ability. A brain hunter could retain up to 13 brains, and each additional brain would increase its level by 1. If all 13 brains were filled, then the brain hunter would have an additional 13 levels, and its strength would increase to level 39. This level of brain hunter was not much worse than some gods. Brain hunters were very difficult to kill. Other than the fact that their bodies were invisible, the other reason was their teleportation ability. Although part of their teleportation ability was restricted, it was still far from enough to kill them. Su Lin turned his palm, and a flag wrapped in elemental energy appeared in his hand. It was the Wind Dragon flag. The moment the Wind Dragon flag was taken out, Su Lin directly activated the skill, Lightning Storm, attached to it. A powerful energy burst out in an instant, and endless thunder and lightning gathered. A large number of dark clouds appeared above the castle, and the castle was shrouded. The sky suddenly darkened and tornadoes rose. The tornadoes that were hundreds of meters tall seemed to connect the earth to the sky. In these tornadoes there were countless thunder and lightning flashing. A powerful storm suddenly appeared and quickly attacked the castle. The guards outside the castle were directly swept up by the storm and disappeared in the thunder and lightning. Rumble. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky and directly struck the castle. The castle, which was originally built with hard rock, began to crack. Under the continuous thunder and lightning attack, many parts of the castle began to collapse. In the basement, due to the environmental factors, the effect of the lightning storm was not very good. Even so, the entire underground hall was occupied by the power of thunder and lightning. The ruthless and endless power of thunder and lightning occupied this space, and did not give the brain hunter a chance to escape. Thunder and lightning covered the brain hunter's body, and the dense thunder and lightning directly broke the energy shield on the surface of its body, leaving a large area of scorched marks on its body. If this was not underground but outside, Su Lin was even confident that he could beat the brain hunter half to death with the lightning storm. If there was a suitable weather, Su Lin could directly trigger a natural thunderstorm, and it would not be impossible to directly kill the brain hunter. The chaotic power of thunder and lightning had a great impact on the space transmission, and the brain hunter's space flash was completely ineffective. Bigby's crushing palm. Su Luan's silhouette flashed and instantly rushed towards the brain hunter. A 4-meter big palm quickly flew out and ruthlessly hit the brain hunter's body. The Bigby's spells were much more effective against this kind of life form. The brain hunter screamed, and its huge body was directly sent flying by the slap. Many cracks appeared on its body, and there were even drops of black blood scattered on the ground. Its body even went into a temporary state of rigidity. After sending it flying with the Bigby spell, Su Lin did not stop, and his body flashed and rushed up again. The brain hunter had extremely high magic and physical defense. It was estimated that it would be impossible to kill it with magic attacks alone, even if Su Lin exhausted all his energy. The storm halberd appeared in his hand, and the endless power of thunder and lightning gathered on the storm halberd in an instant. The whole weapon was surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning, and the surrounding power of thunder and lightning was also attracted by the storm halberd. A powerful force gathered on the storm halberd. Chapter 447. Cat's Grace. Maximum Spell. Dragon Strength. Maximum Spell. Greater Haste. Maximum Spell. Owl's Insight. Maximum Spell. Bear's Tenacity. Maximum Spell. Weakening Curse. Maximum Spell. Greater Slow. Maximum Spell. In an instant, a large number of spells flashed. Su Lin instantly released the spells that he had prepared. His already powerful aura became even stronger, and the brain hunter's speed was significantly reduced. Su Lin instantly appeared in front of the brain hunter and swung the storm battle halberd that was already in its full state. Bang! A pair of wings made entirely of lightning energy appeared on his back. Sullen's power was also fully unleashed at this moment. The storm battle halberd carried an infinite amount of lightning energy. It was like a bolt of lightning that cut through the darkness and slashed toward the brain hunter. Whoosh! The tentacles that were blocking the attack were directly cut off by the storm battle halberd. The originally tough and sturdy tentacles were easily cut off. The storm battle halberd even left a deep wound on the brain hunter's body. The lightning energy gushed out and turned the wound into a charred black. At the same time, Sullen's figure quickly disappeared. With the help of the surrounding lightning and the pair of lightning wings behind him, Su Lin had a teleportation ability. At the same time, the tentacles on the Brain Hunter's head instantly shot out and turned into poisonous snakes that attacked Sullen's previous position. Although Su Lin was a half-baked spellcaster, after activating the Thunder Domain and Lightning Storm, this area had completely become his home ground. He could quickly flash in this space and the Brain Hunter was greatly hindered. The battle between the two sides became more intense. Su Lin, who was in his full state, was getting more and more comfortable with the fight. Several tentacles of the Brain Hunter were scattered on the ground. The tentacles on the Brain Hunter's head were quickly being cut off. Looking at the situation, it wouldn't be long before all the tentacles were cut off. In the face of such a crisis, the Brain Hunter was obviously very flustered. Its figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of Su Lin. Sullen's Storm Battle Halberd did not dodge, and a powerful psionic ability instantly erupted in its body. Brain-sucking. At such a close distance, even with his sixth sense talent, Su Lin was unable to dodge in time. The powerful psionic ability instantly hit Sullen's head, but at this moment, the silver ring on his finger suddenly erupted with psionic energy. Spirit defense. An invisible protective energy instantly enveloped him. Bang. His spirit defense successfully blocked the Brain Hunter's brain-sucking attack. However, even though he managed to block the attack, his spirit defense was on the verge of collapsing. The next attack would definitely break it. After being attacked, Su Lin did not retreat. Instead, he waved the storm halberd in his hand even faster, completely exchanging injuries for injuries. In just a moment, another tentacle was cut off by him, leaving a serious wound on the Brain Hunter's body. Boom. A loud noise was heard. Sullen's figure flashed and quickly retreated, avoiding the Brain Hunter's entanglement. He did not want to be entangled by the Brain Hunter. His heart defense could only last for a while. If he was entangled, even if he managed to kill the Brain Hunter, he would have to pay a painful price. The Brain Hunter, who had been suppressed by Su Lin, became even more violent. It constantly attacked Su Lin and tried to completely break the surrounding space. The restrictions here greatly affected its combat power. Sinister Strike. A tentacle mixed with dense evil energy shot out and instantly appeared in front of Su Lin. Sullen's halberd blocked it, but his body was directly sent flying a few meters. In the next second, when Su Lin was about to flash again, he suddenly realized that more than 2/3 of the energy in his body had been consumed. Although the Brain Hunter in front of him looked miserable, its vitality was still very strong. It would not be easy to kill it in a short time. Boom. A sharp bone spike suddenly pierced out from the ground. Su Lin moved his feet and instantly dodged it. However, a second bone spike pierced out from the ground and instantly attacked his defense barrier. The third, the fourth, the fifth. Sharp bone spikes shot out one after another. The sharp bone spikes continuously attacked Su Lin. At the same time, the Brain Hunter's huge body rushed over again. This can't go on. Su Lin continuously dodged the Brain Hunter's attacks. Hathaway, are you ready? Su Lin opened the telepathic communication and asked. Ready? Hathaway's voice sounded from the bottom of his heart. After hearing Hathaway's voice, Su Lin showed a touch of joy. Finally. Let's see if you can survive this time. Activate the long-range attack. Okay. Hathaway said. Get ready, prepare to open the space passage. The North Wind Tower's particle cannon was only at the basic level. Fortunately, its attack range was 500 kilometers. However, this place was more than 500 kilometers away from the North Town. In order to use the North Wind Tower's particle cannon, some special methods had to be used. Wizard Tower Spirit Milky Way activated. Elemental Pool activated. Calculating the space coordinates. The space coordinates have been connected. Beginning to lock the space coordinates. Opening the space passage. Charging the magic energy particle railgun. Charging 5%, 10%, 90%, 95%, 100%, charging complete. After the Brain Hunter discovered that Sullen's attack had weakened, it began to reconstruct Su Lin to launch a counterattack. The Brain Hunter hated the man who cut off its antennae. Brain Drain. The Spirit Shield blocked the attack once again. However, after this, the Spirit Shield was completely shattered and disappeared. Sullen's body flew out. All the defensive spells on his body had been shattered. Due to the lack of energy, Su Lin kept dodging the Brain Hunter's attacks. He gradually fell into a disadvantageous position in the battle. At this time, the entire castle could not withstand the destruction of the two and finally collapsed. Phyllis and Alex stood on a hill in the distance and saw the scenery around the castle. She could not capture the movement of the two sides at all. However, she could determine Sullen's position through the flashing light in the air. The space passage has been opened. A strong elemental energy was activated from Hathaway's body. In the next second, a space passage appeared in front of them. The other side of the space passage was the sky above the castle. Beginning to lock onto the target enemy. Target enemy has been locked. Rumble. Along with the trembling of the ground, the brain hunter's huge body moved again. It was a little irritable that it could not kill Sulin. Bang. Sulin was sent flying again. However, the visual level in the air had been activated. Ding. Target detected. There are other areas around the target. Target locked. Sulin heard the voice of the tower spirit, Milky Way. Dimensional anchor. Thunder prison. This time, Sullen's figure suddenly rose into the air. Endless thunder and lightning instantly exploded and turned into a thunder and lightning cage, trapping the brain hunter again. At the same time, Milky Way's voice sounded in the northern wind tower. Magic particle railgun. Fire. The entire wizard tower shook violently. The fully charged magic particle railgun instantly exploded. Terrifying elemental energy was shot out from the top of the wizard tower. In the sky, a purple pulse of energy shot out. It was like a meteor streaking across the sky, instantly disappearing into the spatial tunnel in the air. Although it was just a flash because of the huge energy trajectory, it left a purple light trace in the sky that did not disappear for a long time. Countless people in the northern town saw the terrifying energy beam. The Church of Wisdom, the Church of War, the Church of Dawn, and other churches in the northern town had a look of fear in their eyes. Magic particle railgun, how did he get such a powerful weapon? Looks like we don't pay enough attention to him. Immediately report to the temple. Who is he dealing with that he actually needs to use such a weapon? Is he trying to show us? Just after the wizard tower fired the magic particle railgun, all the major temples in the northern town immediately decided to suspend all activities in the northern wind duchy to avoid unnecessary trouble. Rumble. The purple railgun passed through the space passage. The energy beam that was emitting a shocking elemental wave fell from the sky. The already dilapidated castle was instantly pierced through like a thin piece of paper. The brain hunter, who had just been restrained, became extremely frightened at this moment. It frantically struggled to break free from the cage. The cage made of thunder and lightning was on the verge of collapsing under its struggle. It did not care about the damage caused by the thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning chains were constantly collapsing, and it was about to break free completely. The dazzling light beam instantly hit the brain hunter. After a violent explosion, the entire world seemed to have sunk into silence. The originally tall and majestic castle had completely disappeared, replaced by a shocking crater. The terrifying shockwave formed a giant mushroom cloud that was over 100 meters tall. Countless clouds of dust covered the sky as the shockwave quickly spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, trees and buildings were swept away like leaves being swept away by a gust of wind. A protective barrier lit up in front of Sulin and blocked the shockwave. When all the dust settled, the others could finally see the situation on the battlefield. The scene in front of them shocked everyone. The original castle was directly wiped out from the ground. Not even a piece of broken wall was left. The original location of the castle had become a deep pit that was about 500 meters deep. The pit was more than 50 meters deep, and the edge of the pit had completely turned into hard crystals. The brain hunter that was in the center of the explosion had completely disappeared. It was directly hit by the magic particle railgun. Even if the brain hunter was in perfect condition, it would not be able to withstand this level of attack. Chapter 448. No, it's not dead yet. Sulin suddenly reacted. He didn't hear the system prompt, which meant that the brain hunter was still alive. At this moment, there were some noises coming from the black hole at the bottom of the battlefield. Then, a severely mutilated brain hunter appeared in front of him. The brain hunter looked extremely miserable. The tentacles on its head had all disappeared, and only 3 of its 12 spidery legs were left. His brain-like body had become tattered, and only 5 of his 13 eyes remained intact. Half of his body had disappeared without a trace, and his life force had fallen to the lowest point. The brain hunter's ethereal body didn't have any fatal parts, and its life force was extremely tenacious. It actually survived the tactical attack just now. Although it survived, it was now in a very dangerous state and its life force was very weak. As soon as a brain hunter escaped from the particle cannon, it flew away without hesitation. It was obvious that the attack just now had scared it out of its wits. "Wanna run? Stay." Sullen's figure appeared out of thin air again and blocked the Brain Hunter's path. He was also a little worried about the Brain Hunter's tenacious life force, but since the cannon didn't kill it, he would directly hack it to death. Dimensional Anchor. A magic light flashed and instantly hit the Brain Hunter's ethereal body. Its body that had already entered the alternate dimension was directly expelled. Confinement. 5 high-quality magic gems instantly turned into little fluorescent lights. This was a confinement tool specially made by Hathaway. It could even trap the Brain Hunter for a few seconds. A silver-white rune appeared in an instant, and then directly restrained the Brain Hunter's body. Slash. Su Luan's figure flashed and appeared beside the Brain Hunter. He swung the Storm War halberd in his hand and swung it down. Endless lightning formed a lightning blade on the halberd's blade. Following a flash of lightning, the Brain Hunter before him was instantly split in half. The Storm Halberd was very sharp and had the effect of breaking magic. With Sullen's great strength and weakness detection, he could directly kill the Brain Hunter. A strong negative energy aura instantly spread from his corpse, and the surrounding lightning power spontaneously attacked, directly dispersing the negative energy that had condensed into a solid entity. Soul Binding Technique. Su Lin took out a high-quality magic gem that he had prepared beforehand. A dazzling radiance blossomed from the gem. Purple magic energy gushed out and directly turned into chains that instantly wrapped around the black mist. The black mist was instantly dispersed, revealing the soul of the Brain Hunter. An energy vortex suddenly appeared with the magical gemstone as the center. An invisible suction force tore at the soul of the Brain Hunter, trying to pull it into the vortex. Realizing that this was its last chance, the Brain Hunter struggled to escape. However, the rune chains on its body tightly bound it and pulled it into the vortex bit by bit. In the end, the Brain Hunter let out a miserable shriek as it was completely pulled into the gemstone by the chains. As the Brain Hunter's soul was absorbed into the magical gemstone, the originally dazzling magical gemstone quickly turned into a pure black gemstone. There was even an evil force field around the gemstone. This magical gemstone had been transformed into an extremely evil magic stone by the soul of the Brain Hunter. If it was left alone, this magic stone would constantly emit an evil aura that would slowly change the surrounding environment, and even corrupt ordinary people. Thunder Prison. Endless lightning appeared again. Su Lin gently threw this magic stone into the Thunder Prison. The endless lightning quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Prison had shrunk to the size of the magic stone. With a flash of lightning, it instantly merged with the magic stone. A piece of black gemstone gently fell into Sullen's hand. The original evil aura had all disappeared. Su Lin heaved a sigh of relief. With the death of the Brain Hunter, Su Lin also dispersed the Thunder territory. After all, there was not much energy in his body now. Su Lin casually put away the 2 halves of the Brain Hunter's corpse. He looked around and then prepared to leave. The entire castle had disappeared, so naturally there were no other spoils. Su Lin felt a little regretful. One must know that aristocrats generally accumulated a lot of wealth in their castles. These were originally his spoils of war, but they were all gone with a single blast. Next time I should take the spoils of war away in advance. Su Lin glanced at the deep pit and said. In addition to the Brain Hunter's corpse, Sullen's 12 steel golems also needed to be teleported back. During the battle just now, these steel golems had already escaped in advance. Although they were still a little damaged, their soul cores were intact. They could be used again after some repairs. The original location of the castle had turned into a deep pit. It seemed that the attack just now had opened up the underground water layer. Water continued to appear in this deep pit. Perhaps it would not be long before a small lake appeared here. Outside the battlefield. When Sullen's figure landed from the sky, Alex and Phyllis, who were waiting at the side, immediately rushed over. Did you get rid of that monster? Are you hurt? Was that attack just now Sister Hathaway cast? It's too powerful. Su Lin stretched out his hand and knocked on their heads. Then he said, Okay, it's done. Let's get out of here first. The earth-shattering commotion just now naturally alarmed many people. If it were not for the fact that they did not dare to approach, they would have already come to watch the show. Su Lin snapped his fingers and contacted Hathaway through the telepathic link. He asked her to open the teleportation portal. A magic light descended from the sky, and Sullen's group, along with the steel golems, all disappeared. After dealing with the Brain Hunter, Su Lin returned to the Northwind Tower. Hathaway, who had been anxiously waiting, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were not for the fact that the particle cannon needed someone to operate and open the portal, she would have gone with Su Lin. Sister Hathaway. You're too powerful. Was that purple beam of light a spell you cast? Too powerful. Such a big castle just disappeared, and the place where it used to be turned into a lake. And that ugly big bug was also cut in half by Su Lin. It was a thrilling adventure. I'm going to record it down and let the bard sing it. Alex, who was talking non-stop, was directly cast by Su Luan's anti-magic and muting technique. His mouth kept opening and closing, but he couldn't make any sound. Su Lin took out the body of the brain hunter just now and handed it to Hathaway. This is the body of the brain hunter. Deal with it as you see fit. Phyllis and Alex returned to San Felto City. The battle just now must have alarmed the people of San Felto City. You two go back and guard it in case the people below have other ideas. Alright, that's all for now. I need to rest. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Su Lin arranged everything and went into seclusion. The battle just now could be said to be the most difficult battle Su Lin had ever encountered. The energy in his body was almost depleted, so he did not check his rewards immediately. Instead, he used meditation to recover his energy. The seclusion room was connected to the elemental pool. The elemental energy here was abnormally abundant. When Su Lin was meditating, a large amount of elemental energy began to enter his body. When Su Lin woke up again, he had completely recovered. After getting up and moving his body, Su Lin began to check his rewards. The battle is over. You have obtained an epic victory. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the brain hunter. You have obtained 352,100 experience points. You have obtained the item Star Iron. You have obtained the item Adamantine Ingot X3. You have obtained the item Mithril Ingot X3. You have obtained the item Mountain Copper Ingot X3. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully killed the brain hunter. You have obtained the Diamond Treasure Chest X2. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully destroyed the stronghold of the Overseer cult. You have obtained an epic victory. You have obtained 283,000 experience points. The Overseer Cult Annihilation Battle, Advanced Legendary. In October 1688 of the Huiwa calendar, you have discovered traces of the Overseer cult. After searching for a while, you have found their stronghold. You have successfully raided this stronghold and eliminated the mind flayers and brain hunters. Your name has spread widely across the continent. Prestige plus 10. The experience points gained this time were a lot. Su Lin directly leveled up to level 28. The 2 attribute points he obtained were also added to his dexterity. He didn't obtain many items this time, but he did obtain a lot of precious metals. Star Iron was a metal that was very rare in the prime material plane. It was usually only found in the astral plane. This was the core left behind after the death of a star. It was a very precious metal that had many uses. The legendary neutron star golem required this metal. In addition to these, adamantine, mithril, and mountain copper were also precious metals. After making the particle cannon, the precious metals stored in the Northwind Tower had been depleted. Now that he had these, it was just enough to replenish them. The reward this time was also 2 diamond treasure chests. These should be the best treasure chests at the moment. Including these 2, Su Lin had only obtained 3 of these treasure chests. Opening the storage space, the 2 crystal clear diamond treasure chests appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, Su Lin chose to open the treasure chests. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item Danger Tungsten Steel X1. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully opened the diamond treasure chest. You have obtained the item 9 Transformations Golden Pill X1. After hearing the system prompt, Su Lin immediately checked the attributes of the 2 items. Danger Tungsten Steel, a magical metal that fell from the heavens. It is a precious magical material that is one of the materials used to forge divine artifacts. The Danger Tungsten Steel contains a magical power. After equipping it, you will receive a buff. Mental Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Innate Effects. Mana Recovery Mind's Eye. Attribute bonuses above 50 are ineffective. Chapter 449. The perilous tungsten steel was the same as the 9th heaven black iron. They were both materials used to forge artifacts. Moreover, the material itself had power and could increase attributes. It just so happened that the original perilous tungsten steel had lost its effect. His mental strength had long exceeded 30 points. Now this perilous tungsten steel came at the right time. The upper limit of his mental strength increased to 50 points. Moreover, the 2 additional talents were also very good. The mana recovery effect was doubled compared to before. The other talent was Heart's Eye, which could see through illusions. With this talent he would be able to ignore most illusion spells. Illusionists would be beaten up in front of him. Moreover, this perilous tungsten steel was a material used to forge artifacts. It would be useful when he had the ability to forge artifacts in the future. The other item from the diamond treasure chest was the 9 transformation golden pill. The name of this item sounded very impressive. Su Lin couldn't wait to check it out. 9 transformation golden pill, a miraculous pill made with 36 rare herbs and hundreds of potions. It has incredible medicinal effects. After use, it can increase 5 free attribute points. A bottle of 5 pills. Increase 5 free attribute points. After seeing the effect of this bottle of elixir, Su Lin also beamed with joy. With this elixir he could soon increase all his attributes to 50 points. This pill was much more effective than the Jade Fragment Golden Pill, Wisdom Leaf and Big Dipper Serum. After carefully putting away this bottle of pills, Su Lin took out the most valuable loot. It was the magical gem that imprisoned the Brain Hunter's soul. The Brain Hunter was worshipped as a god by the Overseer cult. Although it wasn't a true god and was only a false god, an evil god, the worship of its believers had brought it a lot of benefits, the most obvious of which was its divinity. After Su Lin killed the Brain Hunter, he found divinity in its soul. This was also the reason why the Brain Hunter's soul didn't leave behind a legendary grade soul crystal. On this soul binding stone, other than the Brain Hunter's soul, there were 2 more divinity. Divinity was the most mystical energy in the multiverse. It could fuse with all kinds of energy. It didn't matter if the energy was noble or lowly, holy or evil, orderly or chaotic. The gods had divinity and so did the demons and devils. Even the evil gods and abominations had divinity. This power seemed to come from the bloodline, but it also seemed to come from the soul. Like most divine creatures and abominations, the divinity in their bodies mostly came from the bloodline. Because their parents or ancestors were gods or related to gods, they inherited the bloodline of gods and thus had divinity. Demigod liches didn't have any flesh or blood, but they had divinity. This divinity came from their souls. Then there were the ancient demonic creatures and monsters that also had divinity in their souls. Even at the most glorious time of the Arcane Empire, the great arcanists had not thoroughly studied the secrets of divine power. Of course they had gained something. Since the age of thorium, these arcanists had been eager to master the power of divinity. They even thought about seizing the power of the gods. One of the craziest arcanists even specially researched and invented a 12-circle super spell, Casus's Gate. He succeeded but also failed. He succeeded because he successfully killed a god and seized the power of the god. He failed because the body of an ordinary person couldn't bear the huge power of the god and exploded. The final result was a huge disaster in the age of thorium. And because of this reason, Casus's Gate was banned, and all spells were destroyed. Of course, there were also some arcanists who turned into liches for a long life. They studied some secrets of divinity for a long time and became demigod liches. Su Lin brought the magical stone that sealed the Brain Hunter to the astrology platform. At this time, Hathaway was looking through the information. She was now studying the puzzle. The Wizard Tower didn't have a puzzle to protect it. Is this the soul binding stone of the Brain Hunter? Seeing Su Lin coming, Hathaway said in surprise. Yes. Su Lin nodded and said, "Come and help me. I need to separate the divinity and soul power in its soul." Okay. Hathaway nodded. The 2 of them quickly set up a runic array and placed the soul-binding stone inside the runic array. With the powerful energy rushing out of the element pool, Surin and Hathaway's figures were suspended in the air, one on the left and one on the right. Unseal. A light flashed in Sullen's hand, and the soul-binding stone flew directly. The lightning power on the surface of the soul-binding stone began to slowly release. In an instant, an evil aura appeared from the soul-binding stone. Soul extraction. Hathaway reached out and grabbed the soul-binding stone. Then, silver runic chains appeared and shot into the soul-binding stone. In the next second, the Brain Hunter's painful howl sounded on the astrology platform. As the silver chains continued to pull, the soul of the Brain Hunter was slowly dragged out. The Brain Hunter that was dragged out struggled frantically to get rid of the silver chains. However, under Hathaway's power, all its movements were in vain. Soul extraction. Su Lin waved his staff, and a purple soul power was instantly extracted from the soul of the Brain Hunter. This power was filled with evil, depravity, and other negative emotions. This was also the origin of the evil power of the Brain Hunter. Sulin did not choose to integrate this evil power into his body. Instead, he took out a high-purity magic gem and directly sealed this soul power in it. After extracting a part of the soul power, this part of the Brain Hunter's soul power was quickly exhausted. The last part of the soul body that was extracted by Hathaway had become translucent. In this part of the soul, a faint golden energy appeared. This golden energy was divinity. Seeing that the soul power was exhausted, Sulin's hand flashed, and he ended the soul extraction. Then he waved his staff again and began to separate the divinity in the soul of the Brain Hunter. Sulin was now very familiar with the divinity. He instantly activated his powerful power and directly extracted the divinity from the soul of the Brain Hunter. Then he integrated it into his body little by little. Divinity extraction. The golden divinity was extracted from the Brain Hunter's body. Divinity was a very strange power. It could be integrated with various powers, and it could also be completely separated and integrated into one's body. Of course, during the integration, the consciousness carried by the divinity must be removed. The divinity of the natural gods was the easiest to remove. These natural gods were very rare. The divinity of the lower planes was the hardest to remove, such as demons, devils, evil gods, abominations, and so on. These divinity contained too many consciousnesses. In the beginning it was not a big problem. However, if it was not removed, these divinity consciousnesses would slowly accumulate. When enough was accumulated, schizophrenia was only a small problem. It could even directly cause Sulin's mind to be confused and have a mental breakdown. This was also the reason why it was so difficult for ordinary people to integrate divinity. Of course, even gods would be affected by divinity. Many gods were even unknowingly affected by the consciousness in divinity. Gods were not as good as one imagined. Many gods would slowly be affected by these forces after mastering the priesthood, divinity, and divinity. Their various behaviors would also be affected. If the gods could not remove these consciousnesses as much as possible, they would eventually become slaves to the priesthood, divinity, and divinity. At that time, it would not be them mastering the priesthood, divinity, and divinity, but they would become the embodiment of the priesthood, divinity, and divinity. In comparison, the divinity of the natural gods was easier to integrate. However, there were too few of them. As traces of pale golden divinity were extracted, Sulin's body flashed. Then he began to guide these divinities into his body. These divinities turned into extremely fine golden threads and poured into his body. With the entry of this divinity, if his soul left his body at this time, he would find that a large number of golden threads had appeared on his soul. In addition to his soul, even the golden color of his blood had increased a little. Sulin had long discovered that changes in the soul would affect changes in the body. Similarly, changes in the body would gradually affect the soul. The body and the soul affected each other. Soon, a trace of satisfaction came from Sulin's body and soul. He stopped the absorption of divinity when his body reached the limit of divinity absorption. Thunder flashed on Sulin's body, and the soul of the Brain Hunter was once again sealed in the magic gemstone. Countless flashes of thunder flashed, and the thunder prison appeared again. In an instant, the entire gemstone was wrapped up. The soul binding stone returned to its previous state, but the original black and translucent soul binding stone had become much lighter. 1/3 of it was extracted. Sulin picked up the soul binding stone and checked it. Then he put it away again. At the same time, Hathaway also used a magic gemstone to seal the soul power extracted from the Brain Hunter's body. Only 1/3 of the soul power was extracted, and this soul crystal reached the level of a quasi-legendary. Although it was only a quasi-legendary ranked soul crystal, the purity of its soul force was that of a high legendary ranked soul crystal. Sulin didn't want to split it up and use it. A high legendary ranked soul crystal like this was something that could only be found by chance. After extracting all of the Brain Hunter's soul force, this soul crystal would become a high legendary ranked soul crystal. This level of soul crystal had many uses. Many legendary construct magic statues could only be made with this level of soul crystal. Chapter 450. Sulin knew several types of legendary construct golems that required such high-grade legendary soul crystals, such as Arcane Guard, Magic Breaker, and Titan Guard. These high-grade legendary golems with a challenge rating of more than LV25 were not easy to deal with. Arcane Guard, as the name implied, was a golem that could use spells. This golem's melee ability was average, but its magic ability was very strong. Magic Breaker was immune to most magic damage, and its attacks had magic penetration and sharpness. It was very difficult to deal with. Titan Guard was a combination of the two types of golems. Whether it was magic attack or physical attack, it was very powerful and had a strong defense. The Titan Golem's challenge rating was as high as LV30, which was no weaker than an ancient dragon. Of course, the cost of building such a golem was astronomical. The total cost of the Northwind Tower might not be enough. Sulin also did not have the construction information of such a golem. This kind of golem had been built in small numbers during the Arcane Empire. The main materials were a kind of memory metal and Titan iron, which had unimaginable defense and lethality. Sulin had saved the high-grade legendary crystal to make a legendary golem in the future. Sulin extracted 1/3 of the divinity of the Brain Hunter, which was exactly 1 point of divinity. In addition to his original 7 points of divinity, he now had 8 points of divinity. When the accumulation of divinity reached 10 points, it would trigger a qualitative change and he would become a demigod creature. It just so happened that there were 2 points left in the Brain Hunter. As long as he absorbed all of them, he would become a demigod. After absorbing a little divinity, Sulin did not stay. After saying goodbye to Hathaway, he immediately ran back to retreat. The divinity of the Brain Hunter had a strong negative will. After he extracted the divinity of the Brain Hunter, there was always a desire to destroy, and kill in his brain. If Sulin had a choice, he would certainly not extract the divinity that was rich in negative will. However, since the end of the Arcane Empire, the number of divine creatures had become fewer and fewer. Most of these divine creatures, such as the unicorn, the feathered serpent, the sun eagle and so on, had left the material plane. He could not find them even if he wanted to. There were also some ancestral spirits or natural spirits worshipped by primitive tribes. Although they were not divine creatures, they still had a lot of divinity. In order to get rid of the negative consciousness, Sulin could only rely on meditation to slowly fight against his own will. In the end, the negative consciousness would be completely wiped out. This process was very difficult and would take a lot of time. The ancient arcanists might have a special way to eliminate negative consciousness, but unfortunately, it was long lost. Sulin would not absorb any more divinity before these negative consciousnesses were completely eliminated. If there were more of these negative consciousnesses, the impact on him would be even greater, and it would be even more difficult to eliminate them. Of course, doing this also had its benefits. It would allow him to become more familiar with the power of divinity. At the same time, there would be no side effects and he would not be controlled by the divinity. In the seclusion room, the surging power of the elements in the elemental pool kept pouring in and then washing Sulin's body. At this time, Sulin was constantly pushing out the negative consciousnesses in his soul little by little. With the help of the huge elemental pool, he dispersed and eliminated them. This situation had been going on for 2 days, and most of the negative consciousnesses in Sulin's body had been eliminated. The remaining negative consciousnesses had a very low impact on him, and using the elemental pool to remove them had become very slow. He could only rely on his own efforts to slowly remove them. The North Wind Tower had not changed much during this period. The North Town next to it had also developed rapidly. After such a long period of training, the little succubus Chrissy's art of management had reached a very high level. The entire North Wind Principality was well managed by her. Sulin walked out of the Wizard Tower. It had started to snow in the North Town. The North Wind Principality had entered winter, and the streets were still very busy. Carriages full of goods were leaving the city. This was the last trade of the year. These merchants had to leave the North Wind Principality before the snow blocked the roads. Otherwise they would have to wait until next year. The wasteland in winter was very dangerous. At this time, the wasteland was a vast expanse of white. There was almost nothing to refer to, so it was very easy to get lost. Food was scarce in winter. The gnolls, kobolds, ogres, and orcs who lacked supplies would crazily attack the caravans in the wasteland in order to survive. Even the greediest merchant would not do business during this time. Although Sulin was not in the North Town most of the time, the new perfume and rose essential oil products in the North Town were selling very well. These 2 new products had become very popular in the surrounding countries. Those rich ladies and socialites were crazily chasing after the perfume from the North Town. With the perfume and all kinds of flower essential oil, the North Town's monthly income had almost doubled. Sure enough, whether it was in his previous life or here, women's money was the easiest to earn. Master. Sulin came to the town hall. Chris was in the office dealing with some matters. When she saw Sulin come in, a trace of surprise flashed across her face. Su Lin stared at Chris with his mouth agape. Chris was wearing a black office lady outfit and a pair of crystal rimless glasses. Her towering breasts stretched the silk shirt to an astonishing degree. Her long legs were wrapped in black stockings and she was wearing a pair of 10 centimeters high heels. She looked like a sexy white-collar lady in the city. "Master, am I beautiful today?" Seeing Su Lin's eyes, Chris was proud. This was the style of clothing that Su Lin had told them when he was free. She had spent a lot of effort to make it. As a succubus, Chris discovered how to show off her advantages incisively and vividly when she put on this dress. The cut of the dress was very slim and curvy. The waist was tight and the skirt was very short. Coupled with Chris's naturally charming temperament, Su Lin's heart was burning. Su Lin's figure flashed and he instantly came to the little succubus side. He reached out and took her into his arms. In the next second, a space portal opened beside him. Su Lin directly carried the little succubus through the portal and appeared in the palace bedroom. Chris's current outfit was a complete surprise. Su Lin had only casually drawn a picture before. He did not expect Chris to actually make it. In the face of this temptation, Su Lin could not resist at all. His palm groped around the peach for a while, then he dishonestly got in, wanting to enter the chassis of the car to repair it. As an old prostitute, the succubus Chris was very clear about Su Lin's preferences. Her body twisted slightly, wanting to avoid him. "Master, I still have work to do," Chris said righteously, but her expression was more like she wanted to reject him. Su Lin smiled slightly in his heart. He instantly understood the little succubus's meaning. Was she going to play a scene? He was very good at this. Old collared woman, a mommy? His fingers nimbly repaired the chassis of the car. When he came out, his hands were already covered in engine oil. Looking at the oil on his hands, Su Lin smiled slightly. "The car is leaking oil. Fix the car first or it will affect my work." Then he slid his palm into the car door and gripped the steering wheel tightly. The succubus's steering wheel was large and round, completely ergonomic. It was very elastic and soft. The steering wheel was very smooth without any sense of stagnation and was very elastic. Chris, on the other hand, looked like she would rather die than submit. Her performance was worthy of a movie queen, but her struggling movements seemed to be deliberately cooperating with Su Lin. With Chris' cooperation, Su Lin was even more unscrupulous. He reached out and pulled up the ferrule, then stepped on the accelerator and went straight to the target. Chris was shocked and wanted to escape in horror, but she was caught by Su Lin before she could run 2 steps. He held the steering wheel with one hand and went directly to the field. The carriage was ready, and the single-cylinder 2-stroke engine was ready. According to Su Lin's skillful driving skills, this kind of carriage would have no problem speeding 100 or 200 miles per hour. And according to the succubus's physique, this kind of speed could be sustained. This carriage could be said to be made of the best material in North Town, so it was very fast. With a command, Su Lin opened the door, grabbed the steering wheel, and inserted the single-cylinder engine. Boss stepped on it. The oil was lubricated and the engine fitted perfectly. Suddenly the carriage trembled slightly. With a gasp, the engine roared and the speed soared to 6,000. He stepped on the accelerator and the carriage shot off. In just a few seconds the speed reached the highest. As an old prostitute, Chris's driving skills were very good. For Hathaway and Alex, this kind of speed could not be sustained. After a few times they would feel dizzy and their faces would turn red. They would be so nervous that their hands and feet would be stiff and cold sweat would break out. Sometimes they would even shout excitedly because the speed was too fast. But Chris could go all the way at high speed and she could change her posture at any time. She cooperated perfectly with Su Lin. Of course, she still could not withstand the high speed. In the end, the engine stalled and the oil leaked. This was a top luxury car. The driving skills were good and the driving experience was very good. Moreover, this time she had changed into a new skin. The feeling of flying was very enjoyable. However, for Su Lin, the car needed maintenance before he was satisfied. Fortunately, there were 2 other carriages in the palace. These 2 carriages belonged to the half-elf Angel and Angela. The bodies of the carriages were exquisite and elegant, with a slender and elegant appearance, especially with the charm of the elves. The 2 carriages were also very similar. Although the speed was not as fast as Chris, the driving experience was still very good. In particular, the car could be driven in 2 rows. The 2-cylinder engine was not much slower than Chris's. Finally, the carriage reached the finish line and the race was over. Su Lin lay down to rest comfortably. Chapter 451. Beifeng Principality, Wizard Tower. Although he had fused with a little divinity, the negative will of the divinity still had some influence on him. It could magnify the negative emotions of the soul, such as irritation, desire, killing, and so on. Su Lin needed to calm down a little bit. He now had a lot of divinity. In addition to the divinity of the brain hunters, the Heartless Church left in the valley was also thriving. Now the Heartless Church had 600 or 700 devout believers. After a while, when it was time to perform blood sacrifices to the evil god, Su Lin would directly harvest them. Now the kobolds were living quite well. In the valley, the biting north wind was blocked. Although the temperature was still very low, it was much better than the wilderness. Su Lin arranged a large number of people to monitor there. There was only one entrance in the whole valley, and these kobolds were simply turtles in a jar. Su Lin was not worried about the evil god of the Heartless. In fact, the strength of evil gods was much higher. The lowest level of evil gods was only legendary, and it was not surprising that there were a few mid-level gods among the powerful ones. The evil god of the Heartless should be at the stage of a weak god. In terms of level, it should be about level 35. However, this was the strength in the astral plane. It would be stronger in its nest. If it entered the main material plane, its strength would drop to level 30 or even lower. In the past, Soren might have been a little afraid of the strength of level 30. Now, with the magic particle rail cannon, all creatures were equal. Even if it could withstand one shot, it would be another shot. The evil gods that came to the material plane could not withstand this kind of attack. As for the evil god's avatar, the strength of this avatar was only level 25. According to Sullen's current strength, he could easily crush it. Sending an avatar here was basically sending food to Su Lin. Sullen's goal was to create an avatar with divine power. A divine avatar would have at least 1 point of divinity and some would have more. This was a way to continuously obtain divinity. Even if the evil god of the Heartless was killed several times and no longer fell for the trick, Su Lin could change to another evil god to continue this operation. Although he didn't know how many evil gods there were at least hundreds of them even though the major churches didn't record it. With so many evil gods, even if he only obtained a little divinity each time, he would still be able to obtain over 100 divinity points with over 100 evil gods taking turns. Of course, after doing so, it would not be easy to deceive even more evil gods. Of course, when he was strong enough and the floating city was built, Su Lin would have no problem going to the astral plane to take out the evil god's true body. As for divinity, Su Lin also planned to get some for Hathaway and the others. Divinity was also very useful to them. To be honest, although the gods were powerful, there were too many restrictions. They had to fulfill their duties as gods and at the same time, they could not leave the god's kingdom at will. Most of the time they worked year after year, day after day. If they only worked for 180 years it would be fine, but in fact as long as the gods still existed, this work had to continue. This was simply worse than the 990 SIXS and 007S of modern society. If the god's clergy was more terrible, such as the god of death, he had to guide the dead to tidy up the underworld all year round. He didn't even have a day off. After all, there was no day when no one was immortal. There were many gods who controlled more than 1 or 2 clergies. The more clergies they controlled, the busier they were. Therefore, some gods were tired of this work and wanted to resign, but they also had to find a successor. Therefore, some gods divided their clergies to others. Among them, the best were the mother goddess of the earth and the ancient god of death, Jianghu. As ancient gods who had survived from ancient times, their strength had long surpassed the great divine powers and become greater divine powers. Even if they were stripped of their clergies, their strength would not be reduced too much. The mother goddess of the earth divided all of her priesthoods and gave them to her descendants. She then went into seclusion. The god of death, Jianghu, was even more cunning. He gave his priesthoods to 3 people and then directly caused the death of the 3 gods of death. They were the god of strife, Ban, the god of death, Mirko, and the god of murder, Baal. None of these 3 guys were easy to deal with. They directly caused the biggest chaos since the ancient gods retired and the destruction of the arcane kingdom. In this chaos, gods fell and humans succeeded in becoming gods. For the god of death, it was definitely a wonderful feast. Su Lin was now only ready to get divinity. He had no interest in clergies and divine power at all. Whoever wanted to do this kind of work could do it. All kinds of work in the northern city were not suspended because of the snow. Instead, they took advantage of this time to start mass production of all kinds of materials. At the same time, a large number of people were sent to the new city for construction. After more than 3 months of development, the construction of the new city could be said to be changing with each passing day. The original simple camp had become a small city, The size of the city was the same as Mirror Lake City. Now the construction of the houses and walls had been completed. Other kinds of public facilities would be slowly built later. After staying in the northern city for a few days, Su Lin returned to Sanfelto City through the transmission formation. There was no snow in Sanfelto City, but the weather had turned cold. Phyllis and Alex were in charge of the internal affairs during Sullen's absence. The few cities around Sanfelto City were now completely under their control. The nearby nobles who were still outwardly obedient but covertly opposed had also become well-behaved. One by one they paid all the taxes for the year. According to the original system of the Kingdom of Florence, the nobles had absolute rights in their respective territories, but all the nobles had to pay taxes to the king. Originally, the king of the Kingdom of Florence directly controlled about 1/5 to 1/4 of the entire kingdom. The other three major families together controlled about 1/3 of the kingdom's territory. The rest of the territory was controlled by nobles of various sizes. However, this time after Su Lin ascended the throne, many nobles rebelled. Some even acted as fence-sitters. For those rebelling nobles, Su Lin had decided to take back their territories. At the same time, the territories directly under the king needed to be adjusted. Although the territories directly under the king did not rebel, there were all kinds of small movements in private. The people who controlled these territories were originally trusted by King Henry. How much loyalty they had to Su Lin still needed to be considered. Su Lin did not think that he was the master of destiny. After he ascended the throne, these people would be intimidated by his domineering aura and directly kowtow to him. Previously, these people had pretended to be obedient to him. Although he pretended not to see the small movements in private, it did not mean that he would not pursue it. He spent 2 months re-recruiting and reorganizing the original army in Sanfelto City. He also incorporated the army from North Town into it. He wanted to form a fighting force as soon as possible and then use it to intimidate those people. Next, Su Lin would replace those people bit by bit and then appoint his own people. It would definitely not be smooth sailing. Those nobles and officials would not give up their rights so easily. The army in his hands was the last resort. If those nobles were willing to cooperate, Su Lin did not mind giving them some benefits. He even reappointed them as officials after they were re-educated. If they were not willing to cooperate, he would directly take them down. If they dared to rebel, he would send the army to eliminate them. Sanfelto City had recruited a little over 20,000 people. This was after Su Lin brought some money from North Town City. The wealth in the palace and the wealth he plundered from the nobles were all invested in the reconstruction of the city. Su Lin realized that the more territories he occupied, the less money he had. If it were not for the taxes from the nobles, Sullen's funds would have almost run out. After 2 months, the army in Sanfelto City was ready to fight. With these troops in hand, Sullen's plan to take over the king's territory could also begin. The nobles directly under the king were basically palace nobles. In the Kingdom of Florence there were many types of nobles. The nobles with the highest value were those with powerful territories. The second type of nobles were the palace nobles. These nobles were appointed by the king or other nobles. They were usually the subordinates of the king and the nobles. They served the king and the nobles or managed the territory. The third type of nobles were powerful professionals who were granted the title of nobles. As long as these nobles swore allegiance, they would be rewarded with manors and castles. They also had the opportunity to become hereditary nobles. The fourth kind was honorary nobility, which was used for commendation or by donating a sum of money. It was the least valuable among all the nobles and was only a title. At the beginning, Su Lin spent money to buy the title of honorary nobility. Of course, this title also had some advantages such as no restrictions on travel and some aristocratic privileges. These nobles' titles were only knights. They were lifelong. Most of the second sons of nobles who did not have the right to inherit were also honorary nobles. Another type of nobles were development nobles. As long as one bought a development order, they could become a development nobleman. However, whether one could succeed in the end depended on their own ability. Most of the king's territories were managed by the palace nobles who served the royal family. After the army was reorganized, Su Lin issued a transfer order to the royal territories closest to Sanfelto City. He asked the palace nobles in the surrounding cities to report to the king's city. These cities were only 60 kilometers away from the nearest one. The furthest one was only 80 kilometers away. They were all medium-sized cities with a population of around 30,000 people. After sending out the messengers, Su Lin ordered the army to prepare for war. Chapter 452. Just as Su Lin was waiting for the replies from the city managers, another piece of news arrived. Marquis Savoy's army had been stopped by the rebels. When Su Lin received this news, he was very surprised. Marquis Savoy was a legendary knight, and the army he led was quite strong as well. On the other hand, the nobles at the border were not even conferred knights, let alone legendary knights. Their army was also pieced together. However, this motley crew was able to stop Marquis Savoy's attack. After reading the information, Su Lin finally understood that the reason why the nobles were able to stop Marquis Savoy's attack was not only because of their geographical advantage, but also because of the intervention of another country. The few rebellious nobles were bordering the Bane Kingdom. No one knew what price they had paid to get the Bane Kingdom to help them. The Bane Kingdom had sent an army of 5,000 men and a few palace mages, successfully stopping Marquis Savoy's army at Kumon Mountain Pass. The most powerful among the few nobles was Count Cecil. His territory took up half of the rebellious nobles' territories, and Chili Wind City was the largest city there. It could be said that it had always been the largest city and transit point for trade with the Bane Kingdom. These nobles were almost completely dependent on the Bane Kingdom economically, so they were closer to the Bane Kingdom. When the Florentine king was replaced, the nobles in Chili Wind City rebelled. When they found out that Su Lin had ordered Marquis Savoy to go on an expedition, they immediately surrendered to the Bane Kingdom, hoping to borrow the Bane Kingdom's strength to go against Su Lin. In the beginning, this piece of land had always been contested between the Florentine Kingdom and the Bane Kingdom. Since 100 years ago, after the Florentine Kingdom had completely won, this piece of land had been occupied by Florence. After the relationship between the two countries had gradually eased, this place had become an outpost for trade between the Florentine Kingdom and the Bane Kingdom. Originally, the strongest people here were only a few knight commanders. According to Surin and Marquis Savoy's plan, the army could easily wipe out the rebels. However, when they arrived, they discovered that the nobles had built a fortress at Carmen Pass. Carmen Pass was a mountain pass in the Carrillo Mountains. The narrowest part of it was only 150 meters wide. It was the largest and smoothest mountain pass from the Kingdom of Florence to Chili Wind City. The other passages were all rugged mountain roads, and it was impossible for an army to pass through. Therefore, after they blocked this passage, the Kingdom of Florence could only attack by force. Originally, the Marquis of Savoy thought that he could rely on his own strength to break through the barrier. After all, a legendary knight could easily defeat thousands of enemies. However, he never thought that Count Cecil had already joined forces with the Bern Kingdom. There were 5 high-grade wizards guarding this checkpoint. Legendary knights were powerful, but as a proper knight, the Marquis of Savoy did not have any magical abilities. When faced with spells, he was often at a disadvantage. If he was not careful, he would even be injured by a high-grade wizard. Otherwise, the warriors wouldn't have the title of Silk Warrior. Although the traditional warriors and knights were strong in close combat, the wizards had too many ways to deal with them. Just a maze spell was enough to make them dizzy. On the other hand, the wizards were different. They had mastered a large number of spells that allowed them to deal with almost any situation. A legendary wizard who was prepared was almost invincible. This was why the wizards had such a high status in this world. It was because of the existence of these wizards that the Marquis of Savoy could not use his power. In addition, the 150-meter-long city wall directly blocked the Marquis of Savoy's army outside. Now, the Marquis of Savoy had no choice but to ask for help from Su Lin. After knowing that the Bern Kingdom had supported Cold Wind City, Sullen's face became gloomy. Things had become a little troublesome. This was his first battle since he ascended the throne. If he did not obtain a clean victory, the lords in the north who had already surrendered would likely rebel again. Su Lin did not have the slightest doubt about this. Creatures like nobles were born with the talent of flattering the strong and stepping on the weak. Once they found out that Su Lin was not as powerful as they thought, the entire Kingdom of Florence would be in a complete mess. It could be said that the Marquis of Savoy's expedition could only be a victory for Su Lin. After hearing about the Marquis of Savoy, Su Lin had already made a decision. Hathaway was studying the Enigma technology and had no time to go there. Moreover, there were only a few high-grade wizards. Sending Hathaway there was a complete waste of her talent. Therefore, Su Lin thought for a moment and decided to send Alex, Karina, or Grace. The 2 4th-grade spellcasters could easily take care of the level 3 wizards. After making the decision, Su Lin found Alex and asked her to go with Karina to help the Marquis of Savoy. In the North Wind Tower, after receiving Su Luin's order, Karina didn't hesitate and directly went to the front line with Alex. There were also 10 winged people with them. These winged people were Alex's people and they were going to protect their queen. Hathaway had just finished her study. The Enigma knowledge involved a lot of knowledge. During this period, Hathaway would spend 2 hours every day studying it. Then she would take some time to study other knowledge. In the afternoon, she would study the corpse of the brain hunter that Su Lin sent back in the laboratory. This brain hunter's corpse was quite valuable. It could be used to make a few outstanding magic items. Hathaway was thinking about how to make it. There were many monsters of this level in the multiverse, but there were also very few of them. The strongest monster in the multiverse was the Ancient Abhorrence. Their full name was Abhorrence from the Ancient Era. It was said that they were powerful monsters that had existed since the Ancient Era. That period belonged to the era of the giant dragons. The entire multiverse was ruled by the giant dragons. During that period, the giant dragons were far more powerful than they were now. Just like the Dragon Kings, their bodies alone could reach tens of thousands of meters or even larger. Later, because the existence of the giant dragons affected the development of the multiverse began to restrict the giant dragons. In order to survive, the giant dragons could only shrink their bodies generation by generation. The Ancient Abhorrence was passed down from that period. To be able to be hated by the powerful giant dragons, one could imagine how powerful these monsters were. Of course, the most powerful Abhorrence creatures were the Abhorrence dragons. There were also Abhorrence dragons, blue diamond dragons, spirit demon dragons, stardust dragons, rainbow dragons, and so on. There was also the Centimanes. These monsters were not easy to deal with. For example, the Abhorrence dragon was a walking nuclear weapon. The dragon's breath was equivalent to an atomic explosion. This thing was really in existence that could destroy an entire plane. Many of the Ancient Abhorrence actually had the bloodline of the gods. It could be said that they were a type of Abhorrence. Other than monsters like the Ancient Abhorrence, the next level were monsters like the Ancient Evils. These monsters were also very difficult to deal with. They were almost at the advanced legendary level. Below them were the Abhorrence monsters, which corresponded to the legendary level. The lowest level of ordinary monsters generally did not exceed the legendary level. Most of the material planes were like this. The brain hunter that Su Lin killed last time was, strictly speaking, an ancient evil level monster. Monsters at the level of the Archean hatred were very rare now. They had basically been destroyed or sealed by the Order Ancient Gods. Of course, there were still some Archean hatred that had fallen into a deep slumber, and some were living in some corners of the astral plane. For example, the Abhorrence dragons and blue diamond dragons. These kinds of creatures were not even provoked by the gods. In order to get rid of the Ancient Abhorrence, the Order Ancient Gods had paid a heavy price. Now, many monsters like the Ancient Evils in the multiverse had been sealed. Many monk monasteries were suppressing the Ancient Evils. How many pieces of equipment can be made with these materials? Su Lin looked at the brain hunter that had been cut up and asked. 5 or 6 pieces. Hathaway didn't even raise her head as she said, "This brain hunter's body is badly damaged. Otherwise, it would be able to make at least 2 pieces of legendary equipment. The remaining materials can only be used to make 1 piece of legendary equipment. The rest can be used to make high-grade magic items." "One then." Su Lin nodded without hesitation. "Other than these materials, we need other materials." Hathaway looked at some of the inventory and said, "See if these are enough." Su Lin took out all kinds of magic materials he had accumulated. Seeing Su Lin take out adamantine, mithril, orichalcum, star iron, high-quality magic gems, and many other materials, Hathaway widened her eyes in surprise. "So many? Did you rob the giant dragon's vault?" "The giant dragon wouldn't have so many rare materials," Su Lin said proudly. "Indeed." Hathaway nodded. "The giant dragon has more gold. They don't have this kind of advanced magic metal." Su Lin smiled faintly. "What kind of equipment are you going to make this time?" Hathaway looked at the materials in front of her and said, "Can you make something to defend against psychic attacks?" Su Lin asked. There were not many psychic items. This kind of attack was very subtle and could be sneak attacked if one was not careful. Su Lin originally only had 1 defensive ring. Now that it was completed, he naturally wanted to take it back. Yes, these materials can be made into leather armor, some rings, amulets, accessories, and so on. The skin of a brain hunter was very tough. Ordinary swords would not be able to leave a wound on it. Moreover, its skin had very high magic resistance. It was very suitable to be used to make leather armor. As for making wizard robes, it was probably not enough. The body of a brain hunter was too damaged to make a wizard robe. Chapter 453. Although the brain hunters looked very disgusting and their skin was yellow in color and looked like a brain, the material of their skin was really good. It could almost be compared to dragon skin. The dragon skin here was not the skin of a lesser dragon, but the skin of a true giant dragon. It's a pity that the magic energy particle railgun was too ruthless. Half of the brain hunter's body was damaged. Otherwise it would be more than enough to make a wizard robe. Hathaway looked at the brain hunter's body with some regret. The brain hunter's body was not small, but it had tentacles, eyes, and a sac that stored its brain. Its intact skin was very limited and most of it was damaged. There was not much that could be used. The skin could be made into leather armor, and the brain hunter's eyes were also good stuff. They were the part of the brain hunter's body that emitted energy. It had high spiritual resistance and magic power, so it could be used to make offensive or defensive items. The other parts could be used to make many items. Basically, this brain hunter's body could be used to its fullest potential. While Sulen and Hathaway were making magic items in the Northwind Tower, Alex and Karina led their men to the northwest of San Felto City. The Marquis of Savoy was currently confronting the few rebellious nobles. Kaman Mountain Pass could be said to be easy to defend and hard to attack. The narrowest part was 150 meters and the path was rugged. In such a place, it was impossible to use one's strength. Even if the Marquis of Savoy brought 10,000 elites, it would be useless. As for the Marquis of Savoy, although he could charge up the city wall, he would not be able to gain a foothold. As a legendary knight, Savoy could not fly, so the wizards could exhaust him with flying spells. The Marquis of Savoy had been trapped here for an entire month. Of course, even if they could not break through the pass, the rebellious army did not dare to fight back. Once they left the pass, even with the help of the few high-grade wizards, the Marquis of Savoy was confident that he could defeat them. However, the rebellious army did not respond at all. No matter how much the Marquis of Savoy yelled and threatened, they would not fight. It was obvious that they were going to wear them out. They were backed by the territory and had an abundance of food and resources. The rations that the Marquis of Savoy's army could only be transported from other places. If this continued, the Marquis of Savoy would not be willing to seek help from Sulen. For the Marquis of Savoy, who had just joined Sulen, failing his first mission would directly affect his importance in Sulen's heart. After struggling for a long time, he finally asked for help from Sulen. Alex and Karina moved quickly. It only took them 2 days to reach Kaman Mountain Pass. They then went straight to the main camp of the Marquis of Savoy. Sir Marquis, there are 2 wizards who said they were sent by His Majesty to see you. Just as Savoy was having a headache over how to break through the Kaman Pass and pacify the rebellious nobles, a personal guard hurried in to report. Sorcerer sent by His Majesty? Invite him in. Savoy's eyes flashed with joy. The guard turned around and was about to leave, but the Marquis of Savoy stopped him. Forget it. I'll go greet them myself. Sir, you are the commander of an army. How can you greet them yourself? The guard tried to persuade him. All right, no need to persuade me anymore. I know what I'm doing. The Marquis waved his hand. Then he personally led a group of people to welcome Alex, Karina, and the others. At the same time, he ordered his men to prepare a welcome banquet. Marquis of Savoy, there's no need to prepare. The situation is urgent. Alex said, His Majesty Sulen sent us here as soon as he received your request for help. How strong are the enemies? Your Excellencies, I'll get straight to the point. The Marquis of Savoy smiled awkwardly and said, The Kaman Pass is in a unique location. The rebels have built a fortress at the narrowest part of the pass. With our strength, we could have won even in this terrain. At most, we would have lost a few soldiers. However, the rebels have sent 5 high-grade wizards. Our soldiers are no match for them. Even when I personally led an attack, it was stopped by them. As long as you can help me deal with or delay those 5 high-grade wizards, I have full confidence that we can break through this pass. The Marquis of Savoy said without hesitation. 5 high-grade wizards, right? Are you sure they only have a few wizards here? Alex asked. I'm sure, Your Excellency. If they had more wizards, they would have launched a counterattack long ago instead of wasting their time here. The Marquis of Savoy nodded. That's good. Bring your men and continue attacking the city tomorrow. As for those wizards, leave them to me and Karina, Alex said. All right. Hearing Alex's promise, the Marquis of Savoy was overjoyed. He had been stuck here for an entire month. He had to eliminate the rebels as soon as possible to maintain his position in front of Sulen. The next morning, before the sun had even risen, there was movement in the army to quell the rebellion. Troops quickly gathered after breakfast. Some of these troops were the private soldiers of the Marquis of Savoy, while others were the troops of the nobles under him. There were also some mercenaries who had come to seek refuge with him. The entire army took half an hour to gather. They then began to enter the Common Pass in batches. The Common Pass was shaped like an hourglass. It was wide in two sections and narrowed as one went in. Finally, it was only 150 meters wide in the middle of the pass. Now this passage was blocked by a 20-meter-tall wall. On both sides of the wall were steep cliffs that ordinary people couldn't climb. The rebels had already received the news and were ready for the Marquis of Savoy's army to attack. Looking at the mottled brown marks on the wall, the Marquis of Savoy's face turned cold. Those marks were the bloodstains left behind by the deaths of his soldiers. They had already turned dark brown. The thick smell of blood in front of the fortress couldn't be dispersed even by the biting wind. The north wind whistled, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill. It was now winter. The Marquis of Savoy had to break through this place before the first snow of the year. Then he would occupy a city. Otherwise, the biting cold of winter would severely reduce the number of his troops. It was already 9 in the morning. Seeing that the army was ready, the Marquis of Savoy didn't hesitate to give the order to attack the city. After fighting a few times, the Marquis of Savoy had already probed the enemy's strength. After having the mercenaries as the vanguard, he arranged for the elite troops to follow. The Marquis of Savoy wore an excellent knight's plate armor. He pointed his sword and said, "All troops attack." The battle reached its climax as soon as it started. The army carried the ladders and watchtowers, braving the rain of arrows as they advanced quickly. One soldier after another climbed the ladders skillfully to attack the fortress. On the other hand, the soldiers on the city wall pushed down the scaling ladders and the watchtowers slowly advanced. These watchtowers, which were taller than the city wall, were filled with archers. When they arrived at the predetermined location, they immediately launched a rain of arrows to suppress the enemy. After gaining the upper hand, the archers on the walls were immediately suppressed. But soon the rebels mobilized even more archers to counterattack. The space in the watchtowers was limited, so naturally they couldn't compare to the number of archers on the walls. They used fire arrows. Even if the watchtowers were covered in cowhide to prevent fire, they were still set ablaze by the large number of fire arrows. The watchtower was ablaze, and the archers and soldiers on top of it ran down in fear. Some even jumped down directly from the watchtower. However, most people would be injured if they jumped down from a watchtower that was more than 20 meters high. Some unlucky fellows were burned to death by the flames. The sound of fighting filled the entire valley, and the smell of blood was nauseating. One watchtower was burned, but even more watchtowers were pushed up. Under the all-out attack, the rebels on the walls were completely suppressed. Seeing more and more soldiers climb up the walls, the rebels finally couldn't sit still. One by one, the high-ranking knights began to act. Under the leadership of these knights, the rebels quickly stabilized their position and repelled the first wave of attacks. Seeing this, the Marquis of Savoy wasn't surprised. After reorganizing the army, the second wave of attacks began. He personally led a team of high-ranking knights to attack. Even more siege weapons launched their attacks. The catapults continuously shot out fireballs, igniting a large number of siege weapons. Archers far shot. A warrior in full armor drew his sword and shouted. His whole body was covered in armor, and his head was covered with a steel mask. Only his cold and sharp eyes could be seen. Following his order, the archers on the watchtower all knocked their arrows and knocked their arrows. One by one, the bows were pulled back to their maximum. Bang, bang, bang. The dull sound of bowstrings being released rang out. Black clouds rose from the watchtowers and fell on the walls. After these arrows flew to the highest point, they fell at an even faster speed. A large number of rebels in leather armor were shot by these arrows, turning them into porcupines. At the same time, more archers began to counterattack under the cover of their shields. Some heavily armored and shield-wielding soldiers quickly ran up the cloud ladder. These soldiers were nimble and quickly climbed up into the air. The soldiers on the city wall raised their flying stones and smashed them down. A soldier who couldn't dodge in time fell down from the ladder that was more than 10 meters high. The high-ranking knights were like monkeys, jumping to the top of the ladder in a few jumps. Then they jumped a few meters into the air and directly jumped onto the walls. They swung their swords and killed a few rebels around them. The high-ranking knights in the back quickly climbed up the walls and quickly opened up a place to rest. The soldiers in the back continued to rush up the ladder. At this moment, the high-ranking knights of the rebel army led their men to launch a counterattack. The narrow city wall became extremely chaotic. Every second someone was killed. Due to the disadvantage in numbers, the Savoy army was constantly pushed back. It looked like they were about to be chased down the walls again. At this moment, a tall figure jumped down from the ladder. The sharp sword in his hand carried a biting cold wind and instantly killed a knight. It was the Marquis of Savoy. Chapter 454. Not good. Crossbowmen. Get into formation. Rows of heavy crossbowmen wearing chainmail armor quickly rushed out and formed 3 rows. The first row sat down, the second row squatted down, and the third row stood up. The heavy crossbows were quickly loaded. More than half of the wall was blocked by these people. The heavy crossbows that required ordinary people to step on were loaded by these people with their hands. They then set up the crossbows and aimed at the Marquis of Savoy who had just rushed up. Seeing that all the crossbowmen were ready, the commander at the side immediately waved his sword and roared, "Fire!" Bang, 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 bang. The sound of bowstrings being released was instantly heard. Bolts shot out like lightning. These people did not care that there were many of their own soldiers in front of the crossbow formation. The Marquis of Savoy's expression changed slightly. He killed the enemy in front of him with his sword, then picked up the soldier's corpse with one hand and used it as a shield. Bang, 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 bang. Dull sounds of impact rang out. The corpse in front of him was instantly shot into a hedgehog. At such a close distance, even a plate could not withstand the barrage of heavy crossbows. After the first wave of crossbow bolts, the Marquis of Savoy used his arm to throw the heavy corpse away. He then took advantage of the time when the crossbowmen were reloading to roar and charge forward. The Marquis of Savoy charged into the formation of crossbowmen like a tiger in a flock of sheep. The crossbowmen around him could not resist at all and were easily killed. Under the Marquis of Savoy's lead, more and more soldiers rushed up. It seemed that this section of the wall would be taken over by them. Curse of weakness. Slow. Stun. Rays of light suddenly lit up, and the Marquis of Savoy's fierce attacks were instantly interrupted. His originally nimble body suddenly became weak and even his speed slowed down. However, this feeling did not last long. He quickly recovered. Fireball. Frost spear. Lightning fall. Wind shackles. The rays of light from the spells at the front had yet to dissipate. Following that, more rays of light rose up, and one spell after another was thrown at the Marquis of Savoy. High Mage Armor. Dispel Magic. Counterspell. At this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in mid-air. It was Alex, Karina, and the others. With a flash of light, a protective barrier appeared around Savoy's body. The spells that were flying towards him were immediately dispelled. The wizards who were casting spells turned pale with blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. This was the backlash they received after their spells were disrupted. As 4th-grade spellcasters, the 2 of them cast flight and invisibility to hide in mid-air, waiting for the sorcerers to make their move. To them, these magi were an entire grade lower than them. They were no match for them. This time, he hit at the side and launched a sneak attack, injuring several magi in an instant. Not good, it's the Grand Magus. The moment the high-grade wizards saw Alex and Karina, their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't care less about the spell backlash and tried to cast teleportation spells to escape. Although there was only a single rank difference between a high-grade wizard and a grand wizard, it was more than enough to kill them. Streaks of spiritual light rose up and spatial fluctuations appeared. The teleportation spiritual light had already appeared. Dimensional Anchor. Just as the teleportation spell was about to take shape, the dimensional anchor instantly marked the few of them under the sorcerer's despairing gazes. The magic aura that had been gathering quickly dissipated in an instant. Group Stun. Group Human Immobilization. 2 more spiritual lights rose up, and the magi who had just been disrupted felt dizzy. In the next second their bodies were controlled. Alright, we have taken care of these magi. The rest is up to you. Alex gently waved her arm, and streaks of wind elemental quickly gathered into a wind elemental chain in her hand. The chain danced in the air and quickly tied up the magi. Thank you for your help, Lord Magus. Leave the rest to us, Savoy said respectfully. He then shouted and led the knights to charge forward again. The morale of Savoy's army was boosted when they saw how easily the wizards were taken down. They charged forward without a care for their own safety. As for the rebels who were defending the city, they were scared out of their wits when they saw the wizards they had high hopes for being wiped out. Their morale plummeted, and the defensive line that was barely holding on crumbled instantly. Many of the soldiers threw down their weapons and fled. Seeing this, Savoy was overjoyed. It only took them 2 hours to completely take over the fortress. After taking over the fortress, Marquis Savoy handed the matter over to his generals. He personally thanked Alex and Karina. Alex and Karina greeted him briefly and sent him away. They were now busy interrogating the 5 high-grade magi. Although high-grade magi were not strong in front of them, they were still the backbone of a Magus organization. Sulin suspected that there was a Magus organization supporting the Burn Kingdom. Karina was very good at interrogating people. It was their traditional skill. Dealing with these magi was a piece of cake. It didn't take long for the adepts to come clean about everything that had happened. These magi were the Burn Kingdom's consecrators. They were specially sent to help defend Coldwind City. In the end, they were all captured by Alex and Karina. At the same time, Karina also learned about the Burn Kingdom's situation. The Burn Kingdom had been developing well these past few years. The Burn Kingdom's king's confidence had grown. When he saw the rebellion in the Kingdom of Florence, he wanted to take over Coldwind City. The 5 high-grade magi were all captured and half of the soldiers were killed. Even Coldwind City could not be saved. It was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. As for the other consecrators of the Burn Kingdom, the strongest one was a 4th-grade magus. However, after losing 5 high-grade magi, the Burn Kingdom only had 2 or 3 consecrators left. According to Sulin, he did not plan to kill these captured high-grade magi. Wizards were one of the few high-grade magi in this world. He would be crazy to do that. He planned to make these magi sign a contract and serve him. Alex and Karina set up a temporary teleportation circle and connected it to the Northwind Tower. Powerful elemental fluctuations surrounded it, and the magic circle drawn on the ground slowly lit up. Then a flash of light appeared and a teleportation light appeared. Alex controlled the 5 high-grade magi to enter the teleportation circle. They felt dizzy and in the next second they appeared in the Magus Tower. This long-distance group teleportation experience is so bad. Alex shook her dizzy head and said, "The other magi who teleported with her were even worse. Their faces were pale and they were vomiting on the ground. It took them a while to recover. Although Alex looked weak, she wasn't a human. Just her physical fitness alone wasn't any weaker than a Grand Knight." As soon as Alex returned to the North Wind Tower, Surin, who had received the news, hurried over. His eyes lit up when he saw the high-grade wizards. The North Wind Tower was currently lacking a large number of tool wizards, and there were many jobs that the wizard apprentices couldn't do. Now that there were 5 more high-grade wizards, it was just right for them to do it. "Thank you for your hard work, Alex." Su Luin hugged Alex's soft body and kissed her. "Hee, these people are too stupid. It didn't take much effort." Alex smiled proudly. Sulin reached out and rubbed Alex's head. "After a while, I'll give you a gift." "A gift? What kind of gift?" Alex asked in surprise. Sulin smiled and pinched her nose. "It won't be a surprise if I tell you. You will know when the time comes. I promise you won't be disappointed." "Stop pinching my nose," Alex said as she dodged Sulin's hand. "All right, let's deal with these magi first." Su Luin let go of Alex and then let her manipulate these wizards to come to the dungeon in the wizard tower. At the same time, he lifted the human body fixing spell on these wizards, and only tied them up with wind bondage. "Let me go. I can pay the ransom," the Magi said as soon as he woke up. He let out a sigh of relief. "Ransom? I don't need money." Sulin shook his head. "Then what do you want?" the Magi asked in confusion. "You are now my prisoners." Sulin smiled. "Sign this contract and I will let you go." Sulin looked at the Magi in front of him with a smile. His squinted eyes made the Magi around him feel uneasy. When they saw the content of the contract, the Magi's face changed instantly. 100 years? No, I won't sign it. You are treating us like slaves. One of the Magi shouted. "Yes, 100 years is too long. I won't sign it even if I die," the Magi around him shouted. Bang. Sulin slammed the table. "You don't want to sign it? You are my prisoners now." Sulin snorted and stretched out his arm. A weapon with lightning flashing appeared in front of them. "You have 2 choices now. Sign the contract or let us send you to meet the Grim Reaper," Sulin said coldly. Facing the storm battle halberd, the Magi became more nervous. Lightning flashed around them and countless lightning snakes slithered back and forth in the air. The Magi felt their bodies go numb. It was as if they were going to be killed in the next moment. Ahem, Mr. Magi, we think 100 years is too long. Can you shorten it a little? One of the Magi hesitated and said. Chapter 455. Too long. Sulin shook his head. 100 years won't decrease. We're wizards. We're not slaves. You can't do this to us. The wizards were a little agitated. As expected, getting an adept to submit and work like a slave was a very troublesome matter. However, Sulin wasn't disappointed. He silently gave Alex a look. While the wizards were arguing with Sulin, he secretly cast a spell. Telepathy. A faint beam of light rose from Alex's body and quickly enveloped the adepts around him. If you insist, then I have no choice. I'd love to have more people in my wizard tower, but if you don't want to, then I'll have to send you back to the river Styx. Sulin's lips curved up into an evil smile. The storm battle halberd in Abel's hand shone brightly, and the binding of wind chains on these wizards became tighter. Every time they tried to secretly channel their mana to cast a spell, the binding of wind chains would bind them and interrupt their channeling of mana. Seeing the storm battle halberd getting closer and closer, the wizards began to panic. At first they were calm because Sulin wanted them to work for him. They knew the value of a wizard, so when Sulin asked for 100 years, they knew that Sulin wouldn't give them up. They didn't have to worry about their lives. This was also the reason why they dared to bargain with Sulin as prisoners. However, the situation didn't seem right. They seemed to have made a mistake. It seemed like Sulin really wanted to kill them. I'm still young. I'm a high-grade wizard. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I can't die so easily. I don't want to die. The cold blade had already touched his neck, and the wizard could no longer withstand the pressure. His body trembled as he said, Stop, stop. Sir, I agree. I agree to your conditions. The storm battle halberd stopped, and the wizard felt a warm liquid dripping down from his neck. It was his own blood. The wizard broke out in a cold sweat when he felt the blood flowing out. Sulin smiled and gently put away the storm battle halberd. He then said with a smile, Looks like you've thought it through. I like people like you who know what's good for you. Isn't it just 100 years? You have to look at things from both sides. The Northwind Tower doesn't have many people. This is a legendary wizard tower. You're lucky to be working here. Normal high-grade wizards don't even have the qualifications to work here. As for 100 years, it's not a long time for wizards. You can also learn a lot of high-grade spells here without spending a penny. Most of the time, you can't even buy this kind of knowledge with money. All in all, you've made a lot of money this time. Surin patted the shoulders of these high-grade wizards and said. Then he took out a spell contract made by Hathaway from the storage space. The material of this spell contract was the skin of a hydra. Hathaway had made all kinds of terms and conditions, and all of them had been engraved with runes. The terms and conditions on this spell contract were exactly what Sulin had mentioned. After the 5 high-grade wizards looked through it and found no problems, they left their soul imprints on it. Seeing that the 5 of them had signed the contract, Sulin also left his soul imprint on it. After everyone had signed the contract, Sulin snapped his fingers. A ray of light rose and a blue elemental flame suddenly burned on the spell contract. Soon, the entire contract was devoured by the elemental flame and disappeared completely. In the end, it turned into a ray of light and merged with the bodies of Sulin and the 5 wizards. As soon as the light entered their bodies, it moved to their arms. Finally, a lightning symbol appeared on their arms. This spell contract made from the skin of a hydra and made by Hathaway was very powerful. Even a legendary demon couldn't resist it after signing it, let alone the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him. The power of this contract was not inferior to a soul contract at all. It was even safer. After the contract was completed, Alex also quietly removed the telepathic suggestion spell. Sulin spread out his hands and said with a smile, Okay, the contract is complete. See, didn't we successfully reach an agreement? Alex, hurry up and remove the magic chains on them. They are our slaves of the North Wind Tower. They are partners. We can't let them get hurt. We still need them to work. Sulin said enthusiastically to the wizards, Come, get up. The ground is cold. Since you are already one of us, let me tell you about your benefits. First of all, housing. Each of you will have a room of 30 square meters in the wizard tower. Every month, you will be allocated some magic materials for experiments. At the same time, the laboratory will be open to you. The first 3 floors of the library in the wizard tower will be free of charge. The rest will require the corresponding contribution points. Apart from that, the fees for the seclusion rooms, magic potions and materials will also be distributed to you in accordance with the regulations. There will be a booklet about your specific benefits in a while, as well as the following obligations you will need to fulfill. Every month, you will need to complete a certain amount of magic enchantment, magic potion refinement, various upgrade and modification plans, rune material production and so on. Only after all of these are completed will you be able to enjoy the benefits mentioned before. Sullen's eyes swept back and forth across the wizards. He then revealed a sinister smile and continued. I don't think you will ever want to enjoy some of these punishments. In this territory there is a nest of harpies. Many of them are low-grade harpies in heat. Hearing Sullen's words, the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him shuddered. Their faces instantly turned pale. Cheer up. Don't be so depressed. Isn't it just 100 years? I always abide by the spirit of the contract. Under normal circumstances, I persuade people with reason. Just like just now, didn't we have a pleasant conversation? Su Lin brought the 5 high-grade wizards who had just signed a contract to tour the Northwind Tower. Come, let's have a laugh. This is a legendary wizard tower. Soon, Su Lin brought them to the control center of the wizard tower. Milky Way, register the permissions for these new employees. A cold mechanical voice sounded, Yes, master. Scanning soul waves, please wait. Recording soul information. Soul information recording complete. Registration complete. Default to level F visitor permissions. Master, please confirm their permissions. Give them level D permissions then. Su Lin said directly. Permissions upgraded. Current permissions to level D. Milky Way's cold mechanical voice sounded again. After checking that there were no problems, Su Lin turned to the high-grade wizards and said, All right, the permissions have been arranged for you. Now, you can go and familiarize yourself with the wizard tower and your own permissions. I'll give you a break for today. From tomorrow onwards, you will officially start working. Looking at the 5 high-grade wizards in front of him, Su Lin only felt refreshed. Such good leaks. He could harvest them continuously for 100 years. With their talent, 100 years was more than enough for them to level up to a level 4 wizard. Su Lin only needed to pay a very low price to get 5 high-quality, cheap laborers. From the day they met, 007 was their daily life. It was not impossible for them to take another step forward. After all, with the strength of a wizard, it was completely possible for them to withstand it. With these 5 cheap laborers, the production of magic potions and magic tools in the northern town would greatly increase. When it came to the exploitation of labor, the most famous was the liches. Those liches would not only make you work while you were alive, but even if you were dead, they would also use spells to revive you and continue to work for them. 007 was simply too weak. There was no rest, no holidays and no need to eat. He had to work 24 hours a day. Even the capitalists in the previous world would shed tears for him. Looking at the contracts on their bodies, the 5 unnamed high-grade wizards wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Just like that, they had sold the rest of their lives. They looked at Su Lin and then looked at Alex beside him. It was said that there was a legendary wizard in the wizard tower. The high-grade wizards' hearts sank. At the same time, they told themselves that they were men. A great wizard knew when to yield and when to stand tall. Even a giant dragon could endure the humiliation of being under its crotch and become the mount of a dragon knight. Their contract of 100 years was nothing. It was just 100 years. They just had to endure it. Also, the concentration of elemental energy here was so high. Every breath of air was as sweet as milk. Every cell in their body was greedily sucking in the elemental particles around them. This environment was so good. With the rich elemental energy, it might be a good choice to work here. After coming to the seclusion room, the high-grade wizards suddenly had an idea after feeling the rich elemental energy. Maybe things are not as bad as I thought. There's also the knowledge in the library. As a legendary wizard, the books in his library will not disappoint me. If I join such a powerful organization, at least I won't have to worry about safety and all kinds of magic knowledge in the future. Chapter 456. After arranging the 5 tools, Su Lin no longer paid any attention to them. The tasks for these tools were already set. From tomorrow onwards, Milky Way would give them all sorts of tasks. Enjoy these last moments of leisure. The materials obtained from the brain hunters were made into magic tools by Hathaway. The skin of the brain hunters was made into a leather armor. The leather armor was made by Grace herself. In the northern town, the half-elf Grace's tailoring skills were the best. In order to make this leather armor, Hathaway spent a lot of materials. Just the runic circle on the leather armor used 5 ounces of mithril and 1 ounce of astral sand. She also used 3 high-quality magic gems to make this leather armor. Hathaway named this leather armor Death Walker. This leather armor was already considered a legendary magic tool. It could be Sullen's most powerful magic tool other than the Storm War Halberd. Death Walker, leather armor, quality, legendary, material, Brain Hunter's skin, mithril, etc. This is a legendary leather armor made from Brain Hunter's skin that was meticulously sewn by a master tailor. It has powerful defense and unimaginable magical effects. Defense plus 35, magic resistance plus 50, evasion plus 10, agility plus 3, special effect. Immune to mind control, special skill, alternate space travel, 3/day, mind attack, 1/day, Death Walker, was a very powerful equipment. Although it was a leather armor, it had better defense than a plate armor. It also had strong elemental resistance. According to Hathaway's tests, spells with less than 50 damage would not cause any damage to him. One must know that the fireball spell only had 35 damage. At the same time, this leather armor also strengthened his resistance. Because it was made from the skin of a brain hunter, this leather armor was immune to mind control. It could be said that this attribute was its most powerful attribute. In future battles, Su Lin would not have to worry about mind control spells. In addition to these, this leather armor also increased evasion and agility. It also had some of the Brain Hunter's special characteristics, space travel. Although it wasn't as powerful as the original Brain Hunter, it was still pretty good. As long as it could see a place, it could instantly pass through. In addition, this leather armor also had the mental attack of the Brain Hunter. Since the Brain Hunter was dead, the effect of its mental attack was greatly reduced, and the brain-sucking effect was impossible. However, the mental attack was still there. It could launch a mental attack on an enemy, and if successful, it would stun the enemy for 2 seconds. Of course, other than these attributes, the most important thing about this leather armor was that it was very cool. Grace's intense tailoring skills were vividly displayed on this leather armor. The effect of this leather armor was godly for any close combat profession. It would also increase Sullen's strength. Su Lin did not hesitate and directly put it on. This leather armor could be said to be the best magical equipment in this batch of equipment. Hathaway did not waste the remaining materials. In addition to this leather armor, there was still some Brain Hunter's skin left. The skin was damaged in the eye area, so it could not be made into large equipment. Hathaway used the skin to make 2 pairs of gloves. The effects of these gloves were not bad. After wearing it, it did not affect the flexibility of the fingers at all. At the same time, it could also protect the palm. Moreover, because the skin was originally near the Brain Hunter's eyes, there was an alternate space that originally stored the brain. This was also left behind by Hathaway and added other materials to expand it. Finally, each pair of gloves had an alternate space of 1 cubic meter that could be used to store items. Dark Knight Gloves. Gloves, high magic item, material, Brain Witcher skin, void stone, orichalcum. This is a pair of gloves made from the skin of a Brain Witcher, a decent magic item, defense plus 15, magic resistance plus 40, hand only, agility plus 23, attack speed plus 8, strength plus 5, special effect. Dimensional space. Su Lin used 1 pair of gloves and gave the other pair to Phyllis. To be honest, this equipment did not increase his strength by much, but it was still a good equipment. The remaining Brain Hunter's eyes were also very good materials. Many of the Brain Hunter's magical abilities and psychic abilities were used by the Brain Hunter's eyes. Therefore, the Brain Hunter's eyes had a special magic power. After the Brain Hunter's eyes were taken out of its body and soaked in a special potion, they would become as hard as gemstones and looked very beautiful. The Brain Hunter had 7 eyes on its body, and the rest of its eyes were completely destroyed by the particle cannon. The remaining 7 eyeballs were also made into magical equipment. This kind of gemstone was usually made into a necklace or ring. Hathaway made 3 rings and 4 necklaces. Su Lin looked at the attributes and found that they were not bad. Dark Knight Necklace, high-rank magic item, material, eye orichalcum, mithril. This necklace is made from the eye of a Brain Hunter and has a mystical effect. Vision plus 5, charm plus 3, magic resist plus 15, magic resist plus 20, spirit resist plus 15 additional skills. Mind control plus 1/day, eye of truth, permanent. The necklace came with 2 spells. One of them, Mind Control, could be used to control a unit that was not higher than the user's own level. It could be used on humans or monsters, but it was ineffective on legendary creatures. If the target's mental resistance was successful and the mind control failed, the target would also be stunned for 1 second. It could be said that this spell was very good for controlling people or stunning enemies. The other skill, True Eye, was also good. Its effect was to see through most of the magic effects such as illusions, stealth, shadow travel, and invisibility. It was very effective against those who liked to sneak attack. Of course, if the opponent's magic was too high, True Eye might not be able to detect it. Dark Gaze, high magic item, material, eye, adamantine, mithril. This is a ring made with the eye of a brain hunter. Do you feel like you are being stared at by the Grim Reaper when you look at it? Vision +3, charm +2, magic resistance +18, magic power +20, spirit resistance +15, night vision +30, intimidation +10. Additional skills, death gaze +1/day, spirit intimidation +1/day. The ring also had 2 additional spells. Among them, Death Gaze was a spell that completely depended on one's luck. Death Gaze was an instant death spell. After this spell hit the target, it would go through a constitution and soul test. If the test failed, it would directly activate the effect of instant death. If the test passed, it would not cause any damage. Of course, it also had another function, which was to instantly kill targets with low vitality. This skill was called Lucky Emperor's Unlucky Detector. If the luck was good, it would directly send the target away. If the luck was bad, it would have no effect. In addition to this skill, the ring also had a mind intimidation skill. After using it, it would cause a mind shock to enemies within 20 yards. If the immunity failed, these people would be stunned for 3 seconds. If the test passed, it would cause 30 points of damage. In addition to these effects, the necklace and ring also had the effect of Eagle Eye. The equipment's vision bonus was almost 80% of Eagle Eye's range. Moreover, this effect was constant. It was basically a buff of Eagle Eye. Sulin planned to give these 4 necklaces to Chris, Hathaway, Alex, and Phyllis. As for the ring, it was the same. Because there were only 3 rings, Phyllis already had a pair of gloves, so there was no ring. As for the remaining sharp claws and tentacles of the brain hunters, they were also collected by Hathaway. The brain hunters' thighs were very good materials for spears. The spears made of these materials were incomparably sharp and had strong penetrating power. Hathaway planned to make them later. Sulin didn't use the remaining tentacles. These tentacles were a relatively rare material in many dark magic potions books. Some people even wanted to use them to make potions, but these potions had very strong side effects. Sulin wouldn't use these potions. Of course, he could make them and sell them to others. He would keep these magic tools and send them to them when he had the time. After making these magic tools, Hathaway continued to study the knowledge of riddles. Northwind Tower was still not a complete wizard tower. One of the key problems was its defense. There were several types of defense in a wizard tower. The first type was some spell traps outside the wizard tower. Although they were simple, they were very effective. The second type was the wizard tower's own defense. Because most of the materials used in the wizard tower were obsidian and enchanted with hardening, the hardening effect was very good. Not only did it have strong defense, but it also had strong magic resistance. In the face of this kind of building, ordinary spells were basically useless. The fireball spell only blackened the wall and didn't even break the wall. The third type of defense was the enigma or magic barrier. Now that the first 2 defenses of the Northwind Tower had been completed, only the third enigma was left to research. The magic barrier was actually the initial stage of the enigma. The enigma was actually a powerful construct that integrated both attack and defense. The people in the enigma would also receive bonuses and have skills. The first enigma was made by the High Elves with the help of divine power. It could easily cover a forest or a city. The initial enigma technology of humans was far inferior to that of the elves. However, during the Arcane Empire, it was improved and optimized by the Arcanists and successfully created an enigma that could cover a city. From that moment on, the enigma became the standard of the floating city. Chapter 457. During the most glorious period of the Arcane Empire, large riddles were not only used for defense, but also for attack. There was a period of time when the highest defense command of the High Elves' riddles was, if a true dragon enters the range, automatically release the stored high-level spell sequence to attack the target. During that period, the dragons ran amok in the multiverse, and the High Elves were barely surviving under their influence. The Elves and the Arcanists had basically the same definition of enigma. It was a masterpiece of high-level magic skills, woven with magical energy. It was a powerful enchantment that covered an extremely wide area. It had a simple consciousness of its own, and it was a permanent enchantment or domain created by legendary spells. There were 4 main functions of riddles. The first was a protective enchantment. The riddles had a powerful protective enchantment, which was used to protect the area inside the riddles from outside the riddles. The second was a spell enchantment. This spell enchantment could be activated or deactivated automatically, and the target could be chosen. However, this spell usually would not be activated continuously. After all, the magic consumption was too high. The riddles created by the ancient High Elves could be activated for a long time because they once controlled a spell energy source. The riddles created by the Arcanists had this effect after they had the Mice energy core. The third was a forbidden spell. Within the range of the riddles, you could not use spells that were forbidden by the riddles. This was actually equivalent to a ban on magic. The fourth was a spell sequence. This was a spell that was stored in the riddles in advance. The spell could be activated by using specific gestures or specific words. There was no limit to the number of times the spell could be activated. Of course, the maker of the riddles could limit the number of times it could be activated to reduce the cost of the effect. There was a limit to the number of times the spell could be used, and it could only be activated a few times in 24 hours. The fifth was a permanent effect. This effect could not be directly described by a spell. It could only be divided into 3 levels. The primary effect was equivalent to a level 1 to level 3 spell or a low-level magical item. The intermediate effect was equivalent to a level 4 to level 6 spell or a mid-level magical item. The advanced effect was equivalent to a level 7 to level 9 spell or a high-level magical item. Hathaway had more or less mastered the puzzle technology, but it was still a bit difficult to make a complete puzzle. Making a puzzle required the cooperation of several legendary wizards. It was too much work to do with just one legendary wizard. Hathaway was the only legendary wizard in northern Battlefront City. She would have to take it slow. There were a few grand wizards in northern Battlefront City, but other than Alex, Karina, and Grace were all more inclined towards becoming legendary wizards. It would not be easy for them to become legendary wizards. As for the succubus Chrissy, she was also a wizard, so there was no hope for her. Just like Hathaway, Alex was a wizard and a sorcerer. However, compared to Hathaway, Alex's knowledge was not as solid. After all, she lived in the underground world and had little contact with the outside world. All her knowledge was inherited from her bloodline. It was only after she came to Northern Town City that she began to systematically learn all kinds of spells. If she wanted to master the riddle weaving technique, she would have to wait until she became a legendary wizard. There was a special legendary spell for riddle weaving. This spell needed to be made according to one's own ideas. The High Elves had far more talent than humans, but they still could not avoid the fate of decline. Their bloodline ability began to degenerate for unknown reasons. The former Elven Empire also fell apart. When the Elven Empire declined, humans began to rise. Before the rise of humans, the languages needed to cast spells were the ancient Elven language, dragon language, celestial language, demon language, and so on. However, after generations of human sages, they finally succeeded in replacing them with human language. It was these people who started the glory of human magic, the era of the Arcane Empire. Hathaway did not make a puzzle after she mastered the method of making one. After all, making a puzzle was a huge project, and it required the cooperation of many legendary wizards. The riddles built by the ancient Arcanists were all built by a large number of Arcanists. If it was a small puzzle that only covered a range of 100 or 200 meters, Hathaway could still build it with some time. However, the Northwind Tower was going to be upgraded into a floating space tower and a floating space city. Such a small puzzle was naturally not suitable. Hathaway temporarily put the puzzle making on hold and began to study some other information brought back by Su Lin, elemental fission and elemental fusion. The earliest research on this technology was in the early days of the Arcane Empire. At that time, the Arcanists wanted to find a way to provide more energy sources. This technology brought about a new energy core, the elemental furnace. The energy provided by the elemental furnace was hundreds or even thousands of times more than the energy provided by the elemental pool of the same volume. However, this technology was soon replaced by a new technology, the Mice energy nucleus. The Mice energy nucleus could provide a huge amount of energy in a clean and stable manner, even more than the energy provided by elemental fission. Thus, the elemental furnace technology was sealed. The mice energy nucleus made the glorious era of the Arcane Empire. However, the mice energy nucleus technology was mastered by the great arcanists, and it involved the gods. The mice energy nucleus required the help of the magic net to obtain almost endless energy. After the Arcane Empire and the gods went to war, this kind of thing was naturally not made anymore. After that, the arcanists dug out the technology of elemental fission and elemental fusion from the pile of old papers. They wanted to make a more powerful elemental furnace to replace the mice energy nucleus. The theoretical knowledge of elemental fission had been around for a long time, but it was very difficult to turn the theory into reality. It was not difficult to detonate the energy all at once, but it was difficult to control the energy and release it steadily and continuously. If one was not careful and released it too quickly, it would no longer be an elemental furnace. It would be a catastrophe. It would be easy to destroy a city, so one had to be very careful. Elemental fusion was more difficult than elemental fission, and the energy released was thousands of times more than elemental fission. If elemental fusion was successfully mastered and the elemental furnace for elemental fusion was made, the energy core for building a large floating city would be directly solved. Elemental fusion had many advantages compared to elemental fission. Elemental fusion was almost pollution-free, while elemental fission had strong radiation pollution. However, the difficulty of achieving elemental fusion was not ordinary. With the current technical reserves of the North Wind Tower, there was still a long way to go before they could master elemental fusion. In addition to the elemental furnace technology, Hathaway began to try to repair the high-grade legendary golem Su Lin brought back from the desert ruins. The strongest golem in the North Wind Tower was the steel golem, which was seriously inconsistent with the identity of a legendary wizard. If a legendary wizard did not have a few legendary golems, he would be embarrassed to go out and say hello to others. In addition to the precious materials to make a legendary golem, legendary soul crystals were also needed as the soul core of the golem. Su Lin still had a few pieces of legendary soul crystals, which were enough to make a few legendary golems. Making a legendary golem required a lot of materials, including a lot of precious metals. If the North Wind Tower did not control the underground world and had a lot of mineral support, they would have gone bankrupt long ago. A stone golem cost 100,000 kinnar, an obsidian gargoyle cost 150,000 kinnar, and a steel golem cost 500,000 kinnar. As for the legendary golem, Su Lin estimated that it would cost 3 to 5 million kinnar. Even Su Lin felt a little pained at this price. As the saying went, a powerful wizard's power was like throwing money at people. North Wind Tower, astrology platform. Su Lin and Hathaway were researching the elemental furnace together. They had long mastered the theory of elemental fission, and now the two were trying to design the blueprint of an elemental fission energy core. Suddenly Milky Way's voice could be heard. "Master, Madame Chris has something important to report to you." "Let her in," Su Lin said without raising his head. "Yes, master." As soon as the voice fell, the tightly shut door of the laboratory slowly opened, and the little succubus Chris walked in. "What happened, Chris?" Su Lin put down his notebook and got up to greet her. "Master, I just received news that the Grey Dwarves found a gold mine when they were exploring. There's adamantine inside," Chris said excitedly. "Adamantine?" Su Lin's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a fine gold ore which was no less valuable than mithril. Part of the fine gold used in the North Town City was Su Lin's reward, and the other part was purchased with money. The quantity was seriously insufficient. He didn't expect to find a fine gold ore this time. The underground world was rich in resources. "Hathaway, I have something to do, so I have to leave. You'll have to design the elemental fission yourself," Su Lin said as he turned around. "Go. I can finish the blueprint by myself," Hathaway said without raising her head. Su Lin put away the documents and left the laboratory with Chris. "Did you calculate the amount of gold you found?" Su Lin asked. "Not yet. According to the Grey Dwarves who found the gold mine, the area around the gold mine is occupied by other monsters. They can't get too close." Chris did not know much. When she heard that adamantine had been found, she immediately came to tell Su Lin. A while ago there was a small earthquake in the underground world, but it didn't cause too many casualties. Only some of the mines collapsed and there weren't many casualties. However, after the earthquake we found a new tunnel. The gold mine was found in the underground cave behind the tunnel. Chapter 458. Su Lin and Chris left the Northwind Tower and arrived at the underground world through the teleportation portal. They felt a slight dizziness and the light dimmed. The two appeared at the teleportation portal in Crete. After a few months of development, the appearance of Crete had changed greatly. Thousands of kobold slaves, gray dwarves and taurens were all busy. In order to obtain labor, Crazy had captured all the kobold tribes nearby. Now, the underground world had a huge mining team of 20 to 30,000 people. Although the kobolds were not as efficient as the gray dwarves, their numbers could easily make up for it. "Where is the gray dwarf who found the gold mine?" Sulin asked as he sat in the hall. "Please wait a moment, master. I've already sent someone to inform him," a gray dwarf said respectfully. Soon, Sulin saw a muscular gray dwarf about 1.4 meters tall enter the hall. The gray dwarf was wearing old leather armor. His palms were thick with calluses and he had a thick beard. "Were you the one who found the gold mine and the fine gold mine?" Sulin asked directly. "My lord, I was the one who found the gold mine and the fine gold mine," the gray dwarf said respectfully. At the same time he took out a piece of ore that reflected a metallic luster from his pouch. "These are some samples of the ore I found in the vein." The gray dwarf held up the ore with both hands. Chris walked over and took it, then handed it to Sulin. Sulin weighed it lightly. It was heavy in his hand. There was a golden metal in the rock. It was gold. Beside the gold, there was another piece of metal that shone brighter. Sulin snapped his fingers and a spiritual light rose from his body. It instantly merged with the ore in his hand. After a while, his eyes flashed with joy. "It really is fine gold." "Very good. You will be rewarded handsomely." With that, Sulin snapped his fingers and with a flash of light, a wine barrel that was 1.2 meters tall appeared on the ground. It was filled with vodka, a specialty of northern town city. "This is only a small part of the reward for you. Next, take us to see the gold mine. If everything is true, the reward will be given immediately," Sulin said with a smile. "As long as you make a contribution, I will not be stingy with the reward." "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord." As soon as the barrel appeared, the gray dwarf's eyes were instantly attracted to it. He sniffed with his red nose as if he was going to pounce on it in the next second. "It's yours." Sulin snickered and snapped his fingers. With a flash of light, the lid of the wine barrel was opened. The rich aroma of wine spread out and the fragrant wine slowly flowed out. At the same time, a glass cup happened to catch the wine. Soon a glass of vodka was filled. Sulin handed the glass to the gray dwarf who had been scratching his head for a long time. The gray dwarf took the glass and took a big gulp. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He drank half of the large glass in one go. Sulin smiled. He did not overly oppress these Duergar. Instead, he used good wine and food to entice them, and then supplemented it with force. As for the Duergar's upper class, he had Chris directly control them, and they were easily under his control. After drinking vodka, the Duergar's original wine became tasteless. If they wanted to drink vodka, they could only work hard and use their points or money to buy it. This method was much better than the previous oppressive slavery, and the Duergar did not betray or riot. Burp. The Duergar burped in satisfaction and his face became flushed. "My lord, the gold mine is very wide. I can guarantee that there is a gold mine hidden in it." The Duergar raised his voice and said exaggeratedly, "There is a lot of adamantine in it. Its value is immeasurable." Sulin nodded slightly. He did not completely believe the Duergar's words. Duergars, like their cousins on the surface, liked to boast. Speaking of which, it seemed that all the small people in this world had this hobby. Halflings, dwarves, gnomes, these people all had a habit of boasting. It was better to just take their words at face value. The truth should be at least half of what they said. "Get ready. We will set off tomorrow for the newly discovered gold mine," Sulin ordered. "Oh, and don't let him drink too much today. Otherwise he will be drunk tomorrow." "Yes, master. I will arrange it right away," Chris nodded and said. It was already late and all kinds of preparations had not been made, so they could only wait until tomorrow to set off. The gold mine would not run away, so there was no need to be too anxious. There were many monsters in the underground world. Sulin and the others had to bring enough people to deal with them when they set off tomorrow. The little succubus was very capable. After Sulin gave the order, she immediately arranged everything properly. Night fell. Sulin stood on the balcony of the Northwind Tower and looked down at the city below him. The construction of North Town was still going on. The people who had migrated from all over the world were working hard with hope for a better life. The requirements of ordinary people were very simple. They only wanted a stable environment, a warm home, and a relatively wealthy life through their own efforts. The taverns and night markets in the city were brightly lit. The bustling noises were blown away by the night wind and finally dissipated in the darkness. Although it had only been established for less than 3 years, the development of Northern Town City was very fast. Now there was even a night market here. However, the night market wasn't open all night. It would close around 11 p.m. However, the appearance of the night market also showed the prosperity of North Town. In Sullen's design, the city below him was actually a part of the floating city. The various wonders in the city would also be covered by the floating city. There were too many problems to consider in the construction of the floating city. Sulin wanted to build a floating city that could not only wander in the prime material plane, but also had to build a floating city with the ability to travel in the astral plane. Such a floating city could be completely self-sufficient even in the astral plane. It could float in the astral plane for hundreds or even thousands of years without having to worry about logistics. The floating city's population was about 50,000. At the same time, it also needed to control the population growth. The construction of houses also needed to save as much land as possible. Sulin planned to build the residential area according to the residential areas in his previous life. It did not need to be too tall. A building with 6 floors would be enough. There were also commercial areas, workshops, production areas, hospitals, city halls, plantations, ecological parks, simulation systems, wizard academies, golem workshops, entertainment areas, and so on. According to the drawings designed by Sulin, such a floating city could live up to 70 to 100,000 people. 50,000 people could live there even after reproduction. He did not want to have a population expansion problem in a short period of time. A floating city of this level was already very large. In the era of the Arcane Empire, the energy core of such a floating city was the Mice energy core. Elemental fission could only support a floating city of 10,000 people. Only elemental fusion and the Mice energy core could support a floating city of 100,000 people. Every time the floating city expanded a little, the energy consumed would increase by a lot. Just like a city of 10,000 people and 100,000 people, although the area only increased by a few times, the energy consumed increased by hundreds or thousands of times. In the Arcane Empire, there were super floating cities that could accommodate more than 300,000 people. The energy core in them was more than one Mice energy core. Floating cities of that level were frighteningly powerful. But these were things for the future. The Tower of the North Wind was not even a floating tower, and it was even further away from a floating city. Now, they could only seize the time to climb the technology tree and cultivate talents. In a floating city, at least a few legendary wizards and high-ranking legendaries were needed. Sulin stood quietly on the balcony and watched everything. After a while, he turned around and returned to his room. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Sulin got up from the slender arms and legs of Chrissy and his 2 personal maids. He washed up briefly, woke Chrissy up and went to the underground world. When they arrived in Crete again, the exploration team was already ready. In addition to Sulin and Chrissy, the exploration team also had a team of Grey Dwarf warriors and a team of drows. There were a total of 24 people in the team. When everyone was there, Sulin asked the miner who found the gold mine to lead the way. The underground world was rich in minerals. Minerals such as gold and adamantine were basically in the depths of the earth. After all, they were originally heavy, and it was difficult to mine adamantine in the surface world. After a period of development, the roads around Crete had been repaired. Although they were not as flat and wide as North City, they were not bad. All of them had dark vision and were completely unaffected in such an environment. The group kept moving along the road. After about an hour, the road began to become rugged, and some underground creatures appeared around them. After discovering the group, they all hid. There were rugged rocks around the road, and there were many broken stones piled up in many places, which should have been caused by the last earthquake. The roads in the underground world were winding and rugged, and it was easy for people who were not familiar with them to get lost. Fortunately, both the Grey Dwarf and the Drows were very familiar with the underground world. Sulin also recorded the route on his strategic map. Under the lead of the Grey Dwarf, the group soon came near a broken rock wall. There was a 3-meter-wide crack in the rock wall. It was dark inside the crack, which looked like a ferocious monster's mouth. After coming here, the Grey Dwarf became a little cautious. "Lord, this is the passage. After passing through this passage, you will reach the cave where the gold mine is." Chapter 459. Aiton, take the drows to investigate. Be careful of the monsters here. Sulin looked at the crack in front of him and said, "Yes, sir." Aiton nodded, then took a few drows and directly blended into the darkness. After entering the passage, because there was no fluorescent moss, the light was even dimmer, and the road was even more rugged. Many places could barely allow one person to pass through. And from time to time, some monster corpses could be seen along the way. Some of these monsters were ordinary beasts and some were mutant creatures. But for these drows there was basically no difference. Aiton was now a peak grade 4 drow, and the rest of the drows were also elites. It was not difficult to deal with these monsters. After walking in the narrow passage for about 15 minutes, as they went deeper into the underground space, the passage became wider and wider, and some fluorescent moss appeared in the passage again. "Sir, we found some traces of underground orcs here." Aiton's figure emerged from the shadows. As a ranger, Aiton had a good tracking ability. There was not much difference between the underground orcs and the surface orcs. Just like the surface dwarves and grey dwarves, they were cousins but closer. The underground orcs were stronger than the surface orcs. The general radiation in the underground world had caused some mutations in their bodies. Their bodies had become stronger and their height had reached 2-3 meters. But because of the radiation they were more ferocious and brutal than their cousins. These underground orcs did not produce anything. They relied on plundering to survive. They were intelligent creatures that ate humans. They were also notorious in the underground world. The underground orcs almost had the combat power of a knight when they reached adulthood. They generally operated in small groups. The underground orcs were not laborers for free. They had a physique of 2-3 meters and were very powerful. They were very good candidates for mining or building roads. As for their violent personalities, the traditional training skills of the drows would teach them to work hard. If they really could not do it, they could be thrown to Chrissy. The little succubus's enchantment could even control the Tauren, let alone these orcs. Don't worry about them for now. Finding the gold mine is more important. Sulin scanned the strategic map and said, "After finding the gold mine, we'll clean up the surrounding monsters. As for the orcs, we'll catch them as coolies." In just a few seconds, Sulin had decided the fate of these underground orcs. When they arrived here, the width of the passage was already about 10 meters. There were also several wide underground caverns connecting the passage. Some mushrooms and plants grew very luxuriantly in the caverns. The water vapor in the air was also relatively high. Obviously, there was an underground river in the surroundings. In the damp corners of the passage, there were many underground moss and underground mushrooms. Many of the plants here were poisonous. Because of the radiation environment, there were many special magical plants growing in the underground world. Every once in a while, the wizards of the Northern Wind Tower would come here to collect some magic herbs. The potions produced by the North Wind Tower were very popular in the northern lands, but the quantity was limited. The apprentices in the northern town were so busy that their feet barely touched the ground. They had to process large amounts of ingredients every day. During this period of time, the Northwind Tower had gained another 5 high-grade wizards. The production of potions had increased by quite a bit, but the supply still could not meet the demand. Creatures are approaching. A rustling sound came from the darkness. Sulin's footsteps stopped. Aiton immediately hid in the darkness with the other drows. Soon there was the sound of a battle, followed by a scream. This scream was like a signal. Soon the screams came one after another. A few minutes later, all the drows returned to the team. There were no wounds on their bodies, only a strong smell of blood and a faint murderous aura. Aiton bowed to Sulin and said, "Master, it's a group of claw horrors. They've all been wiped out." Sulin nodded and said, "Let's move on." The leading grey dwarf quickly stepped forward. When he passed by Aiton and the others, he subconsciously dodged to the side. It was obvious that he was afraid of these drows. After walking out of the passage, the group came to a huge underground cave. After arriving here, Sulin quickly saw some exposed ores. There were very few of them and they did not seem to be of high quality. However, since there were ores here, it meant that there was indeed a vein of ore here. It was just that he was not sure what kind of ore this vein was. Sulin asked the grey dwarf next to him to collect some ores. Under the light of the torch, the ores shone with a golden light and looked shiny. As the pickaxe fell, gravel splashed everywhere. Soon, a grey dwarf dug out the ore and respectfully presented it to Sulin. The grey dwarf handed over a golden octahedral ore and said excitedly, "Master, this should be a piece of pyrite, also known as fool's gold." Sulin looked at the pyrite in front of him with some surprise. With this kind of metallic luster, it was really difficult to tell that this thing was pyrite and not gold ore. Pyrite was a kind of granular mineral with a golden luster. Its appearance was very similar to gold, or so it was also known as fool's gold. In the face of this kind of metal, even some old miners were often fooled by it. Reaching out and picking up the pyrite, Su Lin found that some of the metal particles were in a very regular cubic shape, as if they had been specially polished by humans. This was the difference between pyrite and gold ore. Seeing this fool's gold, Su Lin was not angry. Instead, he was a little happy. There was a famous saying among the dwarves, "Fool's gold can only fool the fool, not the wise." Although this metal was not gold, it was the tracer of gold. When the dwarves were excavating all kinds of minerals, they found that fool's gold often appeared in the same area as gold. This meant that as long as fool's gold was found, there was a 70% chance of finding gold near the vein. Therefore, in the eyes of the experienced miners, as long as they found fool's gold, they could often follow the vine to find the melon. Now that Su Lin and the others found pyrite here, it meant that there was indeed gold ore around, and that the gray dwarf was not lying. Since we found fool's gold, the real gold is not far away. Su Lin threw the pyrite away and continued, "Let's go, hurry up and find the gold." Squeak, squeak, squeak. A chaotic sound like that of insects came from afar, and the faces of the gray dwarves changed. "Master, this is the cry of Nell beetles. They must have been alerted by the commotion when we were mining," Aiton said as he walked up. "Master, Nell beetles usually live in groups. Should we avoid them?" Aiton said as he looked around. Su Lin shook his head and rejected Aiton's suggestion. What kind of joke was this? How could he reject a mount that had been delivered to his doorstep? Nell beetles were large beetles that had inherited the social life of insects. Usually, a nest of Nell beetles would have 50 of them. Under normal circumstances, Nell beetles would have a hard bright red carapace, and their defense would be very high. Without any preparation, even the gray dwarves and drows, who were experts in the underground world, would not dare to provoke them. The Nell beetle's 2 evil claws swayed in front of its 4 black round eyes and huge, jagged jaws. There was also a horny protrusion on its head that was similar to a trumpet. This protrusion would release a sound wave that could be used to attack or heal. A single Nell beetle had a challenge level of 10, but when the Nell beetles hid in large numbers, even a knight commander or a conferred knight would have to retreat. These monsters had an innate ability, earthquake. They could make use of sound waves to cause the ground to shake and deform. To Su Lin, this ability made use of the resonance effect. There was no need for them to use a lot of strength. As long as the frequency of the sound waves was the same as that of the surrounding ground, they would be able to easily cause the ground to shake and deform. If there were a sufficient number of Nell beetles, they could even cause a small-scale earthquake. In the underground world, almost no one would take the initiative to provoke a group of Nell beetles. However, even though the Nell beetle was powerful, its intelligence was extremely low. It was almost no different from other insects. In fact, its intelligence was even lower than other insects. This situation made it possible for Nell beetles to be tamed. However, from the looks of it, there had not been any underground race that had successfully tamed them. "They're here." A flash of lightning flashed in Sullen's eyes. The moment he said that, the rocks on the ground suddenly bulged up. Then a huge creature with a red carapace that looked like a beetle with 4 legs appeared before everyone. It had 2 sharp pincers, a huge mouth filled with fangs and a horn on its head. Its body was covered with a shackling carapace, and its diameter was over 1 meter. It looked very ferocious and terrifying. "Sir, be careful." The moment the Nell beetle appeared, Aiton blocked in front of Su Lin. A sharp curved sword appeared in his hand, and he looked at the big guy in front of him with vigilance. "Chris, control them," Su Lin ordered. Compared to the Magi's ability to control monsters, Chris's charm was more useful. After being strengthened, the effect of her charm talent was very powerful. Chris laughed delicately as a leather whip appeared in her hand. She tapped her toes lightly and leaped into the air. A pair of demonic wings appeared behind her back. Chris's figure gracefully streaked across the air. The leather whip in her hand carried a ball of lightning as it lashed at the Nell beetle. The lightning flashed through the beetle's body and the attacking Nell beetle's body suddenly stopped. Kelly didn't stop at all. She quickly flew backward and the whip in her hand lashed out at even more Nell beetles. Chapter 460. Painful Lash. Charm. Pleasure Whip. As Chris flew past them, all the Nell beetles became stiff. Streaks of pink light quickly spread from Chris's body and quickly enveloped the Nell beetles. A shocking charm power spread from Chris's body. Don't look at her. Aiton's expression changed drastically. He immediately closed his eyes and turned around. The drows and duergars around him also quickly turned around. Although Chrissy's charm wasn't targeted at them, it still had a very powerful effect on them. Whether it was Eden, the drows, or the Grey Dwarves, none of them had the confidence to resist this ability. Only Su Lin could resist Chris's shocking charm. As the pink light flashed past, the dozen Nell beetles below were instantly controlled by Hathaway. The 16 Nell beetles obediently formed a neat formation under Chris's command. Master, they're all under control. The little succubus Chris obediently landed beside Su Lin and said. Only then did the duergars and drows around Su Lin open their eyes in fear. They turned around and looked at Chris with eyes full of fear. How long had it been? In the blink of an eye, those troublesome Nell beetles were easily controlled by her. If the maid was so powerful, then how powerful was the master? At this moment, both the drows and the duergars had a deeper understanding of Sulin's powerful strength. Su Lin affectionately reached out and patted Chris's head, encouraging her. The little maid had done well during this period of time. She needed to be caressed and praised. With over a dozen death knell beetles, Su Luin's group was able to move about more easily. The death knell beetles were strong and had thick carapaces on their bodies. Their speed was not slow either. They looked like tanks. These knell beetles had many other uses. Not only could they be used as mounts, but they could also be used to transport goods. The roads in the underground world were rugged, but the Nell beetles could move as if they were walking on flat ground. They could quickly transport goods and had many uses. If these Nell beetles were used to form a knight regiment, not many armies could stop their charge. Even if there were sturdy city walls, they would still collapse under the earth-quaking mountain. Su Lin was already considering forming a knight regiment of Nell beetles to give it a try. With these Nell beetles as mounts, Su Lin and the others moved much faster. Many of the monsters they encountered along the way avoided them when they saw the Nell beetles. Some stubborn ones were directly torn in half by the Nell beetles' ferocious pincers. My lord, I've explored this area when I came last time. There's a group of kobolds in this passage. There are about 1,000 of them, and there's even a dragon-born kobold warlock among them. There are some undead creatures in this passage. I was almost killed by the spirits there last time. The Grey Dwarf said with lingering fear. But those spirits and zombies can't leave this place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape. The underground passage extended in all directions, and they encountered several forks along the way. Other than the underground orcs and kobolds, there were also some minotaurs living here. However, there were not many minotaurs, only about 30 of them. There were no cities of Grey Dwarves or drows. Although the drows were said to be the strongest race in the underground world, they did not control much territory. These drows were fond of infighting, and there were more than 10 families in each city. If they wanted to expand, they would need the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, to give an oracle. In a remote underground world like this, there were basically no drows in the city. My lord, the gold mine is just ahead. We'll be there once we get out of this passage. The Grey Dwarf said excitedly. Su Lin nodded. As long as it's true, your reward will be given as soon as we return. Thank you very much for your generosity, my lord. I'm willing to serve you until death do us part. The Grey Dwarf immediately patted his chest to express his sincerity. Soon the group walked out of the passage. At the end of the passage was a huge underground cave. After arriving here, Su Lin found that there were many pale gold ores scattered on the ground. This vein was mainly chalcopyrite, and there were also gold ores. Adamantine and gold ores were buried here together. Su Lin picked up a piece of ore and examined it. He found that the copper content of the ore was relatively high, and it was a high-grade ore. In addition to the gold ores, there were also some silver ores, but there were not many of them. The area of the vein in front of them was very large. Although he did not carefully observe the vein, it was obvious that it was a large comprehensive vein. There were not only gold ores here, but also many other ores. However, the Grey Dwarf would need to explore in detail to know how many ores there were. However, there was one more thing that needed to be done before the exploration, and that was to clear out all the monsters around the vein. Sulin's group was quickly discovered. After all, more than a dozen Nell beetles were too conspicuous. However, what made Su Lin feel strange was that there were more than one race of monsters secretly watching them. This was a little strange. In the underworld, unless one race had enslaved another race, this kind of situation rarely happened. However, this did not matter. Even if they all joined forces, they would not be able to do anything. Not long after, just as the Grey Dwarves were collecting ores, the monsters in the veins slowly approached in the dark and quickly surrounded them. After confirming that Sullen's group was surrounded, the monsters showed themselves. There were kobolds, underworld orcs, bugbears and minotaurs. In total there were a few hundred of them. What surprised Sulin even more was that these monsters of different races were not chaotic at all. These monsters were all wielding weapons and wearing armor. Although they looked a little crude, they were all metal weapons. Although the underworld was rich in mineral resources, there were not many races that knew how to smelt metal. This army of a few hundred was actually equipped with armor. It looks like these people don't welcome us. Sulin looked at these monsters in front of him. His eyes kept scanning them as if he was looking for something. At this moment, Sulin suddenly saw a sphere with a diameter of about 6 feet from the corner of his eye. He immediately turned around. Behind these monsters, a large meatball was floating in mid-air. This meatball had a ferocious bloody mouth filled with sharp teeth. In the middle of the meatball was an eye that took up 1/3 of the entire meatball. In addition to this eye, there were more than 10 small eyes that were connected to each other extending out from the top of the meatball. After seeing these ferocious and deformed creatures, Sulin immediately knew the name of these monsters: Beholder. These horrifying and deformed creatures were first born in the astral plane. It was said that their ancestor was a powerful creature that was comparable to the gods. Beholder was a monster that existed widely in the multiverse. They were best at mind control. And Beholder had a large army. In this aspect, perhaps only the Mind Flayers were better than them. Beholder was a ferocious, violent, and evil creature. They were born with strong psionic powers and could use this ability to enslave other races. It was obvious that this mine had been occupied by the Beholder. The armor and weapons on these monsters were also forged under the command of the Beholder. Looks like they're treating us as fat sheep. Seeing so many monsters surrounding them, Sulin was not nervous at all. Chris, command these Nell beetles to charge. Chris's eyes moved and said softly, "Yes, master." Although the Beholder controlled a large number of monsters, after controlling so many monsters, it could not perform precise operations. Although the army of a few hundred people was large in number, as they continued to move forward, the formation became loose. Seeing such a flaw, Chris naturally would not let go of it. After going through a few battles, Chris's commanding experience was obviously much better. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she immediately ordered 16 Nell beetles to attack. More than a dozen behemoths, each weighing 1 to 2 tons, rushed over. That earth-shattering aura was terrifying, but the monsters did not react. These monsters were all controlled by the Beholder. They basically did not have self-awareness, so naturally they would not be afraid. However, could they block the charge of the Nell beetles just because they were not afraid? The answer was that it was impossible. The dozen Nell beetles were like a dozen heavy tanks as they crashed into the army of Beholder. As soon as they made contact, the armored underground orcs were sent flying without any chance to retaliate. How strong was the impact of the Nell beetles that weighed over a ton when charging at full speed? The armor of the orc that was sent flying was immediately deformed. There was even a dent where he was hit. The huge impact penetrated his armor and acted on his body. Blood and pieces of his organs kept flowing out of his mouth. It was obvious that this orc could not be saved. The Nell beetles were like bulldozers that charged into the enemy's formation. Wherever they went, the enemies were either sent flying or torn in half by their ferocious pincers. There was no enemy at all. This Beholder probably had not commanded a large-scale battle before. It completely did not realize how destructive the Nell beetles were to such a loose formation. The ground shook. The Nell beetle's 10 legs quickly tapped the ground while it was charging, and a special sound wave spread out. In the next second there was a rumbling sound, and the ground around it shook violently like waves. The surrounding orcs, minotaurs and kobolds fell down instantly, and the original encirclement had a large gap. Chapter 461. More than a dozen Nell beetles launched earthquake at the same time, causing the surrounding ground to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. After the enemies fell, the dozen Nell beetles didn't slow down at all and continued to charge towards the Beholder. Seeing this situation, the huge eye devil let out a furious roar. The monsters under its control sped up and charged forward. At the same time, 6 purple rays shot towards the few Nell beetles that were charging at the front. Charm monster. The 6 Nell beetles that were hit stopped and even their bodies began to tremble. Not good, the beholder is fighting with me for control of the Nell beetles. Chris's expression changed slightly. As the 6 Nell beetles stopped, the beholder once again shot out 6 purple rays. The Nell beetles that had just circled around from both sides were instantly hit by the rays. The charging Nell beetles were instantly petrified into 6 lifelike stone statues. It's not a beholder, it's a broodmother's eye. Sulin instantly reacted. The beholder and the broodmother's eye were almost identical in appearance. The only difference was that the broodmother's eye was much bigger than the beholder. However, it was Sulin's first time seeing a beholder and he was a little far away. He didn't have a clear and accurate understanding of the beholder's body. He originally thought it was just an ordinary beholder. He didn't expect it to be a broodmother's eye. The broodmother's eye was the final form of the beholder. As for the more powerful ordinary beholder, it was basically impossible due to the bloodline. The broodmother's eye was also a legend rank monster. Its ability was far superior to ordinary beholders. Compared to ordinary beholders that could only shoot 1 ray, the broodmother's eye could shoot 6 rays at once. Moreover, the broodmother's eye could shoot 10 kinds of rays. These 10 kinds of rays included charm humans, charm monsters, disintegrate, fear, finger of death, petrification ray, damage ray, hypnosis ray, slow ray, and telekinesis ray. Its spellcasting level was equivalent to that of a level 20 spellcaster. It was completely a legendary warlock. Against such a legendary monster, relying solely on the Nell beetles would be a waste of time. Ordinary beholder's challenge level was around level 10. However, the broodmother's eye would require a complete team of level 16 adventurers. Chris, focus on controlling the Nell beetles to deal with the surrounding monsters. Leave the broodmother's eye to me. Sulin's body flashed with lightning and the storm war halberd appeared in his hand. After a brief explanation, he disappeared with a flash of light. Alternate space travel. Sulin's figure instantly entered a grotesque world. In the next second, he appeared beside the broodmother's eye. As soon as he appeared, the storm battle halberd in his hand smashed down on the broodmother. Fear. The broodmother's eye instantly fired an eye beam at Sulin, but this time the spell did not have any effect. Sulin's strong will and iron will allowed him to pass through the fear spell. The storm war halberd didn't slow down at all as it ruthlessly slashed at the broodmother's eye. The energy barrier around the broodmother's eye only lasted for a second before it shattered with a loud bang. The storm war halberd had left a deep wound on its body. Asterisk sizzle. Asterisk the tentacles on the broodmother's eye wriggled and made a sizzling sound. Then, the broodmother's eye instantly opened its ferocious mouth and bit at Sulin. It looked like it was going to swallow him whole. You want to eat me? Aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Sulin curled his lips and instantly dodged to the side. Finger of death. 6 inches before it could steady itself, 6 consecutive purple beams instantly shot out from its eyes. 6 beams filled with the aura of death instantly hit Sulin. However, the broodmother's eye was disappointed. With Sulin's current physical fitness, the success rate of this kind of instant death spell was too low. Even if it was 6 consecutive beams, he could still easily withstand them. The only damage that could be done to him was the negative energy. In fact, divine creatures were immune to instant death spells. Although Sulin's divinity hadn't reached the level of a demigod, he was already a divine creature. Instant death spells had no effect on him. Seeing that Sulin didn't react after the finger of death hit, the broodmother's eye suddenly flew to the side, trying to distance itself from Sulin. However, how could Sulin let it have its way? His figure flashed as he chased after it. Disintegrate. 6-inch 6 red rays instantly flew towards Sulin. At the moment when they hit, a powerful force of thunder and lightning erupted from his body and formed a thunder shield, shrouding his body. The 6 disintegrate beams hit the surface of the thunder shield. The thunder shield flickered a few times before it shattered into countless lightning bolts. The disintegrate beams were also directly neutralized. Sulin didn't receive any damage. Sulin was also prepared for the broodmother's eye's attack. Power of thunder. Dazzling lightning instantly bloomed on Sulin's body. The powerful force of thunder constantly attacked the broodmother's eye under his control. The broodmother's tentacles were quickly electrocuted into black charcoal. A mournful scream was heard. Although the broodmother's eye kept releasing spells to resist, they were all destroyed by Sulin's powerful thunder. In the next moment, its huge body was hit by the thunder. A wave of pain and numbness made its body twitch continuously. Its huge body was paralyzed at this moment. Thunder explosion. A bolt of thunder as thick as a bucket instantly hit the broodmother's eye. The Broodmother's Eye's huge body was directly engulfed by the thunder. The Broodmother's Eye's body flickered with electric sparks. The original tentacles were also twisted and twitching. The pain and numbness from its body made it unable to resist. After Su Lin reached the advanced legendary rank, his control of the Thunder Domain had become stronger. Even if he didn't activate the Thunder Domain, he could still use its power. Now, his normal attacks were infused with the power of the Thunder Domain. Although the Broodmother's Eye in front of him had reached the legendary rank, it was completely no match for Su Lin. The spellcasting ability it was so proud of couldn't exert any power in the face of Su Lin. Although they were both at the legendary rank, there was a huge gap between an ordinary legendary and an advanced legendary. Moreover, Su Lin had mastered the power of the Thunder Domain. The Broodmother's Eye couldn't resist him at all. Thunder Spear. A pale golden power of thunder instantly appeared in Sullen's hand. Then it formed a spear made completely of thunder and lightning. It was also mixed with a trace of the power of the rules. As soon as the thunder spear took shape, a hair-raising feeling appeared on everyone on the battlefield. It was as if they were facing their natural enemy in an instant. Apart from purification, the power of the rules of thunder and lightning also had some power of judgment. This power was effective against almost everyone. Su Lin immediately locked on to the Broodmother's Eye with his perception. Then with a roar he threw the thunder spear at it. A terrifying bolt of thunder directly streaked across the sky. At this moment, the entire underground cave was illuminated. The surrounding elemental energy seemed to be attracted by the thunder spear. It was as if the surrounding elemental energy was gathering towards the thunder spear. Golden lightning streaked across the sky. The spacious underground cave was instantly dyed golden by the lightning. Ah! The Broodmother's Eye's huge body was instantly pierced by the thunder spear. A hole with a diameter of 50 centimeters appeared in the center of its body. A large amount of flesh and blood was instantly reduced to ashes. Su Lin deliberately avoided the Broodmother's Eyes. One had to know that the most valuable thing on this monster's body was its eye. If the eye was destroyed, the value of the Broodmother's Eye would be reduced by 90%. After the thunder spear was thrown, the Broodmother's Eye let out a cry of horror. It activated all of its psionic defensive force fields. However, under the effect of the thunder spear, the psionic defensive force fields shattered into countless pieces like glass. It couldn't withstand the impact of the thunder spear at all. The next moment, a terrifying hole appeared in its huge body. Its entire body was directly pierced by the thunder spear. Bang! The Broodmother's Eye's huge body fell to the ground like a small hill. Blood spurted out. Although it looked very miserable, the Broodmother's Eye was still alive. Its powerful life force was quickly draining away, and it could only struggle at death's door. Su Lin didn't give it a chance to recover. His body flashed and appeared directly above the Broodmother's Eye. The storm battle halberd in his hand suddenly flashed with dazzling lightning. Then he ruthlessly pierced the Broodmother's Eye's brain. The sharp storm battle halberd pierced the Broodmother's Eye's skin and mercilessly pierced its brain. The powerful lightning energy completely turned its brain into a pile of paste. After receiving another fatal blow, the Broodmother's Eye finally couldn't take it anymore. Its powerful life force disappeared in an instant. Its huge body collapsed with a loud bang. Only the tentacles were still trembling slightly. This was the reaction of the nerves in its body after being stimulated by the lightning. A high-quality magic gem appeared in Sullen's hand. Then a powerful energy surged from his body. The magic gem instantly flew up and bloomed with a dazzling brilliance. Soul extraction. Confinement. Soul binding. Spell maximization plus magic gem. 3 consecutive spells were cast by Su Lin. The soul of the Broodmother's Eye that had just died was instantly extracted from its corpse. The ferocious and terrifying soul struggled to escape. However, when it was alive, it wasn't a match for Su Lin. Now that it was dead, it was even worse. Chapter 462. Chains of lightning flew out from Sullen's body and wrapped around the soul of the Broodmother's Eye as soon as they appeared. The lightning chains had a golden glow on them, which was the embodiment of the divine power in Sullen's body. The soul of the Broodmother's Eye, which was struggling to escape, suddenly lost its ability to move. This ferocious soul was slowly pulled towards the magic gem in the air by the lightning chains. Boom! The lightning dissipated, and the originally pure magic gem turned into a soul stone that flickered with purple light. After the spell was cast, the soul stone fell from the air. Su Lin reached out and caught the gem. After looking at it for a while, a legendary soul stone was in his hands. Next, Su Lin did not let go of the corpse of the broodmother's eye, which was like a mountain of flesh, and directly stored it in his storage space. The broodmother's eye was very rare in the multiverse. Its eye was a very precious magic material. If the craftsmanship was good, it was more than enough to make a legendary item. How could he let go of such a material? At the same time, the moment the broodmother's eye was killed by Su Lin, the army of monsters that were besieging Crazy and the others immediately stopped attacking, and all of them fainted on the ground. Hundreds of kobolds, bugbears, underground orcs and minotaurs all fainted. These monsters that were originally controlled by the broodmother's eye were also freed at this moment. Seeing this, the grey dwarves and drows heaved a sigh of relief. Then they tied up these monsters with ropes. Those with light injuries were left behind, while those with heavy injuries were killed with a single slash. Crazy, on the other hand, had the Nell beetles under control again. As for the remaining 6 petrified Nell beetles, Su Lin had to cast a spell to get rid of them. The effect of the petrification spell was very powerful. This spell first appeared on the Medusa, who was also an ancient abomination monster. It was said that this monster had the bloodline of the gods. Many petrification spells in the multiverse originated from her. After the successful casting of the petrification spell, it did not directly turn a person into a stone statue. In fact, the stone statue was only the effect of the spell. As long as the petrification spell was removed within an hour, the petrified person would recover. Of course, the prerequisite was that the stone statue had to be intact. Once the stone statue showed signs of missing an arm or a leg, the person would also lose an arm or a leg after the petrification was removed. Moreover, the petrification spell had to be removed within an hour. Once the time limit was exceeded, the stone statue that was originally the effect of the petrification spell would become a real stone statue. After the petrification spell was removed, the beetles that had turned into stone statues, Su Lin had turned into stone. Su got everyone to clean the battlefield, while he found a place to look at his harvest this time. Ding! Congratulations host, you have obtained a glorious victory. Ding! Congratulations host, you have successfully defeated an Eye of the Nest Mother and annihilated its army. You have obtained 53,200 experience points. You have obtained an item Life Gem X2. Ding! Congratulations host, you have successfully killed an Eye of the Nest Mother. You have obtained 68,000 experience points. You have obtained 2 platinum treasure chests. You have obtained 1 legendary skill point for killing an Eye of the Nest Mother. The battle has ended. New Moon Year 1688, November, Underground World. Your servant discovered a gold mine in the Underground World. You led an exploration team to explore the depths of the Underground World. When you found the gold mine, you encountered an army led by the Eye of the Nest Mother. A battle broke out. In the end, you took the lead and successfully killed the Eye of the Nest Mother. You have obtained victory in this battle. Your name has begun to spread in the Underground World. Prestige plus 20. Ding! Congratulations host, your experience points have reached the maximum. Your profession level has been upgraded. You have obtained 2 free attribute points and 2 skill points. You have reached level 29. A series of notifications rang in Sullen's ears. The rewards from this battle were not bad. He obtained 1 legendary skill point, 1 legendary gem, 2 platinum treasure chests and 2 life gems. Moreover, he had leveled up. He had obtained a large amount of experience points from killing the brain hunters. Not only had he leveled up, but he had also accumulated 3/4 of the experience bar for the next level. In addition to the experience he had accumulated during this period of time in this battle, his level had increased once again. Su Lin had not used the bottle of golden 9 transformations pills he had obtained previously. In addition to the 2 free attribute points he had obtained this time, he had a total of 27 free attribute points. He could raise several of his original attributes to 50 points. He planned to use them all when he returned this time. In addition to the free attribute points, Su Lin had also accumulated 1 legendary skill point and 4 free attribute points. He planned to level up his skills. This time, Su Lin planned to level up his Iron Bone talent. Originally, this talent was an intermediate talent. To level it up to an advanced talent required 4 free attribute points. Now it was just enough. Opening the attribute panel, Su Lin found the intermediate Iron Bone talent and chose to level it up. A different kind of energy instantly appeared in his body and then quickly merged into his body. Su Lin felt as if his body was constantly being bitten by countless ants. There was pain all over his body from the inside out. His bones were sore, itchy and numb. All kinds of feelings appeared. Su Lin clenched his fists. The rocks on the ground were crushed by his grip. His whole body was sweating profusely. After a while, this feeling gradually subsided. Finally, all the pain disappeared, and a gentle energy began to nourish his body. His whole body felt as if it was soaking in a hot spring. It was very comfortable. After a few minutes, this feeling completely subsided. Su Lin opened his eyes. Feeling the dirt on his body, Su Lin used cleanse to clean his body. After that, he sat down and checked his attribute panel. Advanced Iron Bone. After a long period of training, your body has become stronger. Normal attacks will cause less damage to you. Your defense will increase by 30%. Attacks with less than 15 points will not cause you any damage. After looking at the Advanced Iron Bone skill, Su Lin did not level it up to Legendary. He needed his body to adapt to it before leveling it up. Therefore, Su Lin planned to level it up after returning to Northern Town. After completing the leveling up, Su Lin opened his inventory. There were 2 platinum treasure chests sitting there quietly. After taking a deep breath, Su Lin chose to open the treasure chests. A beautiful sound and light effect flashed, and the system's cold voice rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained a mysterious item, Qilin Horn. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained an item, Blood Essence Stone. After hearing the system's voice, Sullen's face instantly flashed with joy. Then he immediately took out the item that looked like a horn from his inventory. This Qilin horn was light gold in color. It was very hard and heavy to the hand. It was also covered in other energy. Su Lin was still worrying about where to get this Qilin horn. He did not expect to get one from opening the treasure chest this time. Su Lin was not clear about the other uses of the Qilin horn. However, the wonder blueprint that he had obtained said that the Qilin Pavilion needed this item to be built. Although the Qilin Pavilion's function was simple, it was very useful. It could improve the physical fitness of the horses and mounts in the territory. It could even make normal mounts mutate. Su Lin was not clear about the effect. However, according to the characteristics of the wonder building, the effect should be very good. The other materials to build the Qilin Pavilion were not too rare. A portion of them could be found in the northern city. The other portion could also be bought with money. The most important item, the Qilin horn, was already available. When he returned, he would also build this wonder building. After putting away the Qilin horn, Su Lin took out the Blood Essence Stone. The Blood Essence Stone was a red stone the size of an egg. Its surface was smooth and it flickered with specks of light. It looked very beautiful. He opened the system and began to check the Blood Essence Stone's attributes. Blood Essence Stone. This is a mysterious stone. It has a special magical power. Wearing this stone can increase the host's HP recovery speed and increase the host's maximum HP. It can also be used to make some items. After seeing the Blood Essence Stone's attributes, Su Lin curled his lips. This stone was basically useless to him. After he had legendary regeneration, his HP recovery speed was very fast. He basically did not need this stone. However, after seeing that the Blood Essence Stone could be used to make magic items, Su Lin decided to keep it. He would give it to Hathaway when he returned and let her do as she saw fit. After putting away these things, Su Lin began to look at the 2 life gems in the storage space. These 2 gems were filled with life energy. They were light green and full of vitality. These magical gems were very rare. They had a magical effect, which was to increase one's HP. The life energy contained in the life gems was very rich and could be easily absorbed. At the same time, these gems were very important to druids. A life gem like this could increase one's lifespan by 15 years. For many nobles, this was almost impossible to refuse. As soon as these 2 life gems appeared, they would be immediately snatched up by others. However, these gems were very beneficial to druids. They could increase the success rate of a druid's advancement. After putting away the gems, Su Lin stood up. This time the harvest had been checked. Now it was time to deal with the gold mine. After defeating the Eye of the Nest Mother, Su Lin had obtained a large number of captives. Now he needed a large amount of labor to develop the mine. Su Lin planned to make these captives miners. At the same time, some of the slaves would be used to build the passage between here and Crete. Chapter 463. After dealing with the Eye of the Nest Mother, they captured more than 500 captives. These captives were all enslaved by the Eye of the Nest Mother. Now that the Eye of the Nest Mother was dead, these slaves naturally belonged to Surin. Although Chrissy's charm was powerful, she couldn't control so many people like the Nest Mother's Eye. Therefore, Chrissy could only control the strongest people in the group. Without them, the rest of the slaves wouldn't have enough strength to rebel even if they wanted to. Next, Sulin divided the captives into groups of 50 and came up with a set of rules. A captain was chosen from each group and given some preferential treatment. They would immediately stand on Sulin's side and help Sulin oppress their own kind. This kind of thing happened too often in Sulin's northern city. Even now, there were still a lot of foreign overseers in the northern city. To prevent these slaves from escaping, Sulin divided each group into groups of 5. The slaves in the groups were to supervise each other. If someone escaped, everyone in the group would be punished. Moreover, the groups were to supervise each other. Those who reported the escapees would be rewarded. The highest reward was freedom and the lowest reward was some food. At the same time, Sulin had the drows watch over the slaves. After completing the rules, Sulin had the slaves build a camp here. At the same time, he sent the Grey Dwarves to explore the gold mine in all directions. After everything was arranged, Sulin took Crazy to search for the Eye of the Nest Mother. Beholder creatures also liked precious metals and shiny things. Their nests often contained a lot of wealth. Although it wasn't as rich as dragons, it wasn't too far off. Sulin naturally wouldn't miss out on this wealth. Who would complain about having too much money? With a clever captive leading the way, Sulin and Crazy rushed to the Eye of the Nest Mother. The Eye of the Nest Mother's nest wasn't far from here. It was only about 2 kilometers away. It was located in a cave. At this time there were some Taurens standing guard outside the cave. Even the Eye of the Nest Mother had been killed by Sulin, so the Taurens were even easier to deal with. Zhao Fu casually threw out 5 lightning whips, causing the Minotaurs to be paralyzed and unable to move, easily subduing them. Looking at the cave before him, Su Luan didn't enter directly. Who knew if there were any traps left behind by the Nest Mother's Eye? Sulin looked around and saw that no one was around. Then he took his Storm War halberd and walked towards the 2 Taurens. He kicked them and said coldly, "Don't play dead, get up." Sulin's spell wasn't to kill him, but to make him lose his ability to resist. One had to know that mining required a large number of slaves, and it was better to have one less slave die. "Don't kill me." The man struggled to get up. Although he didn't die, his injuries weren't light. At this moment he was full of reverence for Sulin. In the Tauren tribe, only the prophet shaman had the power of magic. He could clearly sense that Sulin was far more powerful than the shamans in his tribe. Sulin put the Storm War halberd on the Tauren's neck and asked in a low voice, "Who is your master?" Although the Tauren was in awe, he didn't tell Sulin about his master. It was as if his master had left a restriction on him. How troublesome. Remove the spell. A ray of light rose from Sulin's body, and the spell on the Tauren was removed. "Who is your master?" Sulin asked again. "It's an eye demon." After the spell was removed, the Tauren immediately told him what he knew. Soon, Sulin figured out the situation in the nest. Other than the Nest Mother's Eye that he killed, there were 3 other eye demons in the nest. They were the servants of the Nest Mother's Eye. Sulin was a little confused before. Why was there only 1 eye demon in the Nest Mother's Eye? It turned out that the rest of the eye demons were all in the nest. After figuring this out, he naturally wouldn't let the eye demons go. Then Sulin and the others entered the cave. After entering the cave, they realized that it was a completely different world. This was not a cave but a castle. Most of the rock wall had been hollowed out, and small rooms had been excavated. There were many fluorescent stones inlaid on both sides of the road. Just as Su Luan was still observing the surroundings, a burst of footsteps came and more enemies appeared. This time, other than the Tauren, orcs and other underground races, there were also 3 eye demons. Although the eye demons were strong, it depended on who the opponent was. As soon as the 3 eye demons appeared, they immediately cast Demonic Ray at Sulin. However, after hitting, there was no reaction. Sulin's constitution easily withstood the test of toughness. These spells only caused some minor damage to him. With his strong regeneration ability he recovered quickly. Sulin raised his hand and cast 5 lightning whips. The arcs of lightning bounced quickly on the monsters, and the monsters that rushed up were immediately paralyzed. Sulin's body flashed and appeared near a few eye demons. The eye demons were easily killed by him without any resistance. Next, Su Lin and Chris quickly cleaned up the entire castle. All 3 eye demons in the castle were killed, and Su Lin collected 3 more eye demon corpses. The remaining 100 or so people in the castle were dealt with in the same way as before. Su Lin began to look at the spoils of war this time. As the difference in strength between the enemies and himself was too great, and there were no legendary creatures, there were only some experience points and magic gems as rewards. There was not even a silver treasure chest. After conquering the dungeon, Su Lin immediately sent someone to inform Aten to cancel the construction of the territory. This dungeon was very suitable for a territory. The dungeon was not big. Su Lin did a simple survey. It was more than enough for thousands of people to live in. Moreover, it was easy to defend and difficult to attack. The dungeon was surrounded by hard rocks, and there was only one entrance. There were tunnels dug into the mountain walls, and there were squares, houses, and streets. It was a small city. The largest room was where the Eye of the Nest Mother lived. After Su Lin entered the room, he discovered a small mountain of gold and jewels in the middle of the room. In this dungeon, the Eye of the Nest Mother was worshipped by the eye demons and the monsters under their control as a god. These items were offerings to the Eye of the Nest Mother. Now that the Eye of the Nest Mother had been killed by Su Lin, the gold and jewels in the room were all Sullen's spoils of war. After seeing the treasures, Sullen's heart raced. Then he ordered his subordinates to count the treasures. Most of the treasures were gold. After all, there was a gold mine, and the purity of the gold was only average. Besides the gold, there were also many magic gems. After counting, there were more than 2 tons of gold and thousands of magic gems. Of course, most of the magic gems were of average quality, and less than 1/10 of the magic gems were of high quality. Su Lin asked the Grey Dwarf to refine the gold into gold bricks and store them in his storage space. 2 tons of magic gems sounded like a lot, but in reality the gold bricks were less than 100 million cubic meters in size. Including the magic gems, the total volume was less than 2 cubic meters. Sullen's storage space could easily fit them all. While the Grey Dwarf was exploring the veins, the slaves were not idle. Su Lin arranged for them to repair the roads. The tunnels leading to Crete had to be widened and strengthened, and many of the uneven roads had to be smoothed out. After making the necessary arrangements, Su Lin took some time to return to Northern City. He handed over the gold he'd obtained to the mint for casting, and sent the magical gems to the wizard tower. At the same time, Su Lin brought some men from Crete. When he came to the underground city again, 3 days had passed. After all, Su Lin had only brought a little more than 20 people with him the first time he came. If he stayed here all the time, the slaves would not dare to do anything to him. However, he could not stay here all the time, so he transferred some people from the city of Crete. In addition to preventing the slaves from causing trouble, these people's task was to clean up the area around the mine. When Su Lin returned, the Grey Dwarf had already begun to instruct the slaves to dig. As the area of the mine was too large, it would take a lot of time to explore. Therefore, they had to dig and explore at the same time. Although only a part of the exploration had been carried out, the results made Su Lin overjoyed. Besides the gold, there were many other associated minerals. The Grey Dwarf had also found some fine gold. Based on what they had discovered so far, the reserves of fine gold were not bad. In addition, there were also topaz, pyroxene, chalcopyrite, pyrite, and so on. There were even some gemstones. The magic gems in the room of the Eye of the Nest Mother should have been excavated from here. However, the quality of the gemstones here was average. There were not many high-quality gemstones. Among the slaves, the kobolds and underground orcs were assigned to mining, while the taurens were sent to build the tunnels. Su Lin and Chris began to sweep the territories around the dungeon. If they wanted to mine the mines, it would be impossible to rely on the hundreds of slaves in front of them. It was not realistic to transfer slaves from Crete or Orlando City. Both Crete and Orlando City needed slaves for mining, so they couldn't afford to spare too many people for that. Fortunately, there were other tribes living around the gold mine. Su Lin led his men to conquer these tribes one by one. The slaves were sent to the newly opened mine to mine. After a round of clearing, the potential threats around the mine were eliminated. The miners were also replenished. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 464. It took Su Lin a week to clear out all the monsters around the gold mine. The number of slaves in the mine had increased to 6,000. Among them, the number of kobolds was the largest, with 2,000 being bugbears. There were also orcs, gnomes, and taurens. 6,000 slaves were enough for now. Some of them were sent to the mine to dig while the others were sent to build roads. After Su Lin and Chris cleared out the area around the gold mine, they began to explore further. Chris had caught a dozen Nell beetles last time, so there must be a nest nearby. Since they had decided to form a Nell beetle cavalry, they naturally had to find the nest. Under Chris's command, the Nell beetles brought the two of them back to their nest. The Nell beetle's nest was a little far from the gold mine. After walking for another 2 hours, the two of them finally arrived at the Nell beetle's nest. As expected, there were a dozen Nell beetles in the nest. Chris, who was already experienced, easily controlled the rest of the Nell beetles. Chris then moved the Nell beetle's nest to somewhere near Crete. She wanted to let the Nell beetles reproduce there. Su Lin did not know much about the Nell beetles. He did not know if the relocation would allow the Nell beetles to reproduce. If it did not work, they would have to move back to their original place. After giving the task of forming Nell beetle cavalry to Chris, Su Lin left the underground world. After a period of adaptation, he was ready to upgrade advanced iron bones to legendary. After returning to the northern wind tower, Su Lin opened a seclusion room and had He open an energy channel to connect to the elemental pool. The elemental concentration in the seclusion room increased rapidly. Su Lin opened the system panel and found the advanced iron bone. Behind the advanced iron bone, there was a flashing plus sign. Su Lin took a deep breath and chose to level it up. In the next second, Su Lin felt as if countless ants were biting his body. His bones seemed to be breaking and recombining. This feeling came and went quickly. When all the pain disappeared, Su Lin finally let out a sigh of relief. The system's cold voice rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have used a legendary skill point and successfully upgraded advanced iron bones to legendary iron bones. Detected that the host possesses legendary sturdiness and legendary tenacity. The host's body has triggered a special effect. The host has obtained the talent, copper skin and iron bones. Legendary steel bones, you have gone through a lot of tempering. Your body has completely broken away from the limits of a mortal and is moving towards a higher level. Normal attacks will deal less damage to you and your defense will be increased by 50%. Attacks below 30 points will not deal any damage to you. Copper skin and iron bones. With this talent, you are immune to special effects such as crippling, broken tendons, bone fractures and shattering. Your magic resistance is increased by 20. Su Lin stretched his body, and a series of crackling sounds that sounded like beans being fried rang out. His body's defense had become very strong. With the addition of legendary tenacity, legendary iron bones, body hardening, and other talents, ordinary weapons could no longer hurt him. Sullen's skin had become very tough. He deliberately took out an ordinary knife and scratched his body. However, the blade did not leave any wound. In the end, he kept increasing his strength and finally pierced his skin. However, just as a little blood flowed out, the wound quickly healed with the help of legendary regeneration. After testing the changes in his body for a while, Su Lin did not leave the seclusion room. Instead, he sat down again and calmed his mind. After a while, Su Lin took out a bottle of 9 transformation golden pills from the storage. After uncorking the bottle, a faint medicinal fragrance instantly filled the whole room. Su Lin took out a golden elixir. The 9 transformations golden elixir looked golden all over, as if it was made of gold. Without hesitation, Su Lin raised his head and swallowed the pill. As soon as the 9 transformation golden pill entered his stomach, a warm feeling spread from his body. Soon, a gentle energy began to swim in his body. This energy was the 9 transformation golden pill he had just taken. Every time this energy swam in his body, a part of it would merge into his body. After a few rounds, all the energy had been completely absorbed by his body, and in his attribute pain, 5 free attribute points had been added. Su Lin chose to add all 5 attribute points to dexterity. The original 45 points of dexterity instantly increased to 50 points. Another type of energy quickly circulated in his body a few times before it was completely absorbed by his body. Su Lin was keenly aware that his body had become more flexible. Next, the remaining 4 9 transformation golden pills were all consumed by him. There were also 20 free attribute points on his attribute pain. Sullen's current 5 attributes, strength and dexterity, had both reached 50 points. This time he added the remaining attribute points to spirit, vitality and charm. His spirit was originally 35 points. Su Lin directly added 15 free attribute points to it. His spirit had also reached 50 points. 3 of the remaining 5 free attribute points were added to Vitality. His Vitality had also broken through 50 points. The last 2 free attribute points, together with the 2 free attribute points he had obtained from this level up, were all added to Charm. His Charm had also reached 31 points. With the sudden increase of so many attribute points, Sullen's physical fitness could be said to have undergone an earth-shattering change. Now, although there was not much difference between him and an ordinary person, in fact he was more like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. 50 points of strength and 50 points of vitality. Ordinary giant dragons did not have such high attributes. Even the strongest red dragon of the chromatic dragons did not reach 50 strength when it reached adulthood. For example, the weakest white dragon of the chromatic dragons, its strength was even lower. In fact, the giant dragons in this world were very different from the giant dragons in previous games. After all, when the game was being produced, the developers had to do some balancing. The strength of the giant dragons in the game was severely weakened. Simply put, the giant dragon's movement speed. An adult red dragon's body was more than 20 meters long. However, in the game, such a giant beast's flying speed was 150 feet per round. What was 150 feet? If converted to meters, it was 45. 72 meters, a distance of less than 50 meters. Then how long did one round take? In the game, one round was set to take 6 seconds. 1 minute was divided into 10 rounds. In other words, this giant beast that was more than 20 meters in size only had a flying speed of 7 meters per second. With this speed, even a human's running speed was faster than a giant dragon's flying speed, let alone flying. Looking at its movement speed on the ground, the data was 40 feet per round. If converted to meters, it was a little more than 12 meters. It ran 12 meters in 6 seconds. That was 2 meters per second. What kind of concept was that? Even if you randomly grabbed a healthy young man without training, he could run 100 meters in 15 seconds. If converted, it would be 7 meters per second. Thinking about it, the giant dragon's body was more than 20 meters long. A casual step would be more than 2 meters away. This data weakened the giant dragon to an idiot. Sulin had never seen a real dragon before, but he still had some data. These data were very different from the data in the game. If he killed the giant dragon according to the attributes of the giant dragon in the game, it was basically a suicide mission. The difference between the game and reality was very big. Sulin planned to raise all his attributes to 50 points before leveling up. 50 points was a critical point. When all his attributes were raised to 50 points, only Charm was left. Sulin had made up his mind to raise this attribute. After all, strength was a matter of version. Being handsome was a matter of life. Chapter 465. When Sulin came out of the retreat room, all of his attributes except for Charm had reached 50 points. His body was now full of power. After stretching his body, Sulin went directly to the astrology platform. Since the 5 high-grade wizards had joined, Hathaway now had more time to read. When Sulin came, she was looking through all kinds of information about the golem factory. Golem puppets were the best guards and troops for a wizard tower. If they were to produce golem puppets the normal way, the output would be low and the time would be long. The wizards' time was very precious and they didn't want to waste it. Therefore, to solve this problem, the golem factory was born. The first golem factory was built by a large wizard organization. Each wizard was only responsible for a part of the process. Then, everyone worked together to produce the parts according to the standard. Finally, the assembly was done. The advantage of this was that all wizards didn't need to know all the techniques of making golems. It lowered the difficulty of making golems and sped up the construction process. However, this also brought about a problem. This kind of factory required a lot of manpower. Only a large wizard organization could build this kind of factory. The one who changed this situation was an arcanist who was proficient in necromancy. This arcanist suddenly thought of using necromancers and other undead creatures to replace manual labor. Of course, this method only solved part of the problem. There were many parts that necromancers couldn't do, but even so, it was still a big improvement compared to the original golem factory. The real reason why the golem workshop didn't require any wizards was because of a lich. After countless experiments, the lich successfully installed the legendary tower spirit construct on the golem workshop. For a master of necromancy and soul manipulation, this lich created an epic-making golem factory. Up until now, the technology of the golem factory was still based on the lich's research. The only difference was that there were some optimizations on the original foundation. Since she couldn't make riddles for the time being, Hathaway planned to build as many golems as possible to guard the wizard tower. Therefore, she wanted to build a golem factory to provide a large number of golems for the wizard tower. Seeing Sulin come in, Hathaway's eyes lit up and said with joy, "Sulin, you finished your retreat?" Sulin nodded. "Yes. Are you looking at the information on the golem factory?" Hathaway adjusted her glasses and said, "Yes, we need a large number of golems to guard the wizard tower and the secret plane. Right now we have too few golems here. Most of the time, we can't even satisfy the daily patrols. It's indeed a little too little. The golem factory is indeed a very good idea. By the way, what's your progress now?" Sulin asked with great interest. Hathaway said awkwardly, "The technology for the golem factory isn't too difficult. Basically, any legendary wizard can do it. The only problem is that it costs a lot of money. Don't worry about the funds." When Sulin heard that there was no problem with the technology, he immediately patted his chest and said, "A large gold mine has just been discovered in the underground world. It can provide us with a lot of money. And this gold mine isn't an ordinary one. It's accompanied by fine gold. Adamantine. It seems that this is indeed a huge gold mine." Hathaway said in surprise. "It seems that the construction of the golem factory is funded this time. How much is the budget for the project?" Sulin asked. "About 30 million kinnar." Hathaway said in a relaxed tone. 30 million? Sulin was so surprised that he almost bit his tongue. 30 million kinnar? Are you sure it's not an extra zero? Not 30 million but 3 million? Hathaway shook her head. "It's 30 million. F***ck. Sulin suddenly felt a toothache. This was too expensive. One had to know that the wizard tower built by Sulin only cost about 10 million kinnar. Now to build a golem factory, it would cost 30 million kinnar. The little treasury that had just been filled was now gone. The broodmother's eye fell. Sulin had eaten his fill, but now he had to vomit it all out. Thinking of this, Sulin felt a pang of pain. However, the golem factory had to be built. One had to know that the floating city needed a large number of golem puppets as an army and a defensive force. The golem factory was indispensable. By the way, this time I killed a broodmother's eye in the underground world. These materials should be useful to you." Sulin forcibly diverted his attention from the 30 million. "Broodmother's eye?" Hearing Sulin's words, Hathaway was pleasantly surprised. "Did you get the main eye of the broodmother's eye?" "Of course," Sulin said proudly. "In order to protect the main eye, I spent a lot of effort to kill the broodmother's eye." As Sulin spoke, he took out the corpse of the broodmother's eye from his storage space. The broodmother's eye, which was about 3 meters in diameter, appeared in the room. Hathaway immediately walked over to examine it. The broodmother's eye looked a little miserable. The most fatal injury was the one that went through the entire brain. Although the other injuries looked miserable, they were not too serious. Hathaway's palm flashed and a silver-white scalpel appeared in her hand. Then Hathaway took the scalpel and quickly cut the broodmother's eye's body. The thin but tough skin of the broodmother's eye was cut open. The corpse is well preserved, but its eye needs to be taken out as soon as possible. Hathaway said to Sulin as she cut up the corpse. "I have other uses for this main eye, but these secondary eyes can be used in the golem factory." Hathaway cut open the tentacles of the broodmother's eye and quickly took out the secondary eyes. Many of the broodmother's eye's secondary eyes and tentacles had been damaged during the battle. In the end, Hathaway found 7 undamaged secondary eyes. "Your spoils of war shouldn't be just one broodmother's eye, right? I remember that broodmother's eyes are social creatures." "They are indeed social creatures. After I killed the broodmother's eye, I saw 3 beholder devils in its cave." Sulin nodded. "I killed the 3 beholder devils. Their corpses are in my storage space. Do you want them now?" "I'll put them in the storage space later. This broodmother's eye will keep me busy for a while." Hathaway shook her head. "The main eye of a beholder devil can be used to create many spells. For example, the Eye of Truth, the Eye of Omniscience, the Eye of Spacetime, and so on. The crystal ball used by the divination school can also be replaced by a beholder devil's eye, and the effect is even better than a crystal ball. The Eye of Prophecy can also reduce the backlash of divination spells and increase the success rate of divination spells. More importantly, the Eye of Prophecy can save you from disaster once." "Save you from disaster once?" Sulin looked at the broodmother's eye in shock. It was common knowledge that witches were often much more skilled than male adepts when it came to divination spells. Moreover, as a woman they were naturally very curious. Women were even more curious than cats. What would they do if they had the ability to peek into other people's futures? Sulin didn't have to think to know that the witches would not be able to resist the urge to peek into the future. Under normal circumstances, they would only be able to see a few fragments of the future. It was not a big problem and it would be hard for others to notice. However, they could not help but want to see more, so they would use some dangerous divination spells. This would lead to a serious consequence. The wizards of the School of Divination would be seriously injured or even killed by the backlash of fate. The crystal ball of the School of Divination could not only reduce the difficulty of casting spells, but also reduce the risk of backlash. The crystal ball would explode and crack to replace the damage that the witches would receive. However, there was a limit to the damage that the crystal ball could withstand. Once the limit was exceeded, the crystal ball would directly shatter. The eye of prophecy made from the beholder's eye could save you from death once. There were very few witches who were proficient in divination spells that were easy to deal with. For this reason, the number of northern witches had always been very small. Very few northern witches could die of old age. The most common situation was that they were killed by their own divination spells. "What are you going to do with the broodmother's eye's main eye?" Sulin asked curiously. Hathaway quickly cut off the skin of the broodmother's eye. At the same time she separated the flesh and was ready to take out the main eye. "This eye?" Hathaway thought for a moment. "It's too wasteful to use this eye to make the eye of prophecy. I'm going to use it to make an omniscient eye." "Omniscient eye?" Sulin raised his eyebrows. "It's not what you think." Hathaway smiled. "The omniscient eye is the ability of the gods. Only the gods who have mastered the omniscient eye can see the entire material world at any time and place. There are no restrictions of distance or space. The omniscient eye I'm talking about is far less effective than this." Hathaway continued, "Although it's not as powerful as the omniscient eye of the gods, it's more than enough to observe the northern battlefront city. With the omniscient eye, we can observe every corner of the city at any time and place. In addition to this, the omniscient eye will also retain its original abilities. For example, we can use the omniscient eye to cast some light spells. With the omniscient eye, we can attack at any time and place as long as we are in the northern battlefront city. At the same time, the omniscient eye can also be used for reconnaissance. Its range is very large. It can be dozens of kilometers or even hundreds of kilometers." Hathaway quickly took the broodmother's eye's main eye from its corpse and soaked it in a basin of clear blue liquid. The broodmother's eye's main eye was 50 centimeters long. It moved up and down in the liquid. Chapter 466. That azure liquid was a material specially used to process beholder main eyes. Although beholder main eyes were first-rate materials, they weren't easy to preserve. After soaking in that liquid, the eye would transform into a kind of crystal-like crystal. Moreover, this transformation wouldn't weaken the effects of the beholder main eyes. This was the best way to process the main eyes. After the transformation, the beholder main eyes would be preserved for a long time. Normally, this transformation would take 3 to 5 days, but the broodmother's eye was much bigger than ordinary beholders, so it needed to be soaked for a longer time. After Hathaway put the broodmother's eye inside, she used a defensive spell to put the crystal box containing the broodmother's eye in a safe place before starting to process the rest of the things. Although the secondary eyes of the broodmother's eye weren't as powerful as the main eyes, they were still a pretty good material. Hathaway planned to use them to make arcane eyes. The arcane eye's effects were very similar to the omniscient eyes, but whether it was in terms of range or magic attack, they were a lot weaker. But they were still very good for scouting in the wild. Hathaway planned to make these secondary eyes into arcane eyes. After making a new crystal box, she once again poured the azure liquid into it before putting the remaining secondary eyes inside. After doing all this, Hathaway let out a sigh of relief. "Alright, the most important materials have been processed. The flesh of the broodmother's eye can be used to make the bloodline potion, the skin can be used to make magic scrolls, and the rest can be used as experimental materials." After arranging everything, Hathaway once again took out the information about the golem factory. The golem factory was a huge project. In fact, all kinds of golems were produced in different independent factories in the golem factory. For example, clay golems were molded, stone golems were carved, and steel golems were cast. These different production methods determined that each golem required different factory conditions. A complete golem factory had at least 3 production lines. In the end, the only thing that was the same was the assembly workshop. All kinds of magic golems were transported together to be assembled, and then activated with the life activation spell. Of course, there were similarities in the manufacturing process of the 3 types of golems. For example, mageweth engraving. All golems had to be engraved with a large number of mageweths. Apart from the mageweth engraving, everything else was basically the same. The 3 types of golem production lines had different levels of difficulty. From low to high they were the clay golem, the rock golem, and the steel golem. As for the legendary golem, it was too expensive to make and they were few in number. It was not cost-effective to make a production line. The clay golem production line was the least difficult to build, but the clay golem's combat power was also the lowest. Under normal circumstances, the wizard tower would use the clay golems as servants, and as combat units, these things were cannon fodder. At the same time, because of the cost and materials, the clay golem could also be used as an experimental assistant. Hathaway planned to build a clay golem production line. On one hand, she could produce some clay golems to be used as servants in the wizard tower. On the other hand, she could familiarize herself with the construction process of the production line and accumulate experience in making rock golems and steel golems. The stone golem production line required a more exquisite engraving process, and the requirements for rune engraving were also high. In comparison, it was much more difficult than the clay golem production line. Moreover, there were several types of stone golems, the most common stone golem, the upgraded granite golem, and the gargoyle golem. The production process of these golems needed some modification. The steel golem production line was the most difficult. There was a big difference in technology, and it needed a smelting workshop, a casting workshop, and so on. At the same time, a tower spirit was needed to control the entire production line. In addition to building the production line, Sulin also needed a lot of materials. The construction of the golem puppets required elemental crystal stones. The clay golems and rock golems could use medium-sized elemental crystal stones, but the steel golems needed large elemental crystal stones. As for the legendary ones, they needed legendary elemental crystal stones. Considering the current shortage of resources, Hathaway and Sulin discussed and decided to make a clay golem production line first. After all, clay was the easiest material to obtain, and it was much easier to make golem puppets with clay. When he had enough clay golem assistants, it would not be too late to build a larger golem and steel production line. The production of the clay golem required magic essential oil and special spices. Magic essential oil could now be produced in the secret territory. The winged ones would make a lot of magic essential oil every day. Some would be sold, some would be made into other items or distributed to others. As for the soul crystals, there were still plenty of small and medium-sized soul crystals. There were many monsters in the underground world, and some places were occupied by the undead. The number of large soul crystals was very small, but there were still a lot of small and medium-sized soul crystals. Hathaway planned to build the clay golem production line in the secret territory. It was not suitable to build this kind of factory in the northern town. Of course, it could be moved to the city in the future. Much of the equipment for the clay golem production line was actually similar to the production equipment of the brick kiln factory. During the production of the clay golem, the clay needed to be crushed, stirred, and shaped. Sulin had already made a hydraulic mixer, a hydraulic crusher, and a hydraulic mold press before. Now there was no need for hydraulic engineering but elemental energy. Compared to hydraulic machinery, elemental energy was naturally better as a power source. This set of equipment was comparable to the assembly line equipment in his previous life. As everyone knew, the level of technology in his previous life was just that. After so many years of development, the energy problem was still not completely solved. The way to use energy was still to boil water, fossil energy, including coal, oil, and natural gas. This part was mainly converted into heat through combustion, then, boiled water and steam was used to drive various machinery. Nuclear energy. Through nuclear reactions a lot of heat was generated in a short period of time, and then, it was still used to boil water. As we all know, those nuclear reactors are large kettles. For all. Hydrogen energy. First, hydrogen was obtained through electrolysis or chemical reactions, then heat was obtained through combustion, and then, it was still used to boil water, geothermal power. The principle was similar to other thermal power generation. The only difference was that the heat came directly from the Earth's core, so, it was also used to boil water. Biomass energy. fuel obtained from living things, mainly plants and microbes, so to put it bluntly, it was still used to boil water? There was no end to it, it was always boiling water. Only solar energy and mechanical energy were converted into electrical energy. In this world, the energy source alone was more advanced than in his previous life. After all, magic directly used elemental energy to convert, and the conversion rate was much higher than the conversion rate of boiling water. In his previous life, the highest energy conversion rate was only 40%, but in this world, it was almost 100%. The elemental pool in the secret realm was also a large elemental pool, and it was more than enough to supply the entire secret realm. Moreover, many of the facilities in the secret realm had not been repaired, so there was no need to use so much energy. There was no problem in using the elemental pool's energy to run the production line. There were many empty spaces in the secret realm, and Su Lin quickly found a suitable place. Then, Su Lin and Hathaway directed the steel golems to carry out the construction. Energy channels were laid down one after another. Now, the production of magic crystals in the secret realm was very good. The crystal beasts that Su Lin brought back from the underground world were living very well here. From less than 50 at the beginning, there were now more than 130 of them. The clay crusher was produced by the craftsmen in Northern Town. In addition to the crusher, even the mixer and mold press were the same. Hathaway specially made more than a dozen clay golems, and these clay golems were instilled with the skills to operate these machines. When the clay golem production line was completed, these golems would operate it. Although the clay golems were not as complicated as the stone golems, they were still not easy to build. Later on, they still needed to be carefully carved, engraved with runes, assembled, and so on. Hathaway had clearly researched thoroughly, and the clay golem production line was already in place. The most difficult part was the magic pattern engraving workshop, which required the engraving of magic patterns in the clay golems. Hathaway used a beholder's eye for this equipment. The beholder's eye could shoot light spells. After Hathaway's modification, the beholder could release stable, long-lasting and low-energy light spells, and then use this light spell to engrave the golems. The materials used for engraving magic patterns were magic gem powder and some magic beasts or other monsters' blood. These magic gem powder and magic beast blood were mixed according to a certain ratio, and some other things were added. The magic gem powder was very effective when engraving magic patterns. It was very difficult to operate the beholder's eye, not to mention engraving runes. Ordinary clay golems were not up to the task at all. With their simple brain capacity, they could not complete too complicated tasks, so for the sake of engraving runes, they finally decided to use legendary soul stones. Su Lin still had several legendary soul stones, so it was naturally no problem to use one to make a legendary tower spirit. And when it came to making steel golems, they also needed to use a high intelligence and high quality tower spirit. In fact, the tower spirit in this world was like the artificial intelligence in his previous life, but this artificial intelligence was a little weaker than the tower spirit. The artificial intelligence in his previous life could only be said to be average, but the tower spirit in this world was very powerful. The entire clay golem production line was made very quickly, and it took about a week to make the complete set. After finding the production line and building it, Su Lin and Hathaway also began to load the engineering operation program into the clay golems. Chapter 467. Hathaway put down the silver-white carving knife and stretched her body. Her voluptuous breasts outlined an amazing curve. More than half of the clay golem production line had been completed. Only the rune engraving equipment had not been completed yet. This equipment required a tower genie construct made from a legendary soul crystal to operate, but it would be a waste if it was only used to produce clay golems, so Su Lin planned to input the stone golem's rune engraving technology into it as well. When the time came, as long as the other equipment caught up, this equipment could be used to produce stone golems. In addition to the legendary tower genie, this machine also required a lot of rare materials. Su Lin and Hathaway spent a lot of effort and finally made this equipment. Finally, they just had to install the tower genie construct and it was done. Hathaway picked up her magic staff and quickly chanted an obscure spell. The surrounding elemental energy began to fluctuate violently. Soon, a dazzling light appeared and a powerful elemental wave descended. Legendary activated life construct. Strange elemental energy quickly gushed out from Hathaway's body, and a powerful mana instantly shrouded the legendary soul crystal in front of her. Soon, another wave of energy appeared in the room. Soul weave. Supreme magic skills plus mana shaping plus soul construct. Traces of soul power quickly changed under Hathaway's manipulation. Soul Weave was a very difficult spell, and it was a very crucial part of making a legendary Tower Genie. It was equivalent to building a personality for the Tower Genie, building a framework and making the Tower Genie according to one's ideas. Normally, the Tower Genies made by wizards were extremely calm and rational, but this did not stop some people from making a silly Tower Genie. Hathaway, who had experience in making the Tower Genie, was very fast this time. After about 10 minutes, a rune was completed. With a flash of light, the construction of the legendary Tower Genie was completed. The next step was to install the legendary Tower Spirit construct and the rune inscription device together. This was not a difficult task. After placing the legendary Tower Spirit in the heart of the device, the automatic rune inscription device was considered complete. Automatic Rune Inscriber. Legendary Rune. Can inscribe runes on objects according to requirements. Accuracy plus 25, Efficiency plus 35, Indestructibility plus 30, Logic plus 32, Failure Reduction plus 33. After seeing the attributes of the Mageweth Inscriber, Su Lin nodded with satisfaction. With this thing, his clay golem production line would be completed. Without any time to rest, Hathaway and Su Lin returned to the secret realm with the automatic Mageweth inscription instrument. At this time, the clay golem production line in the secret realm was almost completed. After Hathaway installed the equipment, she directly connected it to the energy source. Although he had a lot of information about his own work, he still needed to make adjustments. The light blue elemental energy entered the golem factory through the energy channel, and the entire golem factory began to slowly activate. A few clay golems, who were the workers, woke up from their standby mode and got ready to work. Tower Spirit, Builder Number 1 activated. System self-check in progress. System self-check complete. Beginning program loading. Loading progress, 20%, 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. Loading complete. Clay Golem Model 3 automatic production line in progress. Connection complete. The clay golems, who had been quietly waiting for the notification, instantly began to move. Tower Spirit. Builder Number 1 was the name of the Tower Spirit of the automatic Mageweth inscription machine. This legendary Tower Spirit was also the brain of the entire clay golem production line. It was under its control that the automatic production line began to operate normally. Activate the clay golem production line. With Sullen's order, the clay golem production line was instantly activated. Several clay golems began to operate the machine, and cart after cart of clay was sent to the grinder to be crushed. The clay was only considered complete after it became very fine like flour. Next, the crushed clay was sent to the blender to be mixed. While mixing, magical essential oil, elemental powder, and other materials were added. Finally, the evenly mixed clay was sent to the press to be made into a standard clay golem construct. After a series of processes, these parts were sent to the rune inscription workshop, and the automatic rune inscription device would inscribe the runes. Hathaway and Su Lin looked at the processed clay golem part with a serious expression, and a bright ray lit up. It was the Eye Devil's secondary eye that Hathaway had processed before that emitted this ray. It was still a little thick when it first appeared, but it immediately began to shrink. The measuring table next to it accurately measured the data of the instrument's beam. If the data did not meet the requirements, the production would be rejected. The beam corrector next to it was used to correct this place. Next to the Eye Devil's secondary eye, there was an energy controller that controlled the power of the beam. Under the control of Builder Number 1, the beam quickly reached the product's requirements. Then it began to inscribe the runes, and the prepared arcane powder and gem powder began to be thrown in. As the beam moved quickly on the part, an accurate rune appeared on that part. After some debugging, the rune inscription device became faster and faster. In just 3 minutes, the rune inscription on a part was completed. Hathaway picked up the produced part and looked at it. This clay golem part was almost exactly the same as the one she designed. Although it was not as good as the one she made herself, it was still a good product. This automatic rune inscription device could inscribe runes on 6 parts at a time. Of course, it could also let 6 beams work together to inscribe one part. With the operation of the golem production line, a clay golem was soon produced. After Su Lin walked around the clay golem, he found that it was no different from a normal golem. After seeing the successful production of a golem, Hathaway and Su Lin were relieved. The golem production line was finally completed. Builder number 1. I'm here, master. The tower genie's cold mechanical voice sounded. Suspend production. Let those clay golems come over and stand properly. Hathaway pointed to the clay golems that were working. Yes, master. Soon, several clay golems were neatly arranged in front of Hathaway. Hathaway took out a silver-white carving knife. These clay golems were different from the ones that had just been produced. Some of the workmanship of the golem production line had been added to them. However, during the operation just now, there were some small problems with these modified clay golems. Now Hathaway needed to modify them. The main work of the modification was on the palms. Hathaway used the carving knife to give them more dexterous hands. At the same time, she engraved new runes on the finger joints and wrist joints, which could strengthen the flexibility of the clay golem's hands. Combat golems did not need this kind of precise modification. Only this kind of auxiliary type needed it. The cost of this modification alone was enough to build an additional clay golem. Although the auxiliary type golems were not good at fighting, their cost was usually much higher than the combat type golems. The auxiliary type golems needed to be instilled with more professional knowledge. Only with this knowledge could they carry out various work according to the situation on the spot. Their palms were very flexible. Only in this way could they carry out various work. After completing the operation of the clay golem production line, the next step was to officially complete the installation of the production line. At the same time, the factory also needed to be built. Su Lin deliberately opened up a space of about 1,800 square meters, and then built a clay golem production line workshop according to the style of the factory in his previous life. The creation of the clay golem could be divided into 3 parts. The first part was the construction of the limbs. This step could be done by disassembling them. This part was directly made through the mold press. It was not difficult, and even a wizard apprentice could do it. The second step was to carry out various treatments to make these clay parts set in shape and at the same time become difficult to damage. Only after this kind of magical treatment could the clay golems continue to be produced. Otherwise, the clay golems could only be clay, and a piece could be knocked off with a casual swing of a stick. They could not fight or work at all. Only after this magical treatment, the clay would become as hard as rock. The third step was the most critical magic pattern inscription. Only after the magic pattern inscription was completed could the clay golem perform various actions as if it had a life of its own. Of course, the premise was that it had energy. The fourth step was to assemble the body structure. This step was like piecing together toy models to assemble the complete structure of the golem. The assembly workshop had the most clay golems. In fact, it was also a maintenance workshop. Damaged clay golems would be replaced here. The benefits of the standardization of parts proposed by Su Lin were fully reflected here. If a part was damaged, it could be directly removed and replaced with a new one. As long as the damage was not too serious or the soul core was destroyed, the maintenance problems of these golems could be solved. The last part was the casting and activation. This part was not automated for the time being. In fact, this step could be activated through the tower spirit. The activation spell could be inputted into the tower spirit, and the magic of the elemental pool could complete the activation of the golem. However, because the value of the clay golem was not high, Hathaway and Su Lin did not want to add another tower spirit. It should be known that the cost of such a tower spirit was about 1,000,000 kinnar. Moreover, Su Lin also wanted to build other golem production lines, which would cost a lot of legendary soul crystals to make tower spirits. Naturally, he was not willing to invest too much in this production line. In fact, activating the clay golem only required those high-grade wizards to come over and cast a spell every once in a while. Chapter 468. The main material of the clay golem was high-quality clay, which was plentiful near Northtown City. Building a clay golem required about 1,000 pounds of clay. Making a clay golem was like making ceramics. Although the clay golem wasn't a very powerful golem, there were always some exceptions. Once in the era of the Arcane Empire, there was an arcanist who was proficient in making clay golems. He made a powerful clay golem that had self-healing ability and could use spells to attack. This arcanist had invented a material called memory clay. After the clay was formed, it would remember its original appearance. After being attacked from a distance and the clay golem was broken, it would only take a few minutes for the clay golem to condense and return to its original appearance. Unless the clay was completely destroyed, it would quickly recover. The Arcanist used memory clay to make a large number of clay golems. It was said that the clay golems' fighting strength was on the same level as the steel golems. Of course, the memory clay golems were eventually annihilated in the long river of time. Su Lin naturally didn't have any information about the clay golems. The clay golems he made were just ordinary clay golems. The clay golems made by the production line were transported to the warehouse for preservation. These clay golems didn't use soul crystals as their cores. When using them, one only needed to put a soul crystal in them and cast a spell to activate them. Because they didn't use the tower spirit to activate them, after a certain number of clay golems were accumulated, several high-grade wizards would take turns to cast spells to activate the clay golems. In order to complete the golem production line as soon as possible, Hathaway and Surin had been busy during this period. The automatic Mageweth inscription machine, which was the most important part of the golem production line, took 2 weeks, while the other parts such as the energy channel and site construction, only took 3 days. The clay golems on the production line were made by Su Lin, which took him a week. These clay golems were then modified by Hathaway and instilled with various knowledge. After the clay golem assembly line started running, Su Lin and Hathaway began to make some adjustments to the golems to make the production line run more smoothly. At the same time, the conformity rate of the golem assembly line also increased. After a day of operation, the conformity rate of the various parts produced on the golem assembly line had reached 95%. The entire golem factory operated like an assembly line. The head, torso, limbs and various other parts were all made separately. All the parts were made according to the standard parts, and the deviation was less than 0.1 coefficient. Su Lin specially made 2 clay golems for them to check whether the various parts met the requirements. The parts that did not meet the requirements would be directly picked out, and only the parts that met the requirements could enter the next stage. These parts were assembled by the clay golem engineer. Su Lin upgraded its soul crystal to a high-level soul crystal. He would assemble and test the golems. Only the qualified golems would be placed in the warehouse after the assembly was completed. After 3 days of normal operation, Su Lin made a detailed calculation of the clay golem assembly line. If the clay golem assembly line ran at full capacity, it could produce 10 clay golems a day. According to this output, it could produce 300 clay golems a month. But in fact, the Northwind Tower didn't need so many clay golems right now. Su Lin planned to only produce a few hundred clay golems and send them to the Wizard Tower, the Secret Realm, the Underground World and other places. Su Lin had arranged for people to collect the materials for the golem workshop. Among them, the amount of high-quality clay was the largest, but this could be dug up by the slaves and then sent over after a period of time. As for things like magic essential oil and elemental dust, the amount used was not large. After one addition they could be used for a long time. Su Lin actually didn't care much about the clay golem assembly line. On the contrary, he cared more about the stone golem assembly line and the steel golem assembly line. The clay golem assembly line was at best an attempt to accumulate experience. Then, on the basis of the clay golem assembly line, he would build a better stone golem assembly line and steel golem assembly line. In fact, the technology of the stone golem assembly line was not much different from that of the clay golem assembly line. This time there was no need for crushing, mixing, and molding. Ordinary stone golems only needed high-quality granite or high-quality marble, but obsidian golems needed obsidian as a material, and obsidian was harder than ordinary stone and more difficult to process. Northern Battlefront City was rich in mineral resources, but there weren't many obsidian ores. Most of the obsidian ores discovered in the underworld had been used to construct the Northwind Tower. Now there wasn't enough obsidian in the underworld. Obsidian ores were mainly produced in volcanic areas. There were no volcanoes within a few hundred miles of the Northwind City. There were no volcanoes even in the underground world, so there was not much obsidian ores produced here. Obsidian ores were the main material for making obsidian golems and gargoyles. It was indispensable. If Su Lin wanted to get a large amount of obsidian ores, he could only buy them from other countries. However, this method had a lot of hidden dangers. Obsidian ores were strategic resources. Once the supply was cut off, the Northwind City would be at a loss, and the production of obsidian golems would no longer be able to continue. In his past life, Su Lin knew the power of a trade war. Back then, Mao Xiong was almost dead because of the trade war with the United States. His economy had always been poor, and Su Lin did not want anyone to have a hold on him. Another reason was that obsidian ores were very expensive. Once the Northwind City built an obsidian golem production line, a lot of obsidian ores would be consumed. Every month, the Kinnar ores would be used to buy obsidian ores. Although Su Lin was rich, he still felt the pinch. There were a few ways to get obsidian ores without obsidian ores. The simplest way was to find an empty space and use the power of spells to change the environment and lead the underground lava out. However, this method was very difficult. Even legendary wizards would have a hard time doing it. The second method was to capture an adult red dragon. Creatures like red dragons had radiation around their bodies. If they lived in a place for a long time, they would slowly change the environment and landscape of the place. Finally, they would turn the area into magma. Under normal circumstances, red dragons like to live in volcanic areas. However, capturing an adult red dragon was less difficult than the previous method. The third way was to go to the fire elemental plane and capture magma elementals that could make lava. Magma elementals also had the ability to change the environment. They could turn the ground into lava. This method was the technology used to build an obsidian factory. It was the technology that Su Lin and Hathaway secretly obtained in the Emerald Tower. Obsidian ores were very important, and a lot of them were needed in the floating cities. The requirements for the construction of a floating city were very high. The entire city had to be built with obsidian ores, so most of the time, there would be an obsidian factory in every floating city. These obsidian factories usually used magma elementals as the main force to produce obsidian ores. Chapter 469. Obsidian had good physical and magical resistance. It was the main material for the construction of the floating city, and the amount consumed was astronomical. The foundation of a floating city must be built with obsidian, and cutting corners on other things was absolutely unacceptable. As for using ordinary rocks and hardening spells, it was also impossible. The floating city was a super city that could fly freely in the sky and even in the astral world. It was also the most powerful battle fortress of the wizards. He didn't want to use this method just to save money. If the floating city, which was worth hundreds of billions of Kinnars fake, was damaged because of quality problems, Su Lin would have nowhere to cry. The construction of the rock golem production line was not urgent. With the experience of building the clay golem production line, the rock golem production line needed further adjustment. Besides, he had just spent so much energy building the clay golem production line. Hathaway also needed to rest for a while. Otherwise, what if she was hungry and thin? Although Hathaway had always been majestic and Su Lin had measured it himself, he didn't want to reduce the heavy pressure on his chest. Any man would want to be big. Big was the truth. After Su Lin returned to the northern town, Chris also returned from the underground world. After a period of mining, the underground world had begun to produce gold. In addition to gold, other metals such as silver, copper, iron, lead, and even a variety of magic gems were also produced in small amounts. The most important thing was the production of 3 kilograms of adamantine. Adamantine was very difficult to refine. Ordinary blacksmiths had no way to do it. Only the dwarves had mastered the refining method. The blacksmiths of the human kingdom had no way to refine this metal. The wizards had a way to refine it, and it was more advanced than the dwarves' technology, but it was still very difficult. Even in the era of the Arcane Empire, it was more troublesome to refine adamantine in large quantities. Although 3 kilograms of adamantine was not much, it meant that the northern town had a stable output of adamantine. Adamantine was the same as mithril. Although it was indispensable in many cases, it was generally not used in large quantities. Although 3 kilograms was not much, it was almost enough if they saved a little every month. Seeing that the little succubus Chris had returned, Su Lin was so excited that he couldn't sleep. During this time he was so busy with work that he didn't have time to play a few rounds of Gwent with them. This card game was a multiplayer game. The more people there were, the more interesting it would be. This game had another name, which was Lei Feng's card game. If he lost, he would have to accept the punishment. Su Lin had prepared everything. He found a box in the mezzanine of his study and opened it. There were more than 10 kinds of whips of different lengths. These whips were also made of different materials. After selecting, Su Lin chose an exquisitely woven linen whip, several red cotton ropes and several candles. Then he went to Chris's room. The game was very intense. The little succubus Chris and Su Lin were opponents. Halfway through the game, the little succubus could not take it anymore and could only beg for mercy. Su Lin then called the 2 half-elf maids, Angela, over to play Gwent together. Sullen's spear art had reached the large success stage, and the impact was powerful. Everywhere he passed there was no one who didn't beg for mercy. The night passed in silence. He hadn't played for a long time and he was a little high last night. He was still a little lethargic, but the ending was still good. The roads in northern town were blocked by heavy snow. The city was preparing for the new year. The festival was brought by Su Lin. Only he would hold such a festival. But at this moment an embroidered uniform guard brought news of the war. The rebellious nobles in the south elected the Medici family as their king, and they have established their own country. The Medici family ascended the throne and established a country? Su Lin, who was sitting on the main seat, was slightly stunned. The Medici family was also one of the elector families in the Kingdom of Florence. However, this elector family's strength had always been at the bottom of the Kingdom of Florence. He did not expect that they would dare to stand out this time. Ever since he ascended the throne, the nobles in the southern provinces rebelled. Because he was not strong enough, Su Lin did not crusade against them. He only condemned them at the official level. The new army in San Filto City was not much. Su Lin's original plan was to pacify the north before marching to the south. In the end, the nobles in the south elected the Medici family to ascend the throne and establish a country. This was no longer a matter of rebellion. Although the embroidered uniform guard recruited by Su Lin had begun to infiltrate the south, they did not get much information. Now, not only had they ascended the throne, but they had also formed an army and were preparing to attack. Su Lin, who received the news, could not sit still anymore. He was not worried about the northern citadel, but he was not worried about San Filto City. Without him, Phyllis alone would not be able to control the situation. Su Lin returned to San Filto City through the teleportation portal. As soon as he arrived, Phyllis hugged Su Lin tightly and did not let go. "What's wrong? Did someone bully my little baby?" Su Lin felt the moisture on his chest and asked softly as he caressed Phyllis's northern region. "It's you, you big bad guy. You didn't come to see me for more than a month. I'll bite you to death," Phyllis said as she bared her two little silver teeth at Su Lin and bit down hard on Su Lin's body. Su Lin did not feel any pain. He was just worried that his skin was too hard and her teeth would bite him. He quickly controlled his muscles and pretended to be in extreme pain. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry. Let me rub it for you," Phyllis said nervously when she saw Su Lin's expression. Su Lin chuckled in his heart. He lifted her up by the waist and carried her back to her bedroom, ignoring her resistance. Soon, a melodious song came from the palace. Early the next morning, Su Lin called for a court meeting. All the nobles of San Filto City came to attend. When everyone was present, Su Lin asked a servant to come forward and announce the rebellion of the nobles in the south. He and Phyllis sat on the throne with no expression on their faces. However, Phyllis seemed to be sleep-deprived and could not lift her spirits. After the servant finished speaking, the nobles in the hall all had different expressions. To these nobles, ever since Su Lin ascended the throne, he had been weakening and suppressing their forces and taking over their interests. Those who dared to resist before had been suppressed by Su Lin. The remaining nobles kept everything in their hearts and were waiting for an opportunity. Now that they heard that the nobles in the south had united to build a kingdom, they all wanted to watch a good show. The nobles in the south did not care about the rebellion of the nobles in the north. They even wanted them to come quickly and completely overthrow the cruel and corrupt Su Lin. Of course, not all of these nobles wanted Su Lin to die. Some of them surrendered to him, such as Rex, who was the Minister of Internal Affairs. This Earl Rex was the first to surrender to him. He was also very proficient in internal affairs. Now he was handling most of the government affairs in the Kingdom of Florence. Su Lin and Phyllis were just controlling the general direction. Rex stepped forward and bowed. "Your Majesty, the rebels in the south have openly built a kingdom. This is a blatant rebellion. They even formed an army to attack. This is very strange." Although the nobles in the south were richer than the north, the south had been peaceful and prosperous for a long time. The strength of the army was very low. It was far from being a match for the northern army that often fought with the orcs. Now that they dared to take the initiative to attack, it would be strange if there was nothing strange. Su Lin smiled leisurely and glanced at the nobles in the hall. "There is something strange, but don't worry about it. Since they came, let's just send them to their deaths." "Your Majesty, I am willing to be the vanguard and lead the army to kill all these rebels," a general said loudly. Before he finished, the generals around him all puffed out their chests and patted Su Lin's chest. They all wanted to be the first to send troops to destroy the rebellion in the south. These old men who had followed Su Lin since he was in the northern town had blind confidence in Su Lin's strength. Many of them worshipped Su Lin blindly. After so many battles, Su Lin was a god in these people's eyes. They were not worried that Su Lin would lose at all. On top of that, Su Lin was very generous to his own people. The salary of the soldiers was very high and they were given land. These generals were also given many castles and manors by Su Lin. As long as they performed meritorious deeds, Su Lin would not be stingy with the rewards. When Su Lin ascended the throne last time, he rewarded 2 counts and 6 viscounts. Although these titles were not given land, they were still rewarded with many castles and manors. Now that there was a chance to fight, these generals could not wait to put on their armor and go to war. They wanted to use the heads of the rebels to increase their ranks. Su Lin did not say anything. His fingers tapped on the throne rhythmically. Soon the hall quieted down. Only the rhythmic tapping sound could be heard. "Are you done?" Su Lin sat up straight when he saw these people had quieted down. "Since you are done, I will start now." Su Lin looked around and continued, "Since the rebels in the south are in a hurry to die, I will personally send them on their way." The hall fell into silence. Then it became noisy. "Your Majesty, you cannot. Your Majesty, as the king, how can you take the brunt of the arrows? As long as you give the order, I will definitely bring the Medici family back to you. Your Majesty, I am willing to share your burden." When they heard that Su Lin was going to personally take action, the nobles who had already surrendered to him immediately tried to dissuade him. However, most of the nobles just pretended to persuade him. Their acting skills improved. If it was not for the fact that Su Lin's system data showed that their loyalty had not reached 60, he might have believed them. Acting skills? They said it as if no one could. Su Lin immediately pretended to be arrogant and said, "There is no need to persuade me. I have made up my mind. P.S. That's all for today. I will make up for the rest in a few days when I am not busy. Thank you to Feng Ai Yuanxing for your 1500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to 1989 for your 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Orochi 886 and Immortal Path for your 500 Qidian coins tip. Thank you to Eve who knows how to cut vegetables, Yunzhong 128, Old Qinhan, Lord Zishuan, Fangmei Nagua, Tavern Long Time Not Seen, CQS Qingxing, Universe Galaxy Overlord and other book friends for their tips. Fumeng thanks. Happy New Year everyone, love you. Mwax. Chapter 470. Su Lin's gaze landed on a figure in the corner of the hall. That person nodded slightly at Su Lin. He was Su Lin's appointed guardian of the embroidered uniform guards. After being strengthened by the system, the embroidered uniform guards' ability to do things far surpassed their counterparts in the Ming dynasty. There were many other places that had spies planted in the nobles' houses and even the merchants' houses in San Filto City. Their identities were all different, ranging from butlers, coachmen, guards, attendants, maids and so on. Ever since he ascended the throne, Su Lin had been suppressing these nobles step by step. Although it seemed that the thorns had been removed by Su Lin and the rest were honest, he didn't think that these nobles would know their place. There was a saying that blocking someone's money was akin to killing their parents. Su Lin's actions weren't just a matter of money. Even his power had been suppressed by more than half. These nobles were only forced by Su Lin's ferocious might to appear honest and harmless. In reality, as long as Su Lin showed his weak side, these nobles would immediately turn into tigers that ate people without spitting out the bones. Su Lin was very clear about these people's ruthlessness, so he had never relaxed his surveillance of these people. Although he was not familiar with political struggles, he had watched many TV dramas in his previous life. There were many precedents to learn from. The most famous example was Emperor Chongzhen. He was fooled by others and directly abolished the imperial bodyguards. He cut off his own eyes and ears. In the end, he could only hang himself on a mountain. During this period of time, the embroidered uniform guards had gathered and summarized a large amount of information. Su Lin discovered that the reason why the southern rebels had the courage to attack Su Lin was because the northern nobles had made a private deal with the southern nobles. Their goal was simple. They wanted to transfer all the elite troops near San Filto City to fight a decisive battle with the southern rebels. Then, the nobles who had been accumulating their strength would stab them in the back. Although it was very risky, there wouldn't be a chance if they didn't act now. As Su Lin attacked the nobles, won over the commoners, distributed farmland and unified the tax system, the lives of the commoners at the bottom became better and better. As time passed, the commoners who benefited would support Su Lin even more. It would be more difficult to overthrow him. Moreover, this was done under the premise of harming their interests. Su Lin was surprised that these nobles could endure for so long before they took revenge. These nobles had long lost the elegance of their ancestors. For such a big matter like this, keeping it a secret was the most important thing. But what about them? These nobles only secretly held a meeting to discuss and used the nobles' ball as a cover. They thought that they had avoided Sullen's eyes and ears. However, they didn't know that all of this had already fallen into the eyes of the embroidered uniform guards who were paying attention to these people. There was no doubt that the matters these people discussed that day would be organized into a book and sent to Sullen's study at night. As for the southern nobles, the embroidered uniform guards didn't have enough manpower and couldn't collect too much confidential information. Su Lin had been looking for opportunities to weaken the strength of these nobles, but he didn't have a good excuse. Now that these nobles finally took the initiative to jump out, he didn't extinguish these things before it happened. Instead, he pushed the boat with the current to help them. As the lead actor and director of this scene, Su Lin was very willing to cooperate, but his appearance fee was a little expensive. After hearing that Su Lin had decided to lead the army personally, many nobles in the hall were surprised. Their original intention was to eliminate Sullen's army, but they didn't expect Su Lin to go personally this time. Since this was the case, it was a good opportunity to deal with them together. As for the losses in their eyes, it was only the southern nobles. The army recruited in Sanfilto City was taken away by Su Lin, and the soldiers he brought from North Town City were also taken away. Only a mere 6,000 people were left to guard the city. The entire city's defense became empty. Of course, when Su Lin made the decision, there were officials who objected, saying that it would cause the city to be empty and that more nobles should be gathered to form an army. However, this suggestion was directly rejected by him. If Sanfilto City wasn't empty, how could those people cause trouble and bury them all? The stage was already set up, and now all that was left was for the supporting characters to start the show. There were many things that needed to be done before the army went to war. When they were in North Town City, the number of soldiers was small, and a few hundred people could be sent out quickly. Now there were a total of 25,000 soldiers in Sanfilto City. In addition, the number of civilians wasn't any less than the regular army. The daily consumption of 50,000 soldiers was a huge number. By the time they officially set out, it was already a month later. The 50,000 soldiers majestically charged towards the south of the Kingdom of Florence. The army went all the way south. About half a month later, Su Lin entered the territory of the southern nobles. That was when the war officially began. "Your Majesty." Kent stepped forward and saluted. "These southern rebels have no intention of fighting a decisive battle with us. They have only been strengthening the defense and clearing the land. They seem to be luring us to go deeper." At this time, Su Lin naturally wouldn't hide anything from his subordinates. He nodded and said, "I know, these people are indeed luring us to go deeper. But what they didn't expect was that they weren't luring a fat sheep, but a giant dragon. Your Majesty, if we continue to go deeper, the supplies of these 50,000 soldiers won't be able to keep up." Kent said helplessly, "Those rebels are strengthening the defense and clearing the land. We can't even gather a single grain of food in the south. The food in the cities that they abandoned has also been transported away. How about we?" Su Lin understood what he meant. He wanted to directly rob the civilians in the cities. The civilians still had some food in their hands, but if he did that, even if he defeated the southern rebels in the end, he would only get 1,000 miles of barren land. So, he spent so much effort just to get a piece of land that was already in ruins? Su Lin didn't want a Kingdom of Florence that was in ruins. What he wanted was the rich south. Su Lin said with a serious expression, "Don't rob. You don't have to worry about the supplies. Someone will send them over soon." "Yes, Your Majesty." Seeing Sullen's serious expression, Kent immediately stood up straight and said. Su Lin nodded with satisfaction. "Do you think the southern rebels can hold on like this?" Strengthening the defense and clearing the land is easy to say. How much damage will this cause? Do you think the rebels can hold on?" Looking at the other generals in the tent, Su Lin smiled and explained, "The southern provinces have developed a lot of commerce. Most of the time they rely on trade. If we start a war with such great fanfare, do you think the merchant caravans will still dare to do business? In addition to strengthening the defense and clearing the land, food, bridges, wells, and even the forests near the cities will be destroyed. The villages will have to migrate. This kind of destruction is enough to make them feel the pain. For those greedy nobles, short-term losses were acceptable, but that was for the sake of the rich profits later. However, once the capital invested was too much, these short-sighted nobles wouldn't accept it. So, the southern rebels wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The generals around him immediately looked at him with admiration and flattery. Those nobles who sided with Su Lin even shamelessly started to flatter him. "Your Majesty is wise and powerful, unparalleled in the world. You can destroy a mere rebellion with a flick of your finger. Your Majesty is indeed your Majesty. You can't be compared to us mortals. You can see through the real situation of those rebels with just one look." Su Lin shook his head. "This is just my more detailed observation. It's no big deal." Although he said so, it felt good to be flattered. So, it was easy to become arrogant after being a king for a long time. Only a good man like Su Lin who could see his own heart clearly could remain unmoved. The southern rebels lured Su Lin deeper into the south. Su Lin pretended not to notice anything and was very cooperative. He even deliberately sent a portion of his soldiers to take over the cities and deliberately weaken their strength. When they were 2,000 miles away from San Filto City, the people in the capital finally couldn't take it anymore and started to take action. After a supply team transporting provisions entered the southern territory, they were attacked by the southern rebel cavalry. The supply team belonged to the nobles. As a result, they naturally scattered and took away what they could and burned what they couldn't. The news of the supply team being destroyed was naturally sent back immediately. Then the capital had to organize a new batch of supplies to send over. However, at this time a batch of supplies had just been sent over and the new supplies were still being prepared. They couldn't be sent out in a short period of time. A series of problems arose from the recruitment of civilian workers, the mobilization of vehicles, the collection of provisions and so on. The nobles who stayed behind began to shirk their responsibilities and find all kinds of reasons to stall for time. Although Phyllis had been dealing with government affairs for a period of time, she still had a headache facing the alliance of these old foxes. If there was enough time she could deal with them one by one. However, the situation was urgent and there was no time for her to deal with them. As the minister who stayed behind to assist Phyllis, Rex immediately noticed that there wasn't much going on. As an old fox who had been an official for 30 years, he was naturally familiar with such tricks. In the past there would only be one or two problems at most. How could there be problems at every step? "Your Majesty, the nobles have teamed up." Rex immediately reported to Phyllis. "Your Majesty is now on an expedition. If there is a problem with the logistics, the consequences will be unimaginable." Phyllis frowned. "Sir Rex, do you have any good ideas?" "There is a way, but time is too tight. It is very likely that we won't be able to make it in time. Let's not worry about that for now. Quickly solve it." At this moment, a guard hurried over and said, "Your Majesty, the brocade guards request an audience." Chapter 471. Phyllis said irritably, "Can't you see that we are discussing something important here? Let them wait for a while." "Your Majesty, he brought His Majesty the King's warrant." The guard quickly said. "Sullen's warrant? Let them in." Phyllis suddenly reacted and said. Soon, an ordinary-looking man came into the palace. He first bowed to Phyllis solemnly and said, "Your Majesty, His Majesty the King had expected this when he left, so he specially ordered me to come." Phyllis was a little surprised, but she quickly reacted. As an old fox, Rex immediately understood after hearing the words of the guard. "I see." Rex nodded and said, "Does His Majesty want us to capture the rebels?" The guard shook his head with a smile and said, "Not so. His Majesty wants Her Majesty the Queen and Sir Rex to continue with what you are supposed to do. Don't let them notice anything unusual." Those who were making a move now were all small fries. The real mastermind would not expose himself so easily. These nobles who had controlled the power of Florence for hundreds of years were naturally unwilling to let their power be taken away. They were the real mastermind behind this matter. Sullen's plan was actually not complicated at all. After knowing that the nobles had begun to contact the rebels in the south, he had been preparing. Now, many of the nobles in San Filto City were involved, but there were still some who hid very well. This time he planned to capture all of them. In addition to dealing with these nobles, Su Lin also planned to kill two birds with one stone. He wanted to take this opportunity to deal with the rebels in the south. So he deliberately gave them a chance to see hope. Then, when they were about to succeed, he would completely destroy their hope and uproot them. These nobles were already the biggest obstacle to him taking control of the Kingdom of Florence. Only by getting rid of them could the kingdom of Florence continue to grow. Who is the general of the rebels in the south? His command is quite good. On a nameless hill in the south, two large armies were confronting each other from a few miles away. Su Lin carefully observed the rebels. These rebels looked good. They were in a neat formation and their armor was bright. Although they were not powerful soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles, they were definitely not a mob. Su Lin had been through a lot of battles, so he was able to distinguish the strength of his opponents. Compared to the army behind him, the southern rebel army's equipment was actually better than theirs. Looking at the current situation, the southern rebel army looked like a regular army, while the army behind him looked more like a mixed army. This was something that couldn't be helped. After all, the southern provinces were much richer than the northern provinces. However, apart from equipment, although the southern army's momentum was not bad, it was still lacking compared to the army behind him. The patriarch of the Medici family, Acer, was overwhelmed with emotion. Originally, their family had the lowest chance of becoming the royal family of Florence. Their family was also at the bottom of the list of elector families in the Kingdom of Florence. But now things had changed. The Henry family had no descendants, and an outsider had ascended to the throne. This was a godsend opportunity. The king, who was said to be a pioneer noble, did not understand the unspoken rules among the nobles at all. As soon as he ascended to the throne, he began to touch the cake of the other nobles. As a result, many nobles rebelled. In the end, this king was really tough. He directly led his people to destroy the nobles and even took away their territories. This was simply unimaginable among the nobles. Therefore, when the northern nobles took the initiative to contact him and said that they were willing to support him as the king, he was tempted. For this reason, he personally contacted the southern nobles and was ready to completely destroy Su Lin in one fell swoop. Not long ago, he lured Sulin's army south. As northerners, many people were not used to the climate in the south. After the battle line was long enough, he easily cut off the follow-up food supply according to the information provided by the spies. Without food supplies, even a strong army would collapse. After the food supply was cut off, the king began to panic. He did not continue to pursue and directly led his army to retreat. However, in the face of such a rare opportunity, how could Acer let it go? He had already planned. After defeating Su Lin, he would directly go to San Felto City to ascend to the throne and take over all the inheritance of the Henry family. When that time came, the Medici family would be the most powerful family in the Kingdom of Florence. Your Majesty, the enemy's general is Acer, the patriarch of the Medici family, the brocade uniform guard beside him said respectfully. So it's him. It seems that we don't have to look for him everywhere. This battle will solve the problem. Su Lin nodded and said. He did not care about the 100,000 soldiers opposite him at all. But Your Majesty, we don't have enough food now, Kent said softly. The news had not spread yet, but the generals naturally knew. After all, Su Lin did not hide it. Su Lin flicked the whip in his hand and said softly, Hee, I know that. There is a rebellion in the capital, so the supplies there will not be coming. Kent was stunned. Su Lin had always said that there was no need to worry about the supplies and that they would be sent over. Now he was told that there was no food. Your Majesty, we are already thousands of miles into the enemy's territory. Now that there is no food, how are we going to fight this battle? Instead, they took the initiative to attack. Just as he had a bad premonition, the two armies collided, but the result shocked the southern rebels. The opposing army cut through them like they were vegetables, instantly tearing holes in their formation. In order to prepare for this battle, Su Lin purposely let the elite soldiers of North Town take the lead. These soldiers were at least grand knights. They were wearing excellent armor and holding sharp blades. After being buffed with spells, they were like little superhumans. Against the rebels, who were at most novice knights, it was like a tiger among a flock of sheep. They easily saw through the enemy's formation. The army behind them swarmed forward. The rebels in the south were forced to retreat. In less than 10 minutes, the vanguard began to collapse. When Su Lin saw this, he did not want to miss this opportunity. He immediately ordered the army to press forward. The long period of peace had weakened the rebels in the south. Even though they had been trained and reorganized, they were still weaker than the northern army, not to mention the elites of Northtown City. The army continued to drive the defeated rebels forward. Acer, who lacked battle experience and wisdom, wanted to drive the defeated rebels forward. However, as soon as the order was given, The army behind the rebels was also scattered. Seeing this, Su Lin knew that the result of this battle was already decided. In the wilderness, the rebels were running everywhere. Out of 100,000 soldiers, only 5,000 of them were defeated. In the end, it led to a complete collapse. Su Lin was shocked that the rebels in the south were defeated so easily. However, each family still had a few experts. Moreover, they also had a lot of private soldiers. Apart from private soldiers, they also had a lot of knights. The strength of a noble was limited. However, with a dozen or more noble families added together, it was not a problem to pull out an army of a few thousand people. These nobles didn't need to work. Instead, they enjoyed themselves from day to night. If they wanted to support their large families and their many servant armies, they couldn't rely on farming alone. Therefore, these nobles had a lot of mines and shops. Farming was only a small part of it. Hundreds of years of accumulation was not just for show. For this day, these nobles took out a lot of gold and silver to bribe the remaining troops. The San Filto city's army, from the captains to the generals, were all brought by Su Lin from the northern city. How could they be bribed? However, if they couldn't be bribed, they wouldn't be able to act out the rest of the scene. Therefore, under Su Lin's arrangements, they naturally pretended to be bribed by these nobles. After the Reformation, the military system in San Filto City was very strict. There was a strict limit to the number of private soldiers the nobles could have. Even the weapons and armors they could have were limited. Normal swords were not prohibited, but bows and armors were not allowed. However, this was not a problem for the nobles. After all, many nobles had blacksmiths at home. Although they didn't have a lot of armors, they could still gather a few dozen sets. With this army and some ordinary citizens, they could easily pull out tens of thousands of soldiers. It was enough to take down San Filto City, which was empty of soldiers. The large army gathered, and then there were spies who came to the city gate. Countless soldiers quickly surrounded the palace. The north wind whistled and night fell. However, the city was brightly lit. Soldiers holding torches poured out of the city. The shining swords reflected their ferocious and distorted faces. The citizens in the city had already shut their doors and trembled as they watched through the cracks of their doors. They were afraid that these soldiers would rush into their houses. These soldiers couldn't care less about them now. They all looked at the palace with greedy eyes. This was the king's home. As long as they could break in, they could have all kinds of gold, silver, and jewelry. All kinds of beautiful ladies and rare treasures would be theirs. For this operation, the nobles had put in a lot of effort. Not only did they take out a lot of gold and silver, but they also sent out their powerful subordinates. They were very clear about the strength of Su Lin's army. Without powerful knights, it was almost impossible to break in. With a command, the impatient soldiers rushed forward excitedly and tried to take over the palace by force. The flames flickered and the sounds of fighting shook the sky. The entire city fell into a chaotic battle at this moment. Many of the nobles who had participated in the operation were excited beyond words. They brought their subordinates to the palace and were ready to witness the fall of this place that symbolized the king's power. A ray of light descended from the sky. Then a light blue energy barrier rose in the palace. It was like an inverted jade bowl, enveloping the entire palace. Seeing this scene, the nobles suddenly felt a sense of unease. Although they weren't wizards, they could clearly recognize that this was a spell that only those mysterious wizards could cast. The entire night sky was illuminated by this gorgeous energy barrier, but the nobles' faces turned pale. How could this spell be broken? At this moment, there were waves of killing sounds coming from behind. The soldiers at the back cried and fled in panic. They were no longer as arrogant and domineering as before. Those who fell behind were directly beheaded. These soldiers only hated that their parents didn't give birth to them with 2 more legs. At the same time, the palace gates suddenly opened. Groups of soldiers rushed out of the palace. There were barbarians, dwarves, and even half-elves. Although there weren't many of them, they directly crushed the army outside. The nobles had nowhere to run and were defeated. Su Lin looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. He had a strong and slender body, a head full of blonde hair, and a handsome face. Although he was already middle-aged, he looked very charming. He was completely in line with the beauty standards of those noble ladies. Marquis Asir, this should be the first time we've met. Su Lin picked up a piece of barbecued meat and took a big bite. He looked at the Medici family head who was tied up and kneeling at the bottom of the steps with a playful expression and said in a frivolous tone. Although he was in a sorry state, Marquis Acer didn't panic. He still looked elegant. Your Majesty Sulin, I am a noble, and I am the Emperor's chosen Marquis of Florence. I request to be treated according to my status. The way you treat me is completely unbefitting of a noble. Oh, now you know that you are a noble of the Kingdom of Florence. A Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis. What a great noble. Sulin said in an exaggerated tone. But why is a great noble like you, a Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis, kneeling here? Sulin said with a mocking expression. Don't you know in your heart? You have already rebelled, and you still think that you are a noble of the Kingdom of Florence? You want to be treated like a noble? You want to eat sh*t. Your Majesty Sulin, according to the noble inheritance law, you are not a direct descendant of the Henry royal family. You have no right to inherit at all. According to the inheritance law, as a Marquis of the Emperor's chosen Marquis, I have the right to inherit the throne. So you are kneeling here. Sulin interrupted him directly. In the battle that day, the army of 100,000 was just for show. They were almost defeated in front of Sulin's rebel army. As the commander-in-chief, he was taken special care of. When he escaped, there was a stupid guard who followed him all the way with a flag, completely exposing his route. In the end, he was caught by the enemy before he could run far. After all, the army he led was not tempered by war at all. They were not strong enough. After encountering the elites of the northern city, they were completely suppressed. If it was a defensive battle, they might be able to hold on for a while with the help of the city wall. However, in a wild battle they were all wiped out in one battle. From noon to night, the defeated army was everywhere in the mountains. After the battle, the army of 100,000 disappeared. Among them there were at least 50 if not 100 nobles who were captured. Who asked these nobles to rely on their numbers? They thought that the other side was short of food, so they all dressed up in gaudy clothes. They wanted to show off their heroism after the victory, but in the end, they dressed too extravagantly and became targets on the battlefield. Since you want to be treated as a noble, it is not impossible. Sulin put down the barbecue and took the towel from the guard to wipe his hands. According to your title, how much kinnur do you need to pay to be treated as a noble? 200,000 kinnur, Acer said with a painful expression. What are you waiting for? Let go of Marquis Acer. Sulin yelled at the two soldiers beside him. Look at how tight the rope is. Hurry up and untie him. Our Marquis Acer has never suffered like this before. How can you be so careless? The two soldiers beside him quickly untied the ropes on Acer's body. Marquis Acer has suffered. It's all our fault. Sulin looked at Marquis Acer with a smile, like he was looking at a mountain of gold. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.